PK. Oh, so you're not ready to start?
I clicked a link. Now I'm ready.
All right, PKA episode 247. You've just witnessed an unplanned start.
This episode of Painkiller Already is being brought to you by DollarShaveClub. Shave time, shave money. DollarShaveClub.
I like it. Yeah. The first one was magic, though.
It was.
All you had to do was be like, "Did you say shave time?
Did you say shave time?"
And I'd be like, "Yeah, their ads are almost as smooth as the shave you get from their razors." And we just pretended.
You even fucked
we
it
just
up
done
right
it again.
Yeah, right. It wasn't just me. Like I feel like
you got lost in the weeds there. Their ads are almost.
Well, I had to do both parts. Of course, I did.
Of the razor.
Have you ever
forced
done
me to play both roles? Okay.
Have you ever done a dual com and then like they had a tech issue and tried to recreate it, but the magic wasn't there the second time?
Yeah, and you feel like an asshole where you set them up for the joke and then they don't quite hit the punchline. You can't rebuild that spontaneity.
Yeah,
it was good the first time though. No one will ever hear it.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah. I remember one time I did a dual com with Sass Ben Jr., an Australian guy. If you guys remember him, he was my partner at Huppet, and somewhere along the way in the dual com, I swear to God I don't remember what it was, but I said something negative about sea nanners. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was about him not doing COD anymore, not doing as many tips. I'm not sure. But that's what I really loved from him. And then I told the guy that I had a tech error and that we had to do an entire another take because it didn't work and like one of our audios was dropped or something so that it would never go live because I regretted it. I was like, I don't want to talk shit about CNNers. You know, he's not out there talking shit about me. So
all the times to do that though, that couldn't have been a post Robin Williams rant thing of lost the whole thing.
Yeah, right. Shucks. Yeah, that one went down as one of the bigger faux pas I've made in my channel history. I think
that poor beautiful man that you just he sullied his name, just drug it through the mud.
Well, I did see something on the cover of National Enquirer at the grocery store that it could have been a murder. Anyone?
I don't read the tabloids.
I only read the tabloids. The rest of those trying to spook you. But anyway,
I heard the suicide hotlines had like new records or something. Like a lot of people contemplated suicide after he did as their solution, which was my whole like thing I was trying to avoid. But
yeah, I understood the direction you were going with it.
But, in the first take, we said, and our guest, Kwebbelkop.
Of course. I was waiting. I was like, come on, guys. I can't say anything until you introduce me.
I know.
And I was like trying to jump into the conversation. Half an hour in and we forget, like, oh, yeah, by the way, this is our guest. Yeah, what's up?
Got his microphone again.
Oh, yeah. Like.
Okay. Hey, what mic is that?
This is the Rode Broadcaster.
Oh, you know what? That looks a lot like the one that Lefty uses.
Oh, because Taylor would know that.
This feels so natural.
My has one of those, but it vibrates.
Oh no, Kyle is disconnecting. That was next, right?
Yeah, that is next,
exactly
right? If Kyle drops off now,
we'll have... You guys want to do it again then, or?
Third time's the charm.
Yeah. That was everyone missed Kyle's joke. My girlfriend has that, but it vibrates. It was fantastic. I see it now. I see it.
I got one too, so that vibrates, of course.
All right then.
Kyle, you're about to launch into something.
You were actually. We are picked up right where the first attempt failed, and you were going to say something about the survival trip. Taylor,
how was it?
I was going to ask something about the survival trip, something that I haven't seen because I've watched some of the videos. They all came out today, and it's like 6 hours of content, and they only came out like 2 hours ago. So I don't know. I haven't seen all of it. I've just skipped around. I like how you guys went from a little bit of like hesitant optimism in the beginning, Kyle's like night zero thing of like, oh, we're gonna, I'm gonna go out, hunt some squirrels, and then by night 3 of like him sitting there like, haven't seen a goddamn thing. No squirrels, no food. Woody ate 2 crawfish. Chiz hasn't done a fucking thing. Everybody thinks I'm messing around in the car, not doing anything, but I'm driving around. I'm looking at spots. Woody keeps texting me that I've been at Taco Bell 4 times, and that's something I don't appreciate. And
By night 3 confessional, I'm so angry. Like usually when Patrick would be like, let's go down to the creek and do a confessional, I'd be like, all right, I guess I'll come make some shit up for you and try to be kind of funny for a little while. Because, like, I got no complaints. I don't need to confess anything today. Like, it was just another fucking day out here in misery. But on that day, I was like, yeah, let's fucking go, Patrick. Let's go. I got something to tell you.
You were so irritable, and that's the best part of the whole thing. If you guys haven't watched it yet, go check out
the confessions at the end of the bit. It took me until day 4 to be like, I think I fussed about Chiz, and it's awkward for me because he lives like just right outside, But I'm like, when he sees my day 4 confessional, where I'm like, I thought he was gonna run out of cigarettes 2 days ago, he had
Better rationing than we gave him credit for.
Yeah, I was like, to me, he's chain smoking. Every time I see him, he has like 15 to 30 butts by his feet. Now, mind you, the fire is 4 feet from him, and he's like, to drop it right there. And I'm picking up the cigarette butts all week. All week.
Why? I never understood why though.
It's fucking disgusting, and I live there. And he smokes.
That word from Woody, I've heard this before. This is also how Woody described my the back seat of my car. It's disgusting. How could I ever sit in the back seat of your car? And I'm like, well, it's a little messy. Woody, I fear you have kind of a clean freak thing going on that none of us really know about.
Guys,
and I don't think
be
it
the
becomes
judge.
a thing because your wife is so attentive and great that it never becomes an issue.
You guys
but
be
I
the
bet
judge.
if there was a stack of dishes behind you right now, there'd be sweat.
That's not true. I just noticed this coffee cup from like days ago. If you go to Kyle's car, the back seat, now it's a Camaro back seat, right? So it's not big. The part where your legs go across is just filled. Ooh, dishes. The part where
more. Do you want more?
I do. The part where your legs go is just completely filled, as if the seats were level, and it's all old fast food wrappers: Taco Bell, Wendy's, McDonald's, whatever it is that he's going to.
Like one back there.
No, that's not disgusting. For you to reach disgusting and vile on the Woody scale, I'll tell you what. When you made room,
You have to have 12 cigarette butts at your feet.
when you made room, so when we went, this is the survival trip with the rafting and the zip line and stuff. When he made room for me to sit there, there was like a person-sized mound of trash that he had created with the trash that was where people's feet go.
That's Carl. You just form him into a person, and you get a little company.
Right.
Yeah.
So when he tells you
the-
that it was like one Wendy's bag, you know he's totally full of shit.
Yeah, that was Kyle's fast food golem that he keeps back there for company.
Cut my hand, say some words, and it comes to life. I like that.
Yeah.
You know what a golem is. That's impressive. You know, it's a Jewish thing, right? The
It
Jews,
is.
they're the ones that put the golems on you.
It's a
Very
Minecraft
inventive
thing.
people. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, you can
But,
create them on
crafty.
the best server in the multiverse. My bad.
So yeah, it was. But yeah, he was smoking a lot. It's not what I would call chain smoking. I feel like chain smoking is like you're lighting one off the other. He was smoking, I don't know, one every 10 minutes.
How much
And
a
there
day?
was just a pack.
Every 10
pack.
minutes? I would think of that as chain smoking.
Like around the
I've
fire,
smoked.
like at night around the fire. That's like, you know, he's drinking his shit coffee. That the whatever those crystals are. It's awful. I had a cup of it once. And
Is
that
it
was
Folgers?
Once, yeah, Folgers. What is
So
it?
you have to understand, he was smoking like 3 to 4 feet from me. Like the hammock in which I slept, he had another hammock with 2 trees that were close to each other that made kind of a seat. So he's smoking 3 or 4 feet from me. He'd be smoking, and the smoke is just wafting all over me. And I like, all right, well, this thing.
I couldn't believe he brought cigarettes.
This thing will end at some point. Yeah, right? Because he's supposed to stop smoking.
I thought that was part of the survival thing. Like as much as like anything was, like any of our vices that we might be giving up. Like I
Right.
didn't bring my auto blow with me. I'm not hooking it up to the solar power, and it's like all the pressing up there.
Kyle's been in the truck for 6 hours.
I didn't bring any of the children, range from 3 to 9 that I fuck. I had to go
No.
a week without.
Yeah.
So, but he brought his cigarettes. He brought his vice. Oh, Taylor, like you've never fucked a child. Come on.
Well, you know, how do you even respond to that?
I don't know.
There's no winning combination. But
anyway-
another thing I wanted to ask about was that I haven't seen touched on yet, but the shitting situation. Were you guys all sharing a general shit spot, or was it just peppered like landmines?
Could I go
before?
first on this?
Sure.
I didn't poop the entire time. I've never gone that long without pooping in my life. I didn't poop the entire time I was out there. I was a little worried, but it never came to be. Woody has a good poop story though.
Not, I guess. So I pooped at Walmart, which like we bought like fishing rods and stuff right there. So I pooped literally right before the trip started, and then didn't poop and poop. I expected to. I pooped in the woods many. I don't even know how many times I pooped in the woods, like 100. And so I was prepared for it. I wasn't like waiting or like trying to make it through the week. I just didn't have to poo because I really didn't eat anything. Until Henrietta. You know what? Once we ate Henrietta, that greasy bird, we deep fried her, right? Is that what? Yeah, deep frying.
Yeah, that's what you guys did.
And so we deep fried Henrietta, and it wasn't 2 hours later that I was like, you know what? I really have to poop, and I was all sweaty and yucky. So I went to the creek where there were these beaver dams, and it was like thigh deep, and I'm like, this seems like a big old, toilet bidet combo to me. So I pooped in the creek, cleaned up on the spot, and
Wait, you squatted over the creek, like hovered, or
you just shat right in the water?
And then just shat.
I shat right in the water. But you have to understand there's a flow, right? So when you poop here, the river is headed in a particular direction.
It goes away and gets recycled or whatever.
It's now part of a beaver dam somewhere.
We threw all of our trash right into that creek too.
That's not true.
Went right away. There was like
just
an old
disappears.
car.
All the plastic bottles.
He had an old car battery and a bunch of used motor oil, and I was like, "What are you doing with that?" And he's like, "Recycling," and we dumped it all right in that creek.
I'm putting the oil back where it came from.
But up the hill, so it could recycle through the valley. So that way it disperses or whatever they call it.
Yeah, the vitamins get everywhere.
And dude, so I was afraid.
He was singing the Circle of Life while he did it.
In my head, I was afraid that the poop would sink right to the bottom, and then I would have a stepping on it thing. Now I had flip flops on in the creek, but I was worried that
Mike stepping on a little shit, but
yeah, but instead I'm like it's floating away towards the dam, and I'm like, well, there's Henrietta. One final goodbye to that to Henrietta.
I shower that trip because I went even further down to bathe than he goes down to shit. So I was just like, well, now what do I do? Like you mentioned the dam, I'm like, but I go way past the dam to bathe to that really cool. That there's like a little pool there with pebbles at the bottom instead of like this sulfurous beaver shit that Woody bathed in the whole time.
Well, I wish I knew about your spot. Mine might have been deeper. There were like
yours was deeper because the beavers had wallowed it out real good.
There were like 3 beaver dams, so I went to the last one. And thinking that because the beaver dams was the area where we got our food from, so I went to the very edge of what I thought was the useful river, and cleaned up there. And only on the last day did I sort of poop and clean up.
You shit in the bathtub, literally. And when he came back, Chiz was more bummed out about the chicken than even I was, and I was a little bummed out about it, despite the fact
having to kill it.
So
They
here's
made
the
friends
thing.
with it.
The chicken kind of bonded with us. Like, during the heat of the day, a lot of times Chiz and I would just be lying there, and this chicken would be hanging with us. And on the first day, it got loose. It was really thirsty, and I poured some of my water in my metal cup, and it comes over there and it's like drinking right out of my hand. And from then on, it was like a dog. Like, it would come up to you, it would let you pet it, it would follow you around, it would kind of do this little chicken dance, all happy, and it would make gurgly noise.
This is the day that I charged the batteries, so I really wasn't present for most of this.
So from then on, the chicken was pretty cool. So Chiz and I bonded with it a little bit, and we kind of liked it. And neither of us wanted the chicken to die. We didn't want to cook the chicken toward the end. I don't know what we were going to do with it, but I wasn't. My vote wasn't kill the chicken, and neither was Chiz's. So once it was dead, I was a little bummed out. But clearly, I helped gut the thing, and I was a part of the process. Chiz was not as happy, although he did eat a lot of the chicken. So I'm not sure.
Yeah. It's grief eating. Yeah.
You were so sad.
Openly weeping into his former friend.
Jordy, would you have eaten the chicken?
I wouldn't have killed it, no. Because I watched the PKA, I was like, okay, before I get on the show, I gotta be up to date with everything. And then 6 other videos came out. I was like, fuck it, I'm going to bed. But I watched the PKA, and I was like, oh, they brought the chicken, I was just laughing because you guys mentioned it earlier. And then all of a sudden, you guys are like, and now we're going to eat it. I was like, no way. And then later on in the show, you guys are eating it. It's terrible. I wouldn't have killed it. I wouldn't even have brought a chicken.
I haven't
I would have
gone
brought a cow. Just bring a cow, You You can
I
chop
was
off one
wondering why
leg.
you guys wouldn't bring multiple chickens. Like that would have been more entertaining.
Well, you
one a
could
night.
yeah, maybe eggs.
Had to
right?
carry this thing out
Yeah.
there. If you watch the
Woody-
day we, like hike in, it's 30 minutes of like going through jungle and shit, like halfway in. Chiz almost dies, and so by the time we get there, we're not thinking, you know what we should have done? Brought a bunch of chickens with us. Like, no, the one chicken we carried in was like a burden enough.
I brought a pet carrier, like big enough for like a cat or a small dog, and it dramatically increased like the amount of shit in my pickup, making it look. And we never used the pet carrier. Yeah, there was a lot of volume to it. Like it took like it was like a quarter of our gear was actually just the damn pet carrier. On the way out, we carried it all in one stop because there were like all the battle boxes. We were done with the packaging and stuff like that.
So yeah, the chicken was an interesting thing. I that was my idea. I think I liked the idea of like befriending it and then naming it and then killing it because I knew the audience wouldn't. I knew that would shock a lot of people, and I like doing that. And it's such a weird thing to get shocked over to begin with because we all eat chicken nuggets, and like that chicken in particular came from one of those factory farms that like all your chicken comes from. I spared it from a death sentence to be a free range chicken.
It had the best week of its life. I mean, it was walking around free range at the campsite, eating like caterpillars off the ground and stuff. Now, has anyone heard the audio of the chicken death? Can you hear the machete swing or anything? Like that's what I want to know.
Who dealt the blow?
I blows.
Man passed the sentence.
blows.
Multiple times.
I watched a video on how to kill a chicken and gut it and stuff because we had like this 1 bar flaky on and off connection, and I managed to see a YouTube video, like let it queue up, and what they did is they just cut its neck and let the heart pump it out. But they had a special contraption to hold the chicken. It was basically like a upside down milk jug, and they'd put its head through the hole and they cut the bottom off, and his legs and stuff were sticking up. So anyway, they cut the chicken's neck, and his heart pumps the blood out of it really quickly. All right. Well, we didn't have that. But they did say, like, you know what? When you cut that, is it the femoral? No, the jugular. When you cut the jugular, cut it harder than you think you need to, because it's in nobody's best interest for this to take multiple tries. And I took that little piece of advice and applied it to chopping the head off. Like, I'm going to swing this machete as hard as I can swing a machete because it's in nobody's best interest, mine, Kyle, Chiz's, or Henrietta's, for this thing to take more than one swing. Well, Kyle was holding the head in place, and I was holding like the chicken body with one hand and swinging the machete with the other. I took maybe 3 or 4 practice swings in the wood to make sure that I'd be accurate enough not to take any Kyle's fingers with me. He also had a small log like over its head, and that was to protect
my hand,
to protect his fingers. Yeah. But it didn't leave me with like a strike zone that would have really helped. Like, if the log wasn't there, and I'm glad it was there, I don't want to get anyone's fingers, but it would have been easier to hit the neck. It was actually kind of difficult. Kyle says I struck it in the shoulders. I don't know.
Multiple times.
I don't
Like, you hit it at the joint where the wings sort of, like the wings go in, and then the spine's right through the middle, and like that's the shoulders. I watched you cleave his shoulders in 2. And then there was a lot of blood, and like feathers went flying.
But the
and then I was
strike
just
zone was obscured by the log and my desire not to hurt Kyle. And, so I might have gone too low on it.
I blame myself.
Did that first strike kill it, or did you?
The second
The
strike,
third
I
one
think,
got it
killed
good.
it. I argued the second. And I think...
Yeah, he was probably dead by the second.
I think it really was the second. By the second one, I was through like his spine and his neck and whatever. It was the skin on the far side. And like even
Probably
the feathers and
too.
stuff, that was the last 2 blows. It took 4 blows, and I think by 2 it was done.
It's like I said, it was like Theon Greyjoy taking that blacksmith's head off. He's like has to kick it at the end and everything to like get the last bit to come loose. I should have done that because I've done it a lot. Like, I've literally cut thousands of chickens' heads off, and I'm really aware of like what it takes to do it. You could have like if this is the chicken's head, you could have like grabbed it like this and just kind of like slung like you were gonna body slam the chicken, and the head would have just popped right off, like, and it would have been insta killed. Like, their heads are just barely on there, but you got to get the neck, like the neck itself. You could have taken that machete and like wrist flicked and like like a Mortal Kombat move. It'll come right off. Their heads really are just barely on.
I killed the chicken because I've never killed anything with the exception of that one nearly dead squirrel, and I felt like it was like an experience. Can you tell how much emotionally richer I am now that I've killed a chicken? And Kyle on the other hand's killed a bunch of things, and I was like, you know what? I think I'd like to take something's life. Like I'll give it a go. And
thought process, yeah.
So anyway, that's why I did it. And that's why it was hard to do because, like I said, one, my motivation not to hurt Kyle, and two, the log he was using to protect his fingers, big branch thing, was in my memory covering part of the strike zone where you'd
probably
hit
so.
it.
I next time, don't worry, I have a specially designed chicken guillotine that I'm going to be bringing along. Also have the chicken electric chair, so it's your choice.
I say the guillotine.
We'll put a
really
straw
nice
poll
one
on the
from William
subreddit.
Sonoma.
Dude.
Yeah, but I can't believe. Yeah, when you started the story saying, "Well, I wanted to get that head off, so I swung as hard as I could swing a machete." Like immediately, it's like, oh my god! Like this thing, like you can press it down like a paper cutter in one of those things that cuts cardboard for children's projects, and that would, oh yeah, it'll come right off. Like
now, I will tell you, this particular machete was dull. Dr. Chiz literally took it and used it as a lawnmower, chopping in the dirt to clear the entire campsite.
Just hacking the ground up. Can we talk about... Can I tell the story of what happened when we got to base camp? All right, so we get there, and we agree on the spot. It's a little bit above the river, and we agree on the spot, whatever. But there's, like, grasses growing out of the ground. It's not like a leafy undergrowth there. It's grasses. I feel like they had burnt this area to, like, prevent lots of buildup. Like that causes the big forest fires.
Sounds
I feel like they had done that, maybe a year or two in the past because there was scorched wood as well. Anyway, there's tall grass, like maybe shin height, knee high, and he's just hacking it all down with his machete, which I was just thinking, like, why are you doing that? And his hacks he wants it short. And then I realized he wants it gone. He's pulling it up by the roots, and he's gardening over there. he's tilling the earth as if we're gonna plant corn and start a new life. But he just wants a soft, like, cushy spot to tread on.
Just a big old ashtray for him.
Then he gets out the shovel and he starts fucking digging this huge hole right in the middle of the campsite. And I'm just sitting over there watching it. And he's like, I'm like, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm digging a fire pit. And I'm thinking, like, I guess I'll just continue to gather the firewood by myself then. I'm just like, I'm not going to stop this fire pit nonsense. I'll just go along with it. When I came back, he had a hole like this big, like big enough to, like, he could get down in it maybe. And they were making it deep. Like, it was going to be like this deep, I think.
And then I showed up.
And then Woody shows up and he's like, Chiz now has Patrick digging the hole, of course. Patrick's over there, like, breaking his back. She's just like, yeah, it's real good.
So he
like,
gave him the old Tom Sawyer treatment of, like, you ever painted a fence before? Oh, you got to try digging this hole. It's great.
Some old school American trickery he pulls on Patrick somehow. You ever dig a hole? Oh, you've never lived. Patrick's digging this deep-ass hole in the middle of the forest, and Woody's like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I immediately put a stop to it. They're like, we're digging a hole for the fire. And I'm like, well, that's kind of the opposite of what we want. Neither of them knew. They weren't camping people. You
want the least amount of air as possible getting to the fire, right? Otherwise, it'll blow out.
Taylor, I didn't know what you knew, but I do now. You know. Yes. Yeah, if you put the fire in a hole, you're pretty much smothering it. Only the top of it is getting any air, and you want the base of it to be breathing. So we filled in the hole and had better fires all week.
Do you think that he actually thought that was the thing to do?
Yeah.
Or he just was, like, manufacturing a task for him? Or Kyle's like, hey, I'm going to go get some firewood. Want to come help? Chiz is like, oh, no, I've got fire hole. I'm on fire hole duty.
It's one of the reasons why it's hard to work in groups, because everybody wants to be doing something. And sometimes you'll pick a task in your head. You're like, oh, this thing needs to get done, and it's going to be my thing. And if anybody comes in and is like, hey, your thing's really not important, it's like, oh, how dare you invalidate me and my thing. So it can be really touchy. So, like, I don't like to say anything when somebody's doing their thing.
Meanwhile, it took me a nanosecond. What's this whole shit? We can't have
Put that cigarette out. Fill this up.
I felt like the only thing that we should have, I felt like more of everyone's time should have been spent gathering firewood. I felt like I gathered so much goddamn firewood. I would go off into the woods and I'd bring back these trees that were about this big around, like not a huge tree, right? I get it. But a tree nonetheless. It's like 12 feet long. And I'd have at least 2 of them, maybe 4 of them, like 2 in each hand. And I'd drag them all the way back to camp and I'd drop them. And I'd look. And Chiz would have like this much of something. He'd be like, look at, he like, I got some good shit right here. Oh yeah, it's good shit right here. Throw it in the pile and then go walk way off again. And I'm just like huffing and puffing, like I'm changing shirts in the middle of fire gathering to evaporate the sweat more readily. And like I'm just like, yeah, that's some good stuff, Chiz. And I'm just like back for my trees
now,
again.
First of all, what Kyle says is correct. Like everything he just said is accurate. The thing is, while he was gathering the firewood, I was usually making the fire. Like, you know, making the fire isn't always great. Like it's the soil's moist, so if you kneel in it and stuff, your pants get like they soak in the water. Now you've got wet knees. You're on your hands and knees building it up from tiny little twig to branch or to what's after twig? I don't know. From like straw stuff to twig to thicker twig to branches to logs, etc. And I'm on my hands and blowing on it. Took us 4 days to figure out you could fan it with a box. And was that you? And I'm blowing it. I'm getting it up. So while I didn't collect as much wood as Kyle, I would argue I put in every bit as much effort into the fire.
I would have swapped places, but I appreciated what you did.
I would have swapped places too. As a matter of fact,
God, I wish I'd known that.
Yeah, on the last night,
so
there was a little bit of. It was like, is anyone else ever going to start a fire? Like every fire all trip long has been me.
I felt like that was your thing. You seemed like you were happy to be doing it and to be the one doing it. I want to step on your thing. That's what I was talking about before.
It was only until the last day when I gave it away, and I think they filmed it too. Like you're on whatever, it's not up yet, but like day 5 is you starting the fire.
Yeah, I start the fire from like the embers from the night before. I like gather them up and put them in some stuff and blow them into fire and create a thing.
Yeah,
that was fun.
Kyle was good at fire. Yeah. I did that in the morning, I think.
Nobody filmed it, did they?
No, but you were impressed by it. You saw it. You were like, you missed what Woody did this morning. You mentioned it out loud.
Okay.
You remember
what was the most
memory of that
thing that someone else did on the trip that you didn't feel comfortable blowing up at the moment? Like, because you have to have that camaraderie. Like, what did someone do that just made you so fucking mad, but you were like, I can't ruin the morale the rest of this trip? It could be either one of you two, but I have a feeling they're both going to be Chiz. Can't wait.
There was so much. I felt like there was a little bit of complaining going on the walk in, and I honestly, like, I'm not in an amazing shape or anything.
Take a pause. I complained 0.
True. Woody makes a point of being like the guy who will never complain. Like he feels like, and maybe that's a thing. Maybe I'm just like not as manly as Woody is. But I don't think ignoring stuff and like pretending like it doesn't faze me is a gold star, really. Like I'm more than happy to let you know about my personal level of discomfort at any point during the day, except for the walk-in, right? Like, let's keep morale high. Like, we haven't even made it there yet, and I can hear him back there like, where is this place? Are you taking us the hardest way possible? Where is it? Are we there yet? And I'm just like, no, we're not there yet. We got a long ways to go. We're like you told me to pick out a survival trip spot. Keep surviving. It's that fucking way. Like, and granted, on the walk-in, I did take us the most difficult possible way imaginable to our campsite. Not on purpose either. We figured out the easiest route by the end of the trip, but on the way in there, it's pretty brutal. And I don't mean to be this about like picking on Chiz, but it's funny not because Chiz is lacking anyway. It's funny because Chiz is from Sacramento. He's not an outdoorsy guy. He's never done any of this stuff. And so to watch someone do it for the first time...
He mentioned that was the most exercise he'd ever had in his life, that walk-in.
And then sleeping for 4 days and then walking out.
And smoking.
His shoes. That's where I was headed with this. His shoes. His footwear for this thing. Now, Woody had some hiking shoes.
I remember.
Woody had some hiking shoes. They looked legit, and they looked like they'd hiked some. I liked Woody's shoes. Patrick wore sneakers, which I didn't have a problem with that, really.
Sneakers.
Yeah. I got really scared of snakes because I started reading the night before on the internet, and apparently there's like rattlesnakes in this place, and it's a bit of an issue. And then I like read on some board somewhere, some forum, they were like, yeah, those timber rattlers are the worst down there around Route 82 at the end of that last road. And I'm like, shit, that's where we fucking are. Like that's where we are. So I went and got like really high boots at Walmart. They weren't snake boots because Walmart doesn't sell snake boots, but I got like big, rugged, like legit hiking wilderness boots or something. And Chiz had loafers.
I noticed that.
He wore
He had
loafers all
first
trip.
video, and
He
it
had-
must have been like 20 minutes into your walk or something because you were still pretty spry. You know, the camera guy was going fine, Patrick was, and Woody seemed fine, but Chiz, his footfalls were like the heavy footfalls of a child who didn't get what they want for Christmas. Just like, how much farther is it? Like
When we got to the campsite, like, I think I said something like, all right, well, let's get doing this, or I'm going to walk up ahead or something. You want to come? And Chiz was like, I think my feet are bleeding. And I was thinking like, well, you dress like we're going to church, bro. Like,
you wore Birkenstocks. What were you thinking?
Birkenstocks would have been a step up. He wore these loafers that like he called them boat shoes, but I'd never heard him called
Was he
that.
wearing Sperry's?
I don't know if they were legit Sperry's. Wait, he once linked what they were. I can't search my Skype because
Everybody likes to make fun of those keen. The things that I wear are called keen, Keen, sandals, and they're like They're
Were
made.
they
for, like,
$105?
they were expensive. They were like $120, $130 or something.
That's
I saw them at we went to this Bass Pro place. I was like, those are Kyle's shoes. Wow, they're triple digits. Carry on.
Yeah, as ugly as they are, they're like perfect if you're going to be hiking around water sources and going in and out of water and stuff like that. They dry right off, but they cover enough of your foot that they're protective footwear and they're good for, being out where we were.
Can I interrupt you? And like when I first saw them, I was like, wow, that's kind of expensive. I don't know. I mean, it was a purchasing mistake. You have worn them on the first survival trip, the second survival trip, on the whitewater rafting trip, and I don't know what other
When I go hiking, I wear them. Like my
gets his use
ex-girlfriend
out of
got me
them.
my ex-girlfriend got me into hiking, and she was like, well, you need hiking shoes, and we bought some hiking shoes. She had the same ones, and apparently all her hiking buddies, like those are the ones they wear. So as ugly as they are and as lame as they are, I'm not trying to impress anybody in the woods.
Yes,
You're not going to with those.
Kyle's right. When Chiz walked in, he was really unhappy with it, and he would talk to me privately about it, and like expecting to sort of commiserate on how terrible the walk was, and I didn't really. I was like, he said it was far. What I had in my mind's eye for a perfect campsite was a little closer to the truck. I thought we were going to kind of use the truck as a charging station for batteries more often than we had to, so I thought it'd be a little closer, but. Whatever. It was a 30-minute hike. Like, it's not the
In
end of it.
retrospect, that I would have done. In retrospect, there was a place like 20 yards off the road with like these big stones that someone had laid together and made a fire thing, and all the ground was clean. And there was even like, and there was a beautiful scene there too, with a creek running down a mountain.
That sounds
We should have
great.
been.
Next year.
You'd have been parked next to the car. Like you'd have been like,
No.
I'm tired of this shit. Like
We'd have had to move
like
the
that
truck.
was it. Yeah.
We'd have moved
Yeah.
the
No,
truck.
you would have looked like such an ass if you went to a place like that, already cleared out, stone pillars. There's one of those like wrought iron steel grills. That's like, oh, the last
Crazier.
person didn't clean it off. Roughing it, like
You got to still
scraping
rush
it.
out.
Yeah.
No,
I'm trying
I
to-
felt like where we were was really far in there. Not distance wise, but I mean, I don't know if that makes any sense. It took a while to get back out.
So,
We
Murka,
were
what
out
was your question? What was the thing that pissed people off that
No,
we didn't
not
talk
people,
about?
Just you. Like, what made you resent someone else on the trip a lot, but that you couldn't convey in any of the videos for fear of like ruining morale or pissing someone off? Or
Nobody was 100% sure that Kyle was hunting in the morning. Kyle would get up quietly so as not to bother anyone. And the truth is, I slept through it every time. But Chiz and Patrick both talked to me about their experience of witnessing Kyle. Like Elmer Fudd hunting for Wabbit, quietly, like getting out of his hammock so as not to make any noise whatsoever. Not even like stepping on a dried leaf on his way as he gets out of camp, so
All
as
this
to
is
be
true.
sure that he doesn't bring anybody with him. That was our
Oh, no, that
interpretation
wasn't
of it.
it.
The cameraman would have loved to have filmed Kyle, hunting, but like it just really didn't seem welcome. Chiz would
I
have
can
liked to have
explain
gone. No, and then Kyle's method of hunting is to make a beeline for his truck and drive places. And then he comes back fucking whistling. He's singing. He's like skipping and happy. And we're like, there is Taco Bell in that motherfucker's belly.
You were waiting for one
all
morning
this.
where like all three of them were sitting around the fire. Kyle wakes up, walks out, and they just have a fire sauce packet in between them. Like, hey, Kyle, what's this?
All right, so let me explain all this. Okay, so you're absolutely right. I would wake up really early, but it was like I usually sleep with like dark curtains. So like if the sun shines in my eyes at all, I'll wake up. So every morning, the sun's at about 9:30. It'd come up high enough to wake me up. So I'd get up out of bed and start getting ready. You were almost always snoring. Patrick was usually snoring as well. And I really genuinely didn't want to wake anybody. I like growing up, like I always tiptoed around the house. Still to this day, I'm almost 30. I tiptoe not to wake anybody. And so I genuinely just didn't want to wake anyone. I as much as I wanted a cameraman with me on the hunting thing, I was thinking like, I haven't killed shit. Like I know that his presence, we're going to be talking. He's going to be over there, like not sitting still. Like until I actually achieve something, like maybe it's not time to bring a whole crew with me and film my failure for the next 2 hours.
And you don't want to share your flamethrower whopper.
Even on day one, and this might be true. This might be true, but it just seems so skeptical to us. He's like, you know what? Now, mind you, we hiked in like 30 minutes. He relied on it. He's got a GPS app in his phone, right? Not a regular one, like one built for hikers where you can set these waypoints in the woods that show you where the creeks are. And he's like, ooh, I accidentally went straight to my truck on the first day.
I did go straight to my truck. If that was true, then I'd been hunting for over an hour and a half. And the way I would try to squirrel hunt, even though I've never done it before, I've read a little bit about it. I would go from spot to spot, sit on a rock or a stump or something, and just try not to move and watch the trees for a half an hour to 45 minutes, an hour, and then I'd move to the next spot. And it was like an hour and a half or 2 hours when I sent that text message. It's probably still in our phone thing. You could see like when I sent that. But I started hunting at like 9 in the morning. So at some point, like I found that green field, which was confusing, and I kept walking, and I made my way back to the road, and I found the trucks, and I was like, I've hunted all this part here. I know if I go back, then I just walk through the camp, and there's nothing there. It's those bushes between the road and us. I was like, I've seen squirrels here before. I should drive around, see if I can see them out the window, and then just pull over, walk into the woods, and hunt where the squirrels are. And I thought that was a good idea, and so I did. And I told you guys about it.
There was just a...
the whistling thing. Let me explain that. I didn't want to look like a pussy at any point, but I was legitimately afraid of those snakes. And so, like, all the time when I was walking, I was trying to whistle or clap or, like... I was
shouting the bad thoughts out of your head.
To make the snakes hear me coming, so they would, because the fear is stepping on one.
Mm-hmm.
If you step on it, it's not going to rattle, it's just going to bite you. And like I was so afraid because there was like this undergrowth of green stuff that meant that there was like 8 inches of like ground you couldn't see. Like there was the ground, and then there was this green stuff above it, and you couldn't really see where you were stepping. And I was scared shitless walking through it all the time.
Kyle mentioned how many times he went to his truck. Like every time he went hunting, he even said that one of his hunting techniques was to look out the window of his truck and just like look for squirrels and shit. And
By
he
the
seems
last day,
so
I
much
was
more.
ready to pull a drive-by.
He seems so much
was.
more connected to the outside world. Like I was, in my mental state anyway, lost in the woods without a real great way to get back to civilization. Kyle was like, oh, yeah, we don't really know how to cook this bird. I can get some canola oil. I'll just walk back, head off to Walmart, grab some oil in a pot. And
it's true.
And he was just much more like...
I felt like I offered that, and I'm always offering my ideas up for the group to review.
That's true.
Just like
That's
with
true.
the cookies. When I got those cookies, I did not eat a single fucking cookie. I left them all wrapped up, and I informed the group. I was like, hey, this guy just gave me cookies. I know that sounds insane. A guy just gave me fucking cookies back here. He was like some 70-year-old guy. I honestly don't know the origin, but he said something about his wife sends him out here to give them to the boys. I looked; they were expiring like the day before he was giving them to us. So they were like, I don't know, maybe they own a country store or something, and they're just giving away expired cookies. But I didn't eat them, and I didn't think we should eat them, if I'm being honest. So when Chiz replied back like, "Bring them,"
I have it. I just want to check this thing. Here, I don't know if I can show this to you guys very well, but Kyle wrote.
Here, just read it.
Okay. An old guy just drive by and gave me muffins and cookies. I swear to God.
Because I knew it was outrageous to even believe.
And then Chiz says something about where keys are. And then Chiz says, in all capital letters, I don't know if you can see it. It's right there. Bring them back and share. That's surviving. No way.
And I was like, haha, funny joke in my head, and then continued hunting.
And then Kyle wrote, I won't open them. Battery dying, FYI. And then he came back with no cookies. And
yeah, I didn't bring the cookies back because I didn't think, I didn't eat any. I just left them in the vehicle. I figured, shouldn't do it. But then the group was like, nah, bring those motherfucking cookies. That's surviving. You foraged for those.
Yeah, he
you
was
went out
indigenous to
hunting
the
for
area.
food,
He was no
and
different
you
than a
got
deer.
some.
He's just like a deer.
So I was like, all right, I'll bring them back. And I ate some cookies too. Yeah, those cookies were delicious. They were much better than Henrietta was.
Jordy, do you have any camping experience? Any timberman?
I do, but it's just on in the south of France, and we just go camping with the family. But no hunting. I never killed anything.
Not even like a kitten or something?
Not even like for fun?
Only like 2 kids like last summer, but that was about it.
His
They're
name
still in
is
the
Jordy.
basement, so
It would have been funny to bring Wings on the trip, and he's like, all right, I know how to do this. By day 1, stick the chicken under a bucket. By day 4, it's dead now. We're good.
See this? We kill him and cook him simultaneously. Just put him under his bucket. Yeah, it's nice. Put it next to the fire.
What
They're
happened?
cooking the Georgia sun. Like,
Shit,
so what's camping in southern France like?
well,
Like,
the weather's great, and you just put up your tent and then get really drunk at night at the campfire.
Sounds
Pick up
like
all
Georgia.
the French girls, and
All wine. I have picture
Yeah,
all wine.
wine and dirty cheese.
Where are you from? Are you
I'm
French?
from Amsterdam, the Netherlands.
Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Aha.
Yeah. I'm
Is
one
pot-
of those.
How legal is pot there? Like my mom told me that they were like outlawing it and sort of scaling back on all the coffee shops and stuff.
Yeah, so most drugs aren't illegal here, but they just don't really care if you use it. It's decriminalized. So I think it's less legal than in some states in America, but you can have up to 2 ounces, I think, if that's the correct
Wow.
term. Like
You look
10
like someone who
10
knows
grams
their
of
drug
drugs.
laws.
Like I know my drug laws. I don't do drugs, okay? Like everybody's always like, "Oh, you live in Amsterdam. Oh, you must do drugs and go to the red light district like every day."
Not every day. Sunday
Well,
you
like
gotta
every
rest.
other day, okay?
Yeah,
Every
yeah.
other Sunday, right?
Yeah, that's what I tell them. Yeah. But you can just go up to it's called a coffee shop, and you don't buy coffee over there. You buy weed over there. So you just walk into a store like a bar, and then you just go like, okay, could I have 2 joints, please? Or you go, could I have 10 grams of weed, please? And they're like, yeah, sure. And then just hand you over the weed, and you can smoke it in the place, or you can go outside on the streets and smoke it outside of the streets.
Is it a somewhat embarrassing experience, or is it just like buying
Oh,
groceries?
no. It's like they're all like the bar is like you're walking into just a place people are chilling out, just with their friends. And it's like buying a pack of cigarettes. Like when I used to grow up, I didn't know the difference.
Disgusting and vile.
Well, it's even less frowned upon. I'd say out of personal experience. Like if someone's smoking marijuana here, it's like, okay, you're smoking weed. Sure, you're one of those guys. But if someone's smoking cigarettes, it's like, why are you smoking cigarettes? It's stupid. It's killing you. But like I don't really care about it like at all if someone does it. But I think cigarettes smell, and marijuana has like a pretty good smell to it.
It does.
Chiz and I were trying to push Chiz once for an Amsterdam PKA trip, or at least one that stopped in Amsterdam along the way. I saw this one place where like all the buildings or maybe the streets were like these rainbow colors, and I thought that looked really cool. And I guess there's a lot of historical stuff there and some cool museums.
Yeah, it's not just weed and prostitutes and bikes.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah,
I was like,
selling
what
it
are you?
just on those 2 things.
It's not just weed and prostitutes, Woody. There's going to be stuff for you too. And
That's
he was
the
just
problem
like,
I have. Yeah, it's always like, oh
museum.
yeah, go. Imagine what going to Amsterdam with Kyle is like. right?
Fun.
Go to the hookers, yeah.
Okay, imagine.
They're really cheap, by the way.
Let's get a patron level for that. Go to Amsterdam with Kyle.
Yeah, right.
I think $6,000 will do it. That'll get my ticket, your ticket, and a little spending cash. We'll have a great time.
If you go to Amsterdam with Kyle and you're not into prostitutes and weed, I'm messing this up, then I feel like you're going to spend a lot of time on park benches waiting for Kyle to finish his fun.
I wonder what.
There are no benches over there, by the way. Just saying, you have to stand and wait. Like
You're not selling it.
That would promote hobos.
No benches.
Hobos coming into your area, living on them.
there like almost no hobos, like because we have these shelters.
Because it's cold.
So at the moment it isn't really cold, but like winter, like peak winter, it's pretty cold. But all the hobos, they get free shelters because they're like, yeah, we don't want these guys on the street. Let's just put them into these buildings we don't use anyways.
Yeah.
They get free food. They get
burn the building down. Probably.
Yeah. They close it off and they go like fight it out. Like, you know,
the final solution.
Hunger Games.
Right?
That's what should be done. They should give them a bunch of free pot. Let them wander around until they find their way into another one of those little European countries. And,
well, what they do,
your problem.
yeah, with the guys that drink too much is instead of locking them up and just giving them jail time, like these hobos that drink a lot, they pay in booze. So they're like, okay, if you like, they gotta clean the streets, keep everything clean, and they just get paid in like beer bottles. It's really weird. Like that's Amsterdam for
in
you.
bottles,
I like
like
that.
beer in the bottles.
There's legit beer, like or cans or whatever, beer cans. But they get paid.
Come on, Woody, this sounds great. He's not selling it to you? Maybe we could volunteer at one of these homeless shelters.
Hey, that's the PKA adventure. Is we do, Good Samaritan work in the Netherlands and see how long we can survive on weed and booze. You down? Yeah.
Like if you would ever to come up.
Last one to get syphilis wins.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to the Watch Me Together link. Do you guys still have it?
I believe so. Yeah.
No, I don't know anything about that. I don't think I ever had it.
We need to click on
it's
the
at
link
8:37 in the chat.
I have that now. Yes.
All right. I want to watch this together. Somebody linked it.
I've never used this before. I don't think.
All you need to do is open the page. I got it from here.
All right.
Are you on the page?
I am.
Ready, set. Oh, actually, don't do anything.
Those are the ones you can't bring with you.
I press play.
You did it.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
Can't bring with you.
Not touching shit.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was in control. Jesus.
Well,
People,
shit.
I always submit that a lot of California.
Yeah, we're doing 2 shows now. We just added an 8 o'clock.
Well, we haven't
sold out
added
at
it.
10 o'clock.
It's all fucked. You guys all love your watch together, and then they all make
freak
us
out.
use.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah,
Those are the
ladies
ones you
and
can't bring
gentlemen.
with you.
Oh,
I can't
fuck
bring those people
yeah.
with me.
Yeah,
So we're
just-
doing this place
but
on
even
the
those
22nd
people,
and the 12th.
Why is it echoing? Is somebody? It's one
me.
of you people. It's Taylor, I bet.
I can
No.
I can hear it too. I was like, let me just not say anything.
It's
Well, I
impossible
always
for it to be me.
submit that a lot of that is like how you've.
It's Taylor. Taylor.
My sound is muted,
How you've always approached bad situations.
so there's not even any sound coming from me.
Did you
it.
open like 2 windows?
No. Well, I will check that though. No, that's not it. All right, fuck Watch Together. The shit is shit.
Favorite trip.
All right.
This is exactly what
Tried
happened
it,
last
right?
time.
Yeah, there's a link. Sync up when you're ready.
At what time?
It'll be 1:30, but there's a timestamp in the URL.
Oh, okay, perfect.
I'm there.
All right, ready,
It's
set,
loading. Give me a second.
take your time. Tell me when you're ready.
Take your
Where's
time.
it?
Well, hurry up. But
No, I really like.
Okay, got it.
All right, ready, set, play.
Trips was the one in Alaska, which was the most miserable. But Ranella had a really fucking good point about that trip. And he was talking about things that are fun. He's like, there's things that are fun while you're doing them, and then they're not fun afterwards.
Yeah.
But there's things that are not fun while you're doing them, and they become really fun after you've done them.
Such an interesting point.
Yeah, it's one of his buddies has this scale of fun.
Yeah.
It's like, and the cheapest, easiest fun is like roller coaster rides. But nobody looks back on a roller coaster ride and goes, man, that time we went down a fucking roller coaster, man. Yeah, we did that dude, we went up, we went down with all those other people strapped to our seat.
No. You need an element of suffering. You need to be shivering in the morning and wet. And I think because they've done some studies on what happens when you're in those situations. You create anxiety. Actually creates oxytocin, and oxytocin is a bonding chemical. So when you're going through this shit, when it's raining and you're cold and you're like, fuck, man, this is gonna suck. We gotta go find a deer. It's actually a bonding experience. And what happens is when you think back on it, like, what are you going to do when you're sitting there freezing in the rain? You're going to make each other laugh. It's just silliness. What else are you going to do? And I think
with you and I.
Yeah.
But you and I have a good attitude for that stuff. We can both just accept the fact that we're in a bad environment. There's some people that just can't accept it and they freak out.
Yeah.
Those are the ones you can't bring with you.
I can't bring those people with me.
Yeah. But even those
Where
people,
are they going?
I always submit that a lot of that is like how you've always approached bad situations. Like, how have you
heard enough?
have you learned?
Well, I would say it's also.
All right.
I like that though.
It was an interesting thought, right? Like, I look back on some of this emotional Richard talk that I bring in, and it's like, yeah, that time we hiked like 15 miles a day in Yosemite, like that was a thing I remember. Some of my mancations in Nicaragua, sleeping with the damn cockroaches, and like those are things I look back on and think like these were really cool things that I've done. Some of my athletic stuff. Roller coasters, on the other hand, is the opposite scale in both ways. Like, while you're doing them, it's cheap, awesome fun. I love roller coasters. But like you said, you don't look back on it and say, like, wow, I went through the shit, man. 2 loops in a row. Like, no, it's not a lasting thing. And the kind of, like, fond memories, it tied into me with people with military experience. I have no military experience. But I think about the people that do, and they're like, yeah, like, you can just never get that again. It's oops, I'm doing that video. It's a one-time thing. Still trying.
I don't think you have to go through shit though for it to be memorable. Like, you can go water skiing or something and have that be memorable your first time, or it's a lot of fun and exhilarating and
memorable.
But you don't have to look back on it like, oh man, who could have fallen? Like,
I don't.
There doesn't need to be some tribulation.
I mean, I've been water skiing a bunch of times, and it's a good day, but it's somewhere in between like car camping and roller coaster. Like, it's fun to do. It's a good exercise and a good activity. But like, imagine that you're in a military situation and like that was the shit and it was rough to live through and you're scared and you're there. And Tim Kennedy, it was actually the Joe Rogan show. No, it was Fighter and the Kid. Anyway, they were talking to Tim Kennedy. Tim Kennedy is this like, I don't know what he is, some sort of special forces, Green Beret, Delta Force, Navy SEAL, badass type dude. And like, when people die who are special forces, he's going to the funeral, and one of the wives was like, you didn't know him. Like, I was his wife. You didn't know this guy like I did. And he didn't say it, but in his head he's thinking, no, you didn't know him. This was my brother. Like, this was my man. We were in the shit together. Like, we spent 3 days hiding in woods with enemy nearby, just under the branches, hoping that nobody would find us. Talking, not talking, being scared, like watching each other's backs, willing to die for each other.
Yeah, but they didn't spend weeks or months trading passive-aggressive, manipulative jabs at one another over the dishes or yard work.
I had a fight with Jackie today. We should talk about that. But anyway, they and I could just see like he knows this guy on a level that most people never like get to because you're not going through this shit together like that. But they look back on it as, sometimes the highlight of their lives. There are guys who have military service, especially if it's wartime military service, who just feel like, yeah. When I was like 18 to 22, I did this thing, and the rest of my life never quite matched what I did then. And I don't know, something about these vacations, I hate to compare that to military experience, but
oh no, I feel like it's a good comparison. what we just did, tour in Iraq, potatoes. Yeah,
right. Tomato.
Spent 5 days in the wilderness. 1 bar.
It was so bad. gifts would barely even load. It was outrageous.
We went through
We
this
had
shit
one
together.
chicken.
Yeah, but when I think of things I like to do, I'm right now trying to come up with halfway things, right? Like, so Kyle and Chiz were like, if there's one thing I learned about this trip, never again. I don't know how Kyle feels today, but while he was there, he was like, this is just the worst idea in the world, right? What about Trans-Siberian Railway, right? Like, what if we took a train through Russia?
Oh my God, that sounds. I'd rather spend
Terrible.
30 days in the wilderness with no chicken
No chicken?
than be on a
I'm just
train
not
with a
doing
bunch
that.
of drunk Russians.
If you had no chicken, how would you get sexual relief?
Kyle will be there.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
it fits.
I don't know about that. I ran into a Russian woman one time, and she tried to introduce me to her son in Russian, and I tried to explain that to her that I portray a character, and that no, stop. What does eknakui mean? I think it means fuck you or something like that. And she called me a kurva, and she just got all red faced. I don't want to run into like the 5 actual Russian fans of FPS Russia on the Trans-Siberian Railroad and get like butt fucked in a bathroom and then thrown off the train
Yeah.
somewhere.
Well,
like,
pretend to be us on the internet isn't enough anymore. Eh?
Chiz is fucking like eating in his dining car. And, like,
I can't get up.
"Where's
There's people
Kyle
next
at?"
to me.
I don't know. I'm gonna eat his meal. He's fucking like nobody will ever notice. Like Woody will come back, my food will be gone. He'll assume I came to dinner without him. 2 days go past. I'm in the gulag somewhere. No, I'm not going to Russia. Fucking take us to somewhere that's not a third world country that's cool.
Okay. So
Amsterdam.
yeah, so we go from
Tough.
the southern tip of South America back home without ever renting a car or a plane, right? So it has to be buses, taxis, and trains.
You're so crazy.
right?
That'll be 3
Look,
days.
let me explain something. Like they're going to kidnap you. Your wife is going to give them all your money, and then you're going to come home with minus a finger or an ear. That's how that plays out. And I don't know who they are, if it's Guatemala where they get you, or where it's Honduras, whether you make it all the way to Mexico before someone takes Mr. Gamertag, the rich guy from the internet we've all heard of. But it'll be one of those. Like some South American fan is totally gonna like tell their brother who's in a cartel or something, or is like a professional fucking kidnapper, and they're gonna have your ass. You'll be like, "Come on, get in my taxi, Woody, RSK," and then next thing you know, you're bound and gagged like being held in a bus somewhere.
I'm
No,
hard
I'm
to
not doing
kidnap.
that.
Grr.
Let's go to a first world country with some cool shit. America has so much cool shit. Come on, you know what the West is like. You ever been to Mount St. Helens? That shit's outrageous. It's a lava field that goes on forever. You can take as much of that with you as you want, as long as you don't tell anybody.
I don't know why you'd want to opt for the bus, taxi, train option from somewhere that they're not going to be like that Greyhound that Chiz was on. The people in these countries dream about that Greyhound. You know, in some places the buses don't have actual piles of shit all over the place. No one's taking a piss right next to you, yelling at you.
No one dies on the American buses. Really? No one? Not even the old? No, not even the old.
I want
100% of people make it. Yeah.
I want to take what the a rickshaw,
rickshaw.
a rickshaw powered by
Yeah.
donkey. Like that sounds like part of the
No,
adventure.
the whole fun is
donkey.
making someone carry you.
Have you guys ever been on a rickshaw?
Yeah, that's
No.
what spurred my whole reason. Like, I thought you could get all those hobos and have them pull in rickshaws and race each other.
Yeah, one time, but it was a bicycle powered rickshaw. Like I don't know if that's normal, but
I've been on the. Oh, I saw that. That was in your video when you all went to the
yeah, when we went to
theater or the movies or something like that.
In hindsight, like taking my whole family to the theater via human-powered rickshaw seems a little classist.
I feel like if you had a little whip and you could be like you could work it out with the guy beforehand and be really shitty to him. Oh, can we talk about me being shitty to the waitress? Because I still defend that, and I think Taylor will have some fun hearing about this.
I'll go
Oh
on.
yeah, I would like.
Can
to
I tell the
hear.
story, or would you like to? Because I feel like your version is awfully skewed, and mine will just be.
Give us the true story.
Go ahead.
All right.
Kyle.
So we spent all this time in the woods, right? Like, and I know the chicken was there, but I ate I didn't eat any of the chicken, realistically. I don't think I even swallowed what I ate. And there just wasn't a lot of food. And I'm used to eating a lot. And I was walking a lot. I did lose 9 pounds. I started at 183, ended up at 174. So I was hungry, really hungry, hungrier than I'd been in a long time. And I just had like an aching pain in the bottom of my stomach, and I really wanted that food. So we decided to go to Longhorn Steakhouse. And we get there, and we order our food, and we it's supposed to be on the way. And she asks me, she says, well, which would you like first, your soup or your salad? And I said, whichever you can get to me the fastest. 15 minutes later, the bread's gone. The appetizer still hasn't come. All of our drinks are empty. Chiz ordered a coffee at the beginning of us getting there, like 20 minutes ago. He still doesn't even have his coffee. All of our drinks, like I said, are empty. Like we need refills. Everything's gone, and nothing has come. We've ordered soups, salads, and appetizers. It's not there. And I was just coming unglued. And I go to the group. I'm like, am I being unreasonable here? I'm like, I'm fucking pissed. I was like, I want my food. And Woody's like, I give you permission to do whatever you need to do. And I'm like, I'm about to make a goddamn scene. I was like, they already stuck us with the chunky, unattractive waitress. Like,
Ugh.
Yeah.
We got
right
the
away.
bottom of the barrel waitress. There were much hotter waitresses. There were 5 hotter, and the hottest one was smoking hot. Just huge tits and a big like country western
Second
ass.
hottest one.
And that's what I wanted right then. I wanted to eat that steak off her big country western ass because I hadn't had sex in 5 days and I hadn't eaten anything real in 5 days, and I didn't care which I got first. And I got this fat chunky motherfucker, and she's just not showing up. She's back there eating her food or something, and I'm going to the group. I'm like, what's the deal here, right? Like Chiz, this is fucked up, right? He's like, yeah, fucked up. And even Patrick's like super polite British ass is like, yeah, this is a bit weird, isn't it? Been a while. Been a while. And then Woody's like, yeah, I give you permission to do whatever you want. And I'm like, I'm about to fucking throw my drink in the fucking floor and be like, I made a mess. And while you're here, where's our shit? like I'm about to like take this glass that's like full of ice and lemon and a little water now that it's all melted and like fucking sling it in the floor and make a real mess for her to come clean up. So she has to bring us something, or at least I can communicate with her because she's not even coming within sight. She's been in the back for like 20 minutes seemingly. So finally she came. She had her food, and I asked her.
I have this part on video if anyone would like to see or hear it.
Wait, everything at once? Did you bring out the soup, the salad, and your appetizers, and the entrees all at once?
Not the entrees. The
But
entrees
all
came
the
later.
hot
order.
Ah, bitch. I hate that. I feel like I'm on their time then. You know?
Yeah,
Like they're rushing
I feel
me
like
out.
she was just making there was a serving tray back there, and as each item came up, she was putting it on it, and then she's like, oh, 1 trip. And like, no, you owe us 4 trips in the first 20
Can
minutes.
I jump
like,
in on this?
Yeah, go right
here's
ahead.
the thing. The infamous Woody's terrible to wait staff incident. We got
the tone
there.
of his voice, like he's tricking you.
We got there, we ordered, and 20 minutes had gone by, and we hadn't gotten anything. Not even our drinks yet, right? And Kyle's like, it really was you being a dick, Woody, because that guy had to find someone else working there to open the beer. Which is kind of true. But there was the bartender sitting there, making eye contact with us all 20 minutes. This guy was just fucking off the reservation. On the other hand, the time that Kyle flips out, it was 15 minutes, not 20. We had all gotten our drinks. She had served us. She had served us bread and butter. I was eating.
It's mandatory. Like everybody gets bread and butter. It's like she was slicing it up for us.
We had drinks. We had bread. We had butter. Like we were being taken care of. Not well.
You made it sound like 3 things that she did to us, and like she was like, "What do you want to drink?" And here's the bread that everybody gets.
Yeah, and I asked for 2 drinks. I got water and sweet tea.
She went above and beyond with that water for you. You're right.
Because,
Mother Teresa.
because
She didn't have to bring it.
One of my new things is I don't rehydrate with sugared water. So I just sort of down the waters and then have the drink as a snack, like a treat. Anyway, so we had sort of been taken care of. Now Kyle's right. And 15 minutes is a little slow for soup and salad. But I'll tell you, when it comes to who's the bigger dick to wait staff, I hand my crown to you.
I disagree. And in my defense, here's the thing. I don't know about the times. It's hard to say. Was it 17 minutes? Was it 12 minutes in Chicago? The things that stuck out to me as difference makers in the Chicago altercation was their waiter was underaged and he couldn't open up the thing with the alcohol. And I think they have a thing where all the drinks anyway have to come out together. And so he's like, well, I can't bring Kyle his root beer until I bring Chiz his real beer. And I can't bring Woody sweet tea without Chiz's, beer in tow as well. So I think it took him a while to get a key for that. It took him too long, I'll admit. But when the manager came over and asked if everything was going okay, there was some discussion about shouldn't we have already been served and what's the fucking problem?
No. I did not curse at the manager. That's a thing.
Get Chiz right now. I got 1,000 says you dropped an F-bomb in front of the manager. Don't even. F-bomb in front of the manager.
I don't know.
Loudly.
Okay,
Like
bitch.
a what the fuck? Like it was one of those. F-bomb in front of the manager. In my case, the harshest thing I said to her was, "Don't you work for tips?" Like, because I want to tip you well. If you were working hard for me, like fucking let's give you 20 extra. Because right now I'm very sensitive to how quickly my food gets to me.
It's been so fucking long. All right, it's been sitting here so fucking long.
I stand behind all this.
This was 10 minutes late. No more bread. We're hungry. No more bread. We've been sitting here 15 minutes. Nothing. Look at this. It's clear.
This time it's not even
She
me.
asked me, which do you want first, your soup or your salad? I said, whichever one you can get to me fastest.
Here she comes.
Oh, she's in a hurry. She's done it. She's done it.
She's done. He's big talk.
She'll be glad for it.
She's
Yeah,
done in this establishment. I've got connections way up the Longhorn ladder.
My Russian friends.
I was saying she's done it. She's actually made it here with the food. That's what I was saying. And then I was totally up for like clapping for her as she came.
He was clapping sarcastically as
nobody
she got
wanted-
there. He wanted us all to clap. I didn't follow. I didn't catch on at the
nobody wanted
time.
to join in with my.
I
with my
understand
clapping.
why you were being, kind of bitchy at her, seeing as how you hadn't eaten anything but a chicken that became your friend in the last 5 days. Like,
The
that's
best
it.
part is Patrick. After like I say all this shit to her and verbatim pretty much what I said that I remember. I know I asked her if she worked for tips, and she didn't say anything, and I was like, "Cause come on, like it's been too long. Like I want work for me here." I was like, "Work with me here. Let's go. Come on."
Did you do that, you patronizing ass?
No,
Work
he
with
didn't.
me.
He was like, "You work for tips now, don't you?"
No.
Like it was much closer to my version than,
Brooklyn time.
"Come on, same team, let's do this." No,
That's totally what I was going for. You don't have this part recorded, so
so I'll tell the story any way I want to. No, it was like, "You work for tips, don't you?" Like it was clearly a threat.
yeah, okay, yeah. That's the second time you said it is closer, but it wasn't super pronounced. I was trying not to be a super dick, but anyway, I was being rude to her on purpose. I really was, if I'm being honest, and that was the point of it. She needed to be rude to, like I needed to, like, hey, wake up, you're fucking up, and nobody's gonna call you out on it, but like I'm paying you right now, like, and part of our decision is how much above what you normally get you deserve. So like, don't you work for tips? Like, come on. Like we're hungry. Take care of us. That's
Do you know
literally what I
why
said.
Kyle was so much harsher on this woman who got us drinks and bread immediately and then
She's
took
ugly.
fit because she was ugly and she was fat?
Oh, bring a I would have made that cute girl cry if she treated us like that. I don't care. I certainly was like.
He was nicer to the handsome dude than he was that fat chick.
Was
As
there
he
a
should
handsome?
be.
There was a
Are you
handsome
talking
dude
about
at the
yourself?
Chicago place. Yeah. The pizza guy.
Oh, the pizza guy. Like, I don't think I really talked to him at all. Like, he brought my shit in a timely-ish fashion. I felt like I didn't feel like I wasn't all that angry about the drinks. I don't think I was that thirsty.
Maybe
but
that's
we
the
were
difference.
hungry, and I wanted my shit. And so after she left, like Patrick said something like, in London, I'd be considered very rude. I was like, it's considered very rude here too. That's why. I was like, I was aiming for very rude when I said that to that lady, and like what?
Bullseye. Congratulations.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, it sounds like you were kind of being a dick, like just based on the. It's not unwarranted dickery.
And I
honestly.
asked the group, to my credit, I feel like I was like, hey, look, guys, this is upsetting me. I'm about to melt down here. Is this warranted? And even Woody, everybody was like, yeah, let her have it. Like, yeah, it's been too much. And especially Chiz. Like, as you can imagine, Chiz was just as motivated as I was to get some food in himself. So, like, he was like, yeah, bitch, they brought me he wants that coffee. It's his drug of choice, you know? Like, he needs caffeine.
See if they have cigarettes.
At a restaurant.
So how much did you tip her eventually?
7%.
Yeah. I tipped
Too
her like
much.
the polite minimum, I would say, which was like $9.80 or something.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you were really me, you could have been like, well, like I tipped her $50, so she didn't be complaining. But,
And here's one thing to note. Just think about this before you think I was too big of a dick. After I had that little talk with her, the service quality improved 500%.
It did.
If I
Even
had
the
to,
manager came along like, "Hey, you guys okay? You happy?" And Kyle's like, "She told on me."
Yeah, she totally went back there and got this little chipper little manager bitch to come out and tell us. Nah. I was not
An onion? Yeah.
I was like, and she caught me off guard. Like I'm just eating, and she's there. Hi, and I'm just, what the fuck? What are you? Like I was like, hi, like what are you doing here? Like, I don't kick me out before I can finish.
Yeah. Give me 3 minutes, then berate me. You know.
The worst part about like after I ate that, I ate a New York strip steak, a big bowl of potato soup, which was undercooked by the way. My soup was awful, and I didn't complain, didn't say a word. That salad, which wasn't very good either, but I ate all of it too. And that appetizer, I like 2 hours later, I went to Five Guys and got a large bacon cheeseburger with 2 patties and a huge Cajun fry, and ate all that
Yeah,
shit.
why Longhorn? Why did you guys, as my list of steakhouses goes, Longhorn is damn near the bottom, if not the bottom. Like, there has to be somewhere else.
Outback didn't open until 4 p.m.
Yeah, it was noon. We didn't have a lot of choices.
Yeah, it was the nicest thing we could come up with, that where we didn't have to like drive out of everyone's way, because I was gonna, after dinner, Woody had to go one way and I had to go the other.
And we totally did not go in the direct. Like we were driving there. It was like a 15-minute drive, and I'm like, oh, you know, wouldn't it be great if we were like headed towards home? It's 85 south. No, we were headed towards Florida.
Yeah, but the thing was like if we didn't do that, then we would have had to drive 45 minutes the way that you actually needed to go, and that meant that I had to go 45 and then 45 back, and then I still had stuff to do. It just that's the closest steakhouse, like by far, without going back to J. Peters.
Well, it sounds like you were a little bit of an asshole, maybe overzealous, a little overzealous with getting your steak, but you were hungry. And another thing, you shouldn't have been saying things in earshot that were shitty to her before your food served. That's something that I like never do unless I plan on like walking out.
I know, right?
They will fuck with your food.
Will they really fuck with your food?
I've had enough friends in restaurants to know that they will fuck with your food. Like
I didn't care.
Never
There was nothing she could do to my food that was going to make it unappetizing for me. And actually, it wasn't that good to begin with. She got there and I didn't care for my steak, but I ate every bit.
Yeah, mine wasn't quite right either.
No, yours wasn't cooked right.
Yeah.
Neither was mine.
But I was just in a more chipper mood. I don't know. I didn't have a terrible week, especially after Henrietta. Post Henrietta, I had a breath of fresh air.
How did that taste?
She was
stringy
and tough. She was overcooked and stringy somehow, but
we boiled her before we fried her. I think that's part of the problem.
we cooked her. The boiled her for way too long, and I knew it. I was like, I think we were just supposed to dip her, and Kyle's like, more is better. I was like,
and it was
just
so
leave it in there.
We boiled her so good that when I go to pluck the feathers, all the skin comes off in my hand, and I'm just like, well, keep going. So I rip all the skin off.
Skinless fried chicken.
But
yeah.
I was the one that
I boiled my fucking hand.
On his glove. I was the one that cut the meat off the bone, or at least like 90% of it. And so the pieces were too small. Like a better version of me might have carved it like a turkey dinner, but I just felt like, I don't know, like it was hard to do.
Those were appropriate. No, I thought that those pieces were perfect, like for what we were doing. I think it was bad because we boiled it for too long beforehand. Because if you remember, as you're cutting the meat off the chicken, it's already white. And it was cutting super easy, like cooked chicken almost. Like we boiled that chicken.
And I didn't have
but if you cut it in bigger pieces, even if it was a little boiled, you could have thrown the bigger piece with the bigger surface area into the oil, let it sit for just as long to crisp up the outside, and it's not going to make it as like dense and like.
Bigger pieces would have been better, I think. But
Sure.
And also it was a small chicken. Like it wasn't like I don't know if it was full-grown meat bird or whatever, but it wasn't a big example of a meat bird, right?
Yeah, it still didn't have those fucked up legs that they show on the Discovery Channel.
It had a fucked up toe. Kyle had a chicken voice. I don't know that I can do it, but he's like, "Hey guys, we're friends now. You want to fix my dislocated toe?"
Yeah, he had that one little broken toe.
Yeah, one toe went off to the side. He's like, "Yeah, we're gonna fix it. We're gonna live forever together, right?"
Yeah. Is that what you guys think it was thinking as you were holding it down? Hey, after we're done here, I'm gonna go back eat some more bugs near your bung. Notice they were getting to be a bit of an issue.
Why?
Had to go.
Looking at you like the bad guy in those movies where they're already shot, just kill me. Like,
I
do
felt
it.
bad.
Finish it.
I felt so bad. I didn't want to kill that fucking chicken. There was nothing to eat, though. There was no animals in those goddamn woods that would come anywhere near us. Like, I saw lots of tracks from the beaver, and I saw lots of pig tracks, too. And I think I probably could have went over there, like, above us and, like, hunted over that like, ditch, but I just didn't want to. That's really the reason I didn't go. It might have been a good idea, but, like, I didn't even know where I'd go.
I just can't believe you didn't get anything.
We didn't
Like,
see
that's
any.
almost
Woody said he saw a squirrel one day.
Yeah, but I didn't have a good shot at it. I was fishing, and I was like fishing with 2 rods, so I'm really out in the woods, quiet for like hours. And while I'm there, I've got my shotgun next to me, like just in case a thing happens. Because if you're quiet in the woods, and there was like feral pig tracks near me and beavers dams near me, and I'm fishing, and it's like this is the place where all the animals seem to come. I'll sit here with my shotty in case they do, and. In the trees, I looked up and I heard like the squirrel rustle. And then, you know how you look through the leaves and like there's little patches of blue sunlight? He jumped across it. And I'm 100% sure I saw a thing. Could have been a bird, could have been a squirrel, a spider monkey. I don't know. But I saw it jump across. And then I grabbed my gun and I waited for any kind of hint that like, something moves again, I'm going to shoot that spot. And that I didn't get that opportunity. And I nearly shot the spot anyway. Yeah, I nearly shot it anyway. I'm like, well, it seems like he went from there to there. I'll just shoot, and maybe the buck will spread and hit a thing. But I didn't shoot it. Nothing I couldn't see.
Did you guys shoot at all?
No, but at
Like
the very
anything?
end of the trip.
Were you like, fuck this shit, and just start shooting in the air, trying to hit some birds or something?
Well, our cameraman was British. And it was like, well, you know, since you don't live in a real country, I'll give you an opportunity to experience a little freedom. And he shot my shotgun. So
How do you like
Did you
it?
hit anyone?
well, I know I had him aim at a bank of dirt, so we'd know where everything was going. And he said the recoil was not as bad as he expected it to be. He's like, so I guess this is like not a bad one. I was like, it's a 12 gauge shotgun. That's really as bad as most normal guns get.
Yeah, it was a pretty legit shell in there, too.
Yeah. So people, I don't know. Most grown men, and he's a grown man, don't like have a huge problem with gun recoil. You know, it's not a big deal.
Yeah. So how were the crawdads? You were the only one who ate one.
Bad. I see now. I watched a video on how to cook them in advance, and apparently it involves a lot of fresh water. Like you catch them and then you rinse them. Just pour lots of water off them until they look until the water running off them is clean, which can take like 15 minutes, and then you cook them and you repeat that process. You know. Tons of clean, clear water until like post cooking you did that. We didn't have access to any of that kind of water, so we just tossed them, cooked them, and then I ate it. And
To our credit, though, they smelled great. Like, I poured a bunch of paprika and salt in the water till it was like foggy and red, and when they came out of that water, they looked and smelled like something that you would get in a restaurant.
they did, and but the problem is once I like took the shell off. And I read, like, you snap its head off and you suck out the inside. There was so much poop in there that I'm like, I'm not sucking that out. And I'm, like, scooping the poop out with my finger. And I don't even know if I got anything from the head at all because it was just filled with shit. And then I go to the rest of it, and I'm like, there's poop everywhere. But there's, like, in the middle of it, there's like a ditch almost, like it's V-shaped, the insides of his body. So I'm just like pulling that thing out, scooping that out. And by the time you get all the shit out, you're like, wow, it seems like 60% of the content of a crawdad is shit. And I'm like trying to nibble, you know, and I'm like, yeah, it's very small. The 2 crawdads combined had about as much meat as my pinky, maybe.
Doubt that much. I doubt it.
It really.
I ripped mine in half too. I say mine, the one I picked up. I ripped it in half too, and I looked. And you're right. It was just like there was some white meat in there that looked a lot like lobster meat. It kind of ringed the interior of the thing. But in the center cavity, that's where it keeps a whole bunch of shit.
All that
I don't
shit.
know why there's that much shit in there.
Yeah.
Like I don't think there's that much shit in me right now. Like it was a huge amount, and it was just like I gotta like. And like it was like washing, and I was like, nah, I don't want to eat anything that's just been adjacent to shit, much less like covered in shit. Like you have a snack there covered in shit, I'll pass.
Yeah,
So-
that's just very true. And in my head, I was still thinking like, all right, I can catch like a couple of these a day. I can survive. I can thrive out here in the woods. And I watched a lot of survival programs, and they're like dead tired, barely able to make it. They catch like one lizard, and suddenly they're like, all right, second wind. With this lizard protein, I can catch more lizards and build a net and a structure and all that fun stuff. And I thought that was going to happen to me, but no. I like.
I was like, you know what, Woody? You have them both.
You've earned it.
That's what
You remember this when we get that squirrel. I want that. Pay it forward.
There was just hardly any food in that thing. The seasoning was nice. Kyle was smart to bring that, but there was not much food in a crawdad. And I
I
think
figured you would at least go back and try again, like on a subsequent day. Like you can try making it differently or something. Like you seemed really hungry and irritable. All of you.
in hindsight, I wish I had spent more time hunting. I don't know. It just would have been. I haven't really done any hunting, and it's not that much effort. Like if me hunting, I would have just gone deep enough that I wasn't anywhere near the campsite or within earshot of it, and done a lot of waiting. Like go to a comfortable spot and wait for like 90 minutes, and see if I could get anything. Because that almost worked with the fish, but I just wasn't paying attention to the sky as much as I would have been had I been focused on squirrel. But I didn't really do that.
Did you guys get a nibble of any fish the entire time?
No, nor the water was clear, so you could
Never
really
saw the
see. I never saw a fish or any hint that there might have been a fish, and it was really only deep enough to house like fish of eating size,
There
right
was a
where
big
we were.
fish in there. I swear to God. Like that day that I was back there and I sent those pictures and everything, I saw a catfish that was like long. It was like this.
Kyle's
long.
talking about several days before the trip.
Yeah, it like I was like standing on that bank and it swam toward me and under the bank I was standing on, and I was just like, holy shit! Like this is the spot. Clearly, like this is a pond with fish in it out in the wilderness. Like, but no, not even close. And we were like trying to sling our hooks into like the crevice that I thought he was in, and like it just.
I spent a lot of time with bait right where Kyle said the fish was, and there was never any evidence that a fish had been there.
Nope.
What about insects? Did you guys eat any insects? Like
Oh,
bugs?
thousands. Oh, constantly the whole time I was eating insects. No, fuck no. No.
Well, you can deep
Maybe
fry
10
those too. They're like, it's pretty nice.
You
What?
throw
It's like
one
a
of
nice
you-
snack.
It's just to go poof and be gone. Like there's no deep frying it. What, you batter up a scorpion or something?
Yeah, I
There's-
don't know.
Yeah,
There weren't
Some
any
caterpillars.
So, I mean, hypothetically, you're in the
Pretty
woods and
Or
you
worms.
and you have muffins. How many insects do you eat?
True.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
you
still,
could
if you're
try
like
at least
really hungry.
one.
Yeah.
You could have tried deep frying like a
For the video, right?
cricket. It wouldn't
I
even
didn't see any
be
crickets.
mushy or anything after you
Use
deep
your
fry
shotgun to take it out, you know?
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Take out
I saw one snake. I saw a woodpecker.
I saw one unidentified squirrelish thing. I saw 2 crawdads. I caught both of them, or crawfish, I call them, and that's it.
Did you like the picture of the meal that I texted you guys?
No, we didn't.
No. Have you watched the video of me catching the second crawfish? No?
I haven't seen it. No.
There was like 40 minutes of footage of me in this epic battle trying to bring a crawfish. I don't know how he edited it down, but it was.
When you're grabbing them and they were flipping at you, that was my favorite part.
This is when he was still, like in the. Basically, I had a rod, and I would bring him over. I'd get him like 2 inches closer to shore, and then he'd let go, and I'm like casting it again. I got really good at aiming the casting. It wasn't that far from me, and I just like drag the bait right by him, and he'd grab it, and I'd get him like 6 inches over, and he'd run 4 back, and just it took a long time for me to get him onto shore where I could catch him, like a long time.
I'm up
Just
for
to have a
watching.
shitty.
I'm up for
trip.
watching some if you want to. I haven't seen any of the video yet.
I have a
so
whole new topic. I don't know if you want to get off survival talk or not.
okay.
All right, this is a video that I think we'll all enjoy. Cue up at 0.
This may be inappropriate. Blah blah blah.
I've watched
I'm
it
at
before.
zero.
I've seen this one.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Probably a
It's
lot
great.
of people have.
Love it.
This guy is a bit of a stunt man. Are you guys all queued up at 0?
Yep.
Ready?
I had to sign in.
Ready?
It's not inappropriate.
Ready, set, play.
Nah.
Hey guys, I'm Jeff Bill. First we gave you Cactus hand grab, and now I present to you Cactus body slam.
No.
He really does it.
I believe
Green
it.
means go.
Oh shit! No, it doesn't.
Dude!
The worst is getting out. Like getting in is easy, but getting out.
Help me now! Help me now!
Look how bad that is!
What an asshole. This guy just leapt like a luchador onto a giant cactus.
And now they're pulling out the.
So many in his ass.
everywhere.
Thank God he was wearing thin boxer shorts. Been his ass.
His friends are all like double teaming him right now, yanking them out, and he is bleeding from a dozen pricks.
Oh, look how
they're
deep
in
that
good.
was.
Like that one was in a half an inch at least.
thing.
The hand thing. He has boxing gloves on, and they weren't able to protect him. These things go so deep.
Oh man.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, not the elbow. Oh, it's in deep.
Out of his vein. Shooting
Oh,
up,
it's
man.
in the vein. Blood went everywhere.
I said I'd do it, so I did it. There you go. It fucking hurts, man.
Funny
Well,
if
he
someone
did
knocked
get
him
8
into it.
million views.
It's
Well, at
fucked.
least I got my 6-pack of natty ice, you know?
Was that guy British? Could you guys
that's
tell the
awful.
accent?
Oh, that's great. What a
Because
dude.
he had that American body. Was he British? I don't know. But it was pretty badass. Like, I saw that, and it was like, that guy, he didn't half-ass that in the slightest.
No.
No.
he didn't. You can't
He went-
half-ass that. He would have whipped his... He had to jump far enough that his head overhung the other side of the cactus. Otherwise, it just would have been a face plant.
Yeah.
Bunch of facial
How
contusions.
horrible. Oh man. So he does a lot of that?
I don't
He just
know.
do it like
That's the only video
does
of
a lot
his
of
that
that.
I've seen. Apparently, he did a hand
Cactus
grab once
dodgeball.
before.
Pool ball nut shot. Fair enough.
You're looking at his library of jackass stunts.
Yeah.
Do it yourself lip piercing. That's great.
Okay. Well, I gotta go back and check now, Jordy.
Damn you,
Cactus
Jordy.
karate chop. He has some great content on his channel.
This guy's got a lot of subs.
500,000 almost. That was an 8 million view video. That's a big video.
That's a quarter of his views.
Is it?
Yeah. So you know what? Maybe it put him
So
on the map.
8 million views is probably worth. Is it 16 grand, 20 grand?
16 grand's a good call.
Of that video?
Yeah.
Probably 10. It's a short video. too.
Good call, good call. They don't monetize as well when they're a minute and a half long.
Oh, never mind. It's age restricted. You didn't get anything.
Anything?
So,
Do you think he's at 0?
Well,
Yeah,
maybe
it's
it got
zero.
age restricted because it got like 1 million views in the first period of time.
But I mean, are there literally no ads on age restricted videos?
No, you
Nah.
don't pay anything.
No,
It's
you
a
haven't paid anything.
the new rules thing they have, or
That's-
they've had the age.
That's been
restriction.
old. Like when I
Yeah.
shot Chiz with the pepper spray and the
That was
taser and all, they
Jeremy.
age gated that like immediately, and so I took it down. I was like, "Nah, I'm getting paid, bitch," and I like uploaded it again, but I like put like a warning at the beginning, like, "Don't worry, we had like a ambulance or something like there," and then they did it again, and I was like, "Well, this is just a wash." So I like called the network. Kitty was out in L.A. with them. And I'm like, Kitty, like fucking nudge Aaron, get him to fucking hit up YouTube and fix this shit. Like, I'm not making any money here. And she's like, well, what's the title of the video so we know which one? And I'm like, it's the latest one. Yeah. What's the title? And I'm just like, tased, pepper sprayed, and shot with rubber buckshot. And she's like, what kind of video? And it's like, shit. So no, they never got it undone. Never made a dime off of it.
Aw.
That sucks.
Although
You
I
see this
think
guy's
they-
most recent videos, he's not quite as fat, which means that he was berated enough on his channel to lose weight.
Who? Wait, what is
You think
this?
that's what did it?
Wait, what?
Oh, that's absolutely
Who are we
ridiculous.
That's
talking
always
about?
good to see.
The Cactus Man.
Children are Poseidon.
Oh, he's eating a cactus too in a video.
That reminds me. Have you guys seen that fat people hate video? It's super viral right now. It sounds like Kwebbelkop is the Kwebbelkop.
Is it the one with the
the pretty
the
blonde?
lady?
Yeah.
That's not fat people hate.
It is.
I haven't
It
seen it. What's it
is.
about? Well, other than the obvious. Like,
I thought it
Can
was
you
good.
describe it better than me, Jordy?
I don't know. Like I just saw some videos on it. Like I'm not in it
Okay,
or anything.
it's like 10 minutes long, and it's basically saying that people who are in favor of body acceptance and happiness and whatever, like, no, just own that it's your fault and fix your fucking problem. And you know, I think she tells a story of her being on a plane where she just didn't accept people being fat and decided to push the fat from that person back. We'd watch it together, but it's like 10 minutes long.
I
But-
watched the whole thing.
Oh, you know the one?
Oh yeah.
Is
I
it like
loved
a
it.
pretty blonde did it?
Yeah, she kind of reminded me of what's her name? That's a terrible. You know, she reminded me of what's her name?
Oh,
that other
right.
lady. Yeah.
That other blonde,
the other
girl who
blonde
makes
one, of
YouTube
course.
videos.
Yeah.
The
I
other
thought
blonde
she-
that makes YouTube videos. You're either talking about Jenna Marbles or I just
Yeah,
Eat.
she reminded me a bit of Jenna Marbles.
Okay.
She's smart. She seemed smart. She seemed funny. She seemed aware of the fact that it was silly that a blonde girl was having to point these facts out to people. Like she made a little joke about that. I felt like I liked her editing. I liked her look. I thought did a really great job. I really enjoyed the video. She kept me entertained for the whole time, which is hard to do. And she kept the quips coming. She kept the jokes coming, and she kept being unrelentingly honest about the fact that you don't get any. You're fat. You just eat too much. Like, it's not a disability. You weren't born gay. You weren't born a black. You're not being oppressed. You're not being picked on because of something that's okay
That's
to
out of
do.
your
Like, you're being picked
control.
on because you're doing something stupid and we're laughing at you for it. Like, that's what you get. Like, you walked around and like rubbed shit on your face and that was just your thing. You don't
Shit
get
acceptance.
special.
Hashtag shit
Yeah.
acceptance.
Hashtag shit acceptance. Like, no, there is no shit acceptance. You walk around stinking like that. Like, nobody wants to be part of you. We're gonna call you out, shit face.
You need to respect my right to walk around with shit all over my face and go in restaurants where other people have to eat. Hashtag meth acceptance. You know? You can't tell me what to do, man.
Yeah. I see it the same way. You know, you're killing yourself. So I can make fun of your diabetes if I want to.
I saw this.
Only one type.
I saw this response video where this chubby blonde spent 10 minutes nearly in tears talking about how that video ruined her day. That she was having a great day. She just did some interview about body acceptance and loving who you are. And then she saw that video and it ruined her. And I wasn't able to watch all 10 minutes of it. About 6 or 7 minutes. I made it pretty deep in. I'm like, oh my God, she is still fucking working.
Wait, so she was interviewed about body acceptance. So she's that into that culture. And then one video ruined her. That's like if Richard Dawkins watched like a Rich Perry or whatever Perry commercial. It's like, I believe in creationism. And I think we need to teach about the Bible. And Richard Dawkins just broke down weeping. Like, ruined my day. All of my work for nothing. They know it's false. Like, you would only get that reaction if someone knew at their core that what they were saying was kind of disingenuous.
Yeah, Blondie's making good points. What's her name? Let's give her the.
I don't know. You'll have to look it up. But
There's a second story, but we'll talk about this first.
I wonder if we'll get to a stage where this happens with like religion. I was going to say Christianity, but any of them will do. Where like, you know, I was having a really good day. I went to church and I thought I saw Jesus because there were like sun rays coming through leaves and you could see like, you know, the individual rays. So that was God. And then I watched a YouTube video that poked a hole and said that it was actually just sun.
And on the way home, I saw a magnet on the back of someone's car with science written in it. Science in our fish. Like, like yeah, that's silly.
I saw
Her
a
name
magnet.
is,
Why was this a big deal? Like, who freaked out?
Her name is Nicole
all those fat
Arbor, by the
acceptance
way.
Tumblrina motherfuckers. Yeah, all the fatties did.
Yeah, I don't spend enough time on Tumblr to like really get the culture and stuff. But like apparently this is a huge body acceptance movement, and this woman just like shat all over it.
You know what that
And-
movement should be for? It should be people with like lazy eyes or amputees.
Gorbachev
or, like,
likes
you have
purple
one of
skin.
those- Yeah,
Yeah,
you've got
those-
that, like,
well, I don't, no,
Gorbachev
no,
with
no,
smart-
they don't get into our circle. No, you leave them out where they belong. Let's not
Yeah,
get
then
too
it-
far ahead of ourselves. We don't accept everyone. We got to have standards here.
There's some people who just can't control it. Like you mentioned, you know, people with like cleft palates who live in third world countries, people
Yeah.
who are Irish. Like, it's not their fault.
Those Joaquin Phoenix looking motherfuckers out of here, as far as I'm concerned. The Irish. You know, we're bringing in 10,000 Syrian refugees into the U.S. That's what Obama was saying. Where are they going to put them? They just going to disperse them, or are they going to create like a Syrian refugee island somewhere?
An island. That's creative.
That sounds
Yeah.
nice.
Hawaii Islands. The one that nobody goes to, like with no hotels. Just give
That should be Hawaii's punishment. for being
Oahu, whatever.
cocksucker.
That Syrian thing is a big deal. So I'm going to attempt to explain the Syrian thing for guys that aren't following it at all. Apparently, there have been Syrian refugees for years now, and it's like a really big deal. And they've been like smuggling themselves into other countries and stuff, and mostly Europe. And recently, someone who was was he trying to get to Europe? I forget where, but a little boy washed up on the shore. And
I think that he was trying to get to Spain,
Okay.
or Italy, or one of those.
Thank you. And a little boy washed up, and he was like 5, and he was like a cute little boy, but he was dead. And
Not much of a swimmer.
That's a long swim.
Not sure
you
how-
can only do it a pool and back, Kyle.
yeah,
You're not
Kyle,
gonna
you
do
know,
it.
you're in no position to throw swimming stones.
Hey, I bring my life jacket with me. I know that. I know my
Anyway,
limitations.
There could be turtles, Kyle.
something about
Sea
this
turtles.
Don't get sick.
Like when you hear like, you know, 10,000 people died or something over the course of some years, it's like a statistic, right? It's like, well, those aren't even real Americans. But when you see one dead boy on the beach, yeah, that's a joke. Then suddenly it's like, oh my God, like this is such a tragedy, you know?
You didn't see that truckload full of them? They were being smuggled in like
I did.
the truck, and when they opened the doors, the bodies are all piled up. Like
And they were dead, right?
yeah, they're dead.
So
Why are they smuggling dead people?
someone said like 10,000 dead people is a statistic, one dead person is a tragedy, and that kind of like it made this big movement when people saw the little dead boy, and now there's like this greater awareness of it. And these are Syrian refugees. Like they're not immigrants. Like they're refugees in that if they stay where they are, they will kill them. Right? These are people that need to escape some sort
So-
of tragedy.
So there's millions
thing.
of them. There's millions of these people fleeing, and they're going to all the different European countries. Some of them are but it's causing a huge problem because you've got some people like Pakistanis who are saying, "Oh, I'm a Syrian refugee. Let me into your cool country that I've always wanted to go into." And then you've got ISIS coming outright and saying, "We're going to take advantage of this situation to put our militants among these Syrian refugees and have them be accepted all over the world. We're going to send we're going to use this to export terror all over the world." because
ISIS
you've got
has
this-
said they already have thousands of people that took advantage of that.
Sure. So a lot of the countries are being like, we'll take 2. And then some countries are being like, you know, like the UK, I know, like England is being pretty stingy with this, and I'm not blaming any countries for not wanting to take them. I don't know what I would do if I'm the leader of one of these European countries, but I know that England is being pretty stingy with the whole thing. When you've got places like Germany where it seems like half the population isn't so happy with it, but I keep seeing these touching moments where the refugees are in Hungary or Germany or Austria or wherever, and the Austrians are like, "Oh yeah," like clapping for them as they come off the bus. And then I read today that Obama was talking about accepting 10,000 to the U.S., and I'm just wondering, like, I'm sure they go through a screening process, so it's not even in my head like, "Oh, I bet they're letting terrorists in." The 10,000 that they let come to the U.S., I bet are going to be squeaky clean and just need a place to go because
That's
we,
just for
we
the U.S. though. Like those,
Yeah.
however many, like hundreds of thousands who are getting into Germany, they are
Millions,
refugees,
millions.
after all. They're not walking up like, all right, and here are my papers, here's my passport, here's this, run a background check on me and make sure that I'm all good, and then I'm going to go do exactly what you're telling me to do. Like a lot of these people are just going to be like, you got to just take my word on it. You know?
And
You're
one of the
rich.
big issues is it strain on their welfare system, right? So, like in some of the northern countries, I called them Baltic before, which I think was a
Nordic?
mess up. Nordic, thank you. In some of the Nordic states, like they have like a minimum income. I'm not an expert on this, but like they literally will just give you enough money to survive if you're in there. And these refugees just sort of go in some people feel like they're skipping over like the Spains and Italys of the world, going straight to Netherlands or something to get like a more hooked up standard.
Is that how
of
it is,
living.
Jordy? You guys got a living wage? Can I just come there and not
Yeah,
do
yeah, we
shit?
do. Like if you
Now,
if
can
you-
I use that money for prostitutes? Is that legal okay too?
yes, and if you're disabled, you get prostitute
Is-
coupons.
Is there anything I can't
Legit,
use?
legit.
Is there
If you're too fat.
anything? Is there anything that I can't legally use that government money for? That's my question.
Well, like some drugs are not allowed here.
Which
but
drugs are
nobody-
not allowed? Like, tell me. Like,
Well,
I can still do
ecstasy
my
is
meth.
not allowed.
Ah.
Just well, like literally, if I go out right now, within 5 minutes, I can get cocaine, ecstasy, LSD, and shrooms.
PKA truck
literally-
deal.
I
Make
can,
it
I can get the
Oculus Talk.
stream on my phone. I'll walk out. I'll go up to the first drug dealer. He'll come up to me. He'll be like, "What about coke, weed?" You know. So I always
Why
respond.
would you buy
with,
weed
"When
from a drug dealer in the Netherlands?
yeah, like I'm like, why would you sell weed? Like I can just go here and just buy some weed. But my reply is always like,
Yep. Like, you got a Coke on you? Like, what else you got? Like, I don't
yeah,
wanna
no,
go
I
to
go like, do you want to buy Coke, Fanta, 7-Up? You know?
All right.
No, you can't buy
But,
guns.
Well, that's
No,
I
no,
guess-
like guns are a big no-go. Like my neighbor used to have a gun, and he was like really drunk, and they wouldn't serve him any more beers. So he went back home, got his gun, walked up to the to the bar, put his gun down, and he's like, "I'm having another beer." And then they were like, "Okay, let's just call the cops," and they raided his house, which was right next to my house. So it's like 3 a.m. I could hear like, "Get in the ground, get in the ground," you know, in Dutch. And I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" I was just fell back asleep. Turns out they raided his house to find the gun, and he was hiding it somewhere, and his whole house was like fucked up, and it was just like a pistol. Like,
Is
I-
it legal? Like,
no,
is it
no,
legal to
like
get guns?
you're not allowed to have any guns unless you have a gun, like a license for it, which you can only have if you go to the shooting range. But you're not allowed to have magazines at home, I think, something like that. But it's basically like if you have a gun, you're like, oh, you're a criminal now. Here, so that's a pretty big difference. But
you're all
drugs
over
are
there-
fine.
You're all like doing rails of Coke, fucking
Yeah,
fucked up on
from
ecstasy,
hookers, like, and it's all legal, you know.
Like, with that
Like
pistol.
smoking a joint, you know, on the streets. No, but like guns are a big no-go. Like when all my friends come to, sometimes when friends come to Amsterdam and they want to test out the weed, they go and buy a joint. And like every time we walk out, like, because we have like loads of police officers patrolling the areas and stuff, I always go like, "Oh, the cops are here! Put out the joint!" And they just throw the joint on the ground, put it out. I'm like, "Don't worry, I'm just joking. Like it's totally fine." Like police over here is really, really relaxed too. Like I've never had any problems with them. Like
That's what we would do with you with guns here. Like, a cop, put your gun away.
Yeah, like-
he probably wants to see it. It's
don't
fine.
arrest me!
Like,
Don't arrest me!
as soon as I picked Patrick up from the airport, he's like, "I've never even really seen a real gun," and I was like, "Well, no, you have now." like they even want to meet. He's like, "This is heavy."
Look at this! Oh, oh.
Exactly. Yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed having Patrick. There was a little bit like I know he got some hate from some people because it took him a little while to get the videos rendered and edited and uploaded and all that. And I wish that had gone down faster. But as far as my experiences with Patrick on that trip, A1.
Yep.
Like he never bitched and complained. He had real food out there.
What was
And
What'd you
What?
say?
what was he eating?
SpaghettiOs.
yeah, he was eating
Ramen
SpaghettiOs.
noodles.
And he would be careful like he didn't even want to eat the SpaghettiOs in front of us because they thought they were too tasty. And whenever we were like picking foods out at Walmart, like he didn't want to get anything that was going to like smell really good and like be annoying to us. And I was telling him, I was like, you should get that fettuccine Alfredo over there in that packet. You just add boiling water and it's going to be really tasty. And like he was like, nah, I'll just get this awful like spaghetti and meatballs and ramen noodles. And yeah, he was
Yeah.
really cool about that.
He also
never
didn't eat that much. He felt bad about eating in front of us, and of course he had some meals, but it wasn't like he had 3 squares.
What a nice guy. I would have done the exact opposite. I would have got delicious smelling food and then got like a pumpkin pie candle just to have on. You guys don't mind, do you? Like,
Yeah. He was a really good guy. There was a Reddit thread that was like, Woody was totally harsh on that guy. And a lot of people were like, wow, that sounds terrible. What a jerk. But it was an unreleased PKN. And like no one could actually see. I wasn't a jerk at all. Like I was not nearly hard. I listened. I was like, give me timestamps. I don't know what you're talking about. I listened to it, and it was just me explaining like, he was editing in Premiere Pro. He was trying to encode with media encoder, but it kept failing. And it was a particularly slow kind of fail. Like it would render for 4 hours or something. I made that number up. And then it would stop at 99% for like 4 hours before he gave up on it and said, well, I guess it's just never going to do that last percent. And that kind of thing is super time consuming.
Yeah. So regardless of all that, I thought he did a great job. I enjoyed hanging out with him when we did. He wasn't like annoying or didn't have a grating personality. You know, I was kind of worried. You know, we're about to go spend a week with a stranger in the woods. Like, are we gonna end up like kicking this guy's ass and like having a really frustrating time with him or something? Like, what's gonna go down? But he fit in just fine. Never had an issue with him. Never got mad at him at all.
That's good.
Did you get mad at me?
It's a yes, because it wasn't an immediate no.
Yes, with the Taco Bell comments. Yeah, that pissed me right off. Like, yeah, that's in the night. That's in one of those confessionals. I feel if that's up, we should play that. If my confessional, when like I was just fed up and
was
really
was that day 4?
I think it's 3. I think it's 3.
There isn't 3 the one we watched. No, we watched 2.
We watched 2. I think that I would be totally down for watching night 3 confessionals because I think I let both of you have it. I'm like, I give both. I'm just like, this one shouldn't have done this, and then I had things for both you and Chiz that I was
motherfucker.
unhappy.
You would go sneak out of camp every morning, go straight to your truck, and not return. The day Katie got locked out of the house, 45-minute drive each way. Right, it says an hour and a half. He's gone for 2.5 or 3 hours.
Oh, that's success. That's not true.
And he's like, I had a Pepsi, but I swear I turned down this spiced ham sandwich she offered me.
That's not even like.
That's why you didn't shit the whole time. You took a nice, comfortable porcelain poop when you got back there.
No, I didn't. No, I went back. I drank a Diet Pepsi out of the refrigerator, and I came back. And I didn't have a choice. She fucking locked herself out of the house. Like Kitty leaves her keys. There's a deadbolt and there's a bottom one. She used the wrong key. There's nothing I could fucking do.
He had to help her.
I believe you. I'm just giving you shit. Like,
yeah.
It's no big deal.
Yeah.
If you had gotten Taco Bell, that would have been the smart move.
There's really not even any restaurants on the way between my house and the place. That's what I was telling Chiz. I was like, I probably would have stopped if there was something on the way. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
That whole thing was awful. Yeah, that pissed me off, and I think I was mad about. I don't know what my problem with Chiz was. It was probably something about him doing nothing, or I think I mentioned we should watch it. Can we watch it?
Okay, all right.
That's what it was. You were very adamant about you being out all goddamn day and coming back and Chiz having done nothing and everything looks the same, not cleaned up.
Yeah, I just felt like I would leave all day, and granted, I guess the people who are staying behind might be like, wonder what he's doing all day, but I was fucking hunting. Like I'm just out in the woods, and like the place is 17,000 acres. I don't know if you can picture that, but it's so big that I could drive for 4 miles and still have plenty of room to go, and then get out and hunt. And there's like tons of spots along the way, so I would drive a little bit, get out, hunt for half an hour, and I would repeat that process. And sometimes I'd stay for an hour, sometimes I'd stay for half an hour. Sometimes I'd just park the truck on the side of the road and walk out 20 yards into the woods.
So do you want to watch just your confessional, or do you want to watch the confessionals from day 3? Yours is second.
I would like to watch all of them, but it's your call.
There should be a tease. Like a tease to watch the rest of them on their own. I know Kyle's
just cut it out
good.
halfway. Yeah.
All right, we'll watch just Kyle's then. And you know what? Let's watch Kyle's and then go on to mine, because I bet you'll find that I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to talk too soon, but I bet I'm like a totally cool guy, in spite of the fact that like, Kyle goes and like, whatever, drives around his truck, hunting.
You sat in your truck for 5 hours charging batteries with the engine running, eating cookies. I drove to hunting spot.
Most of those cookies were gone. How'd that happen, Kyle?
How many total cookies did you guys eat? Like realistically, how many cookies and how many muffins?
There was a box of 18 cookies. When I got to it, there were like 7 left, and I split them with the cameraman.
No, that's not accurate.
Do the math.
I think I ate 7 cookies total, and it was over a 2-day period.
I love that we're arguing now.
And I ate 2 muffins.
Let's watch Kyle. I have it queued. I'm
4126.
Yep. You guys all ready?
Yeah, I have an ad.
Sweet.
Supporting you. Get that money. Get that half a cent. Yeah. Okay, I'm ready.
All right. Ready, set, play.
So what's today? Day 3?
Oh.
Day 3. Day 3 was the worst day. I think tomorrow will be even worse, though. It's been awful.
I got up again this morning, like super early. Well, I got up this morning at 9, and went hunting again. And I don't know how far I walked. I got in the truck and I drove around again, and just hit up like 6 or 7 different locations, I guess. I stopped at 5 and got out and walked. And then there were like multiple times where I'd pull over and kind of sit there and look around and see if I saw anything. Just didn't see anything. So that's super frustrating. The bugs seem awful tonight. No food. No food from out here yet. And that's been awful. I think we really would fucking die if, of course, we're limited to what we can shoot. I feel like if we could shoot deer, like we'd overlook some of those fields and probably shoot a deer. But in any case, it's been rough. Chiz didn't do anything today. I think he literally did nothing. I went hunting. Woody went to the car and charged batteries. Got back, and I don't think Chiz did anything today. I think Woody charged batteries today and took care of the water and the fire and all that. But as far as complaints, they keep saying that I'm disappearing and like going home or something. That pisses me off. Because I feel like I'm working harder than anybody to actually try to get some food, and I'm like busting my ass out there walking around sweating, and when I get, and they're like texting me like I'm at the 4th spot today, you know, like I'm texting back to let everybody know that I'm having trouble hunting, and Woody's like fourth trip to Taco Bell, so that pisses me off because I feel like they're making fun of me, that or they're just think I'm actually leaving, which pisses me off as well. So I think tomorrow I'm gonna get Patrick to come with me when I actually go hunting, so that'll be good. I'd like to see what everybody else is doing while I'm out hunting, because I get back and there's no firewood, there's no like, all the water bottles certainly aren't full, you know, nothing has changed. So like, I feel like I'm leaving every morning and like busting my ass for 3 hours to no avail, I'll admit, and I get back and they've been sleeping all day or charging. I mean, today there was charging batteries, which, I don't know, you get to sit in a truck with air conditioning the whole time and charge batteries. That didn't seem that hard. So yeah, that's where I am. I feel like I'm busting my ass and trying real hard, and meanwhile, nobody seems to appreciate it. And of course, you know, not coming back with any food, so there you go. So that's day 3. Day 4 is tomorrow. We'll film some of the hunting, which is incredibly boring. It's going to be me sitting on a rock and looking angry. Kind of like right now. So that's tomorrow. And then the next day, I get to go fucking home. I get to go home. I get to with my girlfriend. I get to take a shower. I get to eat some good food, and that'll be nice. So I'm really looking forward to the end of this thing. I think this is my last survival trip. We'll find something more fun for me to do next time, and something at least as fun for you guys to watch next time. But yeah, that's day 3.
All right. So this is our 3rd night here. We just have Thursday and Friday in front of us.
Don't remember what I
Different
say.
than the last 2, I'm going 3rd. So I'm sitting here wondering what they said in their confessionals. I feel like I talk about Chiz in every one of these. He said something to me this morning that stuck in my head. He was talking about the chicken and what a good friend the chicken was. And he said that Henrietta, one of the chicken's names, accepts him for who he is. And the implication there was that I don't, and I keep trying to take his cigarettes away or fuss at him or something. And
Look at those cats.
it's been buzzing around for me, like, gosh, should I accept him for who he is or try to make him better? And, you know, trying to make someone better when it's not their own personal goal is a fruitless effort. He is also staying in my house, and there's no smoking there, so that's the thing. I thought that he would stop already. I thought that his last cigarette was on the bus. I didn't realize he planned on picking it up again on the trip, and for months now, actually, he's been about to stop, and he can stop anytime, and he hasn't, so that's a thing. But enough about Chiz. We went back to the truck today, which was my first time since we left it on Monday, to charge the batteries for the camera we're using right now and phones and stuff like that. And that was really nice. I hung out with Patrick for a while, the cameraman, got to know him better. I haven't eaten much. You guys know that guy delivered some, like, basically junk food, like cookies and muffins and stuff. So I have had a little of that, but I've got plenty of water. That much is easy. There's a creek here, but and I have a water filter, which is breaking. I'll circle back to that. But
I think any second now.
It's getting to be that I don't feel
You
well when I
spot like
first stand up. Like I get a little
an
dizzy,
animal. I'm not
but
sure.
it passes quickly, and then I'm kind of fine. As a matter of fact, sometimes like after I'm up for a bit, I'm actually in good spirits, and I'm not as hungry as you might think. Like I swear, I've got poison ivy and bug bites. I've been at home, and when the gap between lunch and dinner is too long, I've felt more desire for food than I feel right now, which I didn't anticipate that. So, no, I am having issues. Like, I'm a little smaller. I can feel like the way that this shirt feels is a thing. But the biggest thing is I'm kind of getting dizzy when I first stand up. But, we haven't found any food. Kyle goes out hunting every day, I think, and he hasn't even seen anything to shoot. I caught those crawfish. Something just buzzed, and but that really wasn't food. I thought it was, but shucks. I think if I was to eat crawfish as a meal, I'd have like literally 30 of them or something. I mean, there's hardly any food in a crawfish. Oh God, the freaking rainfly. If you didn't see my last confessional, I vowed to not mention it today, and I actually didn't. I think I did talk about it with Pat privately in the truck about, like, why am I hanging on to this? But after we got back, I was all sweaty and stuff from the hike to the campsite, and I went to the creek to take a bath, and they had taken the rainfly, laid it on the ground, put a bunch of cigarette butts on it, some other random trash. They took like baby wipes and rubbed it in the mud to look like they had wiped their butts with it, and put all that stuff on the rainfly. And I bought it hook, line, and sinker. Like I literally was like, like, I can kick your ass. I can and will kick your ass, or something close to that. Chiz was looking down, and I was like, look me in the eyes. I will fuck you up. Or something similar to that. I don't remember the specifics. And they start laughing. It was Chiz's rainfly, and they had set it up as a prank. And I guess it's kind of fun. But I'm still thinking, like, all right, pretend it wasn't a prank, Woody. Was that the appropriate response? Probably not. But they got me pretty good.
Oh man, I love that so much.
Chicken. So I'm not feeling any love for the chicken. I'm not eating much. I'm not cheating, and I'm hungry, and I'm getting dizzy. And while the chicken is fine, that chicken is food. I'd planned on killing it yesterday. I'd planned on killing it today. And now they seem to seriously be talking about saving the chicken. They love that she eats bugs around the campsite and stuff. I love that I eat chickens. I've eaten so many chickens in my day. Good Lord. I'll kill that fucking chicken. It's food, and I'm hungry.
I'll kill that
feeling
fucking
sick
chicken.
a little. And I get that it's cute that we have a chicken mascot and everything, and I'm sure these are the happiest days of her life. She came from a farm, crowded in with tons of chickens. Now she's literally just pecking around the campsite finding insects. But I need to eat, and I gotta kill the chicken and get some food. I'm pretty sure we're gonna make it till Friday, which is nice. But we're not surviving really. We're just sort of dying slowly. Like, there's no food coming in. I lay around. I try not to burn too much energy. I'm getting lightheaded. There's plenty of water though, and there's nothing that implies that we could do this indefinitely. You would just find some bones 3 weeks later, and that would be that. So overall, like, I think it's a pretty neat thing to have done, but I haven't proven to myself that I'm actually good at this or anything like that. I'm just I guess just durable enough to stick it out. I think it's only day 3, but that's what I think. So that's my confessional.
I want to thank BattleBox for sponsoring.
All right.
BattleBox.
I love it how we didn't even watch Chiz's confession.
Well, Kyle said that I would watch Chiz's confession. Was it good? Kyle said he wanted to tease it or something.
Oh yeah, true. So people should totally go to the video now and watch Chiz's confession, right?
He's very pouty in every single one. Every single one, it looks like you've just stolen something from him and broken it. Like he just sits there and, well, no food again today, and got really wheezy. Had to walk to the bathroom. Like
we had a rough time out there. Like I know that we had the hammocks or whatever from BattleBox, and it wasn't a real struggle to start the fires because they sent so much fire starting gear.
So much fire starting gear. We had 9, 12 different choices on how to start a fire every day. I'm wearing, that stupid necklace, it's a fire starter.
Yeah. Everything was. So, but like, it still wasn't fun. It was really awful. There was just, I think, if you go a few days without bathing and eating any real food, you'll see what I mean. Maybe people do that for fun. Maybe some of you outdoors people really enjoy that. Like, I went 3 days without eating and stunk like shit. Like, but I hate that. I really do. I was really uncomfortable the whole time. Like, just didn't like it. And those creek baths where you get about 75% of the shit off of you, and then you're really replacing it with like silt and a little bit of grit. And the humidity's so high, like you just sweat right after anyway. There was maybe 2 nights I fell asleep and I didn't feel just so gross that like I would take my shirt off because like I couldn't stand for my skin to be touching my skin. And I would take my shirt off and like put it in my like armpits, like the shirt, so that my like arm wasn't touching my side, because that connection is so gritty and awful that it just makes you feel gross. Like I didn't want my skin to be touching my skin because I was so goddamn nasty.
That's the worst feeling. You always feel like someone just salted you a little bit.
In one of my confessionals, I might even have said this. Kyle and Chiz just aren't built for discomfort, really. Like they don't like it. There are a lot of people, and I think I might be one of them, who just kind of like, all right, yeah, compartmentalize that. It's not comfortable, whatever. Like there's other things to concentrate on. Kyle and Chiz are like, whoa, we got to deal with this comfort situation. I am not happy. This is awful. I can't find any joy in this situation as long as I'm not properly bathed and
that's a big deal for me.
Axe body spray or whatever.
I don't need the body spray. I could even I'm okay with BO even, but like it's the grit. It's the like the salty feeling and just the nastiness and the oiliness in your hair and your face and just everything. When I
was a teenager, I'm sorry to cut you off. In the summertime, there'd be days where I swam on the beach all day long and just in and out of the water, diving in the waves and body surfing and stuff. And then afterwards, for whatever reason, just live like this beach bum lifestyle. The next day, brush my teeth, and it's like, well, why would I shower? I'm going to the beach right now. And I would just do that. And sometimes that would go 3 days, like between showers, but heavy ocean time. Right, like 4 hours of ocean.
Yeah, I love that smell.
Oh, I'd wear deodorant and stuff, but I don't know what to tell you. I thought it was cool to be a beach bum, so when I was camping, and it was like a couple of days later, and funny, you described it as like 75% clean. Yeah, I'm like that, like. You ever have like an odor or something that totally reminds you of a situation from back in the day or whatever? Like, there was just like kind of a feel of cleaning in the creek that reminded me of my ocean baths as a teenager. And I thought it was kind of cool.
It was refreshing every time I got in the creek and like got that. The water wasn't that cold, but it was cold enough to like give me. Yeah. It would give me a shock. Like when I'm like splashing it on my. It reminded me of like that movie. It's got Chris Farley and Chandler from Friends, whatever his name is, and they're like trying to beat Lewis and Clark across to the west, and it's frontier comedy kind of thing, and Matthew Perry has this black like manservant, and meanwhile he's taking like a hot bubble bath in a tent on this awful journey, and the slave's like, "Oh, I see. Well, I just washed my genitals in the freezing cold river water, so I wouldn't know." And that's how it is. Like I felt like I'm just like every time I'd splash the water over my head and my ass and balls, I was just like, "Ah!
Yeah,
Ah!"
Kyle. We're at camp. He's like whatever, 100 yards away in the thing, and he's like, "Ah!" I grabbed my shotgun. Like I wasn't sure he was like, I'm coming.
They got him.
There was one scene in it where it was like I was just skipping around, so I don't know if there was a like lead up to this. But Woody, I think you mentioned, or Kyle saying like, yeah, Chiz threw the rest of his pack of cigarettes into the fire last night, so he's all out. And I wanted to know what conflict and strife made him throw them out, because there's no way that he just did it on his own.
The box was empty.
Yeah. He smoked them all, and there were no more.
Yes. Yeah.
To his credit, like he was pointing out, he was like, "It's an appetite suppressant." He's like, "I smoked 2 of these, and I'm not hungry anymore." I'm like, "Give me one of those motherfuckers." I smoked 2 of them too. Like the idea of that cigarette as an appetite suppressant was extremely appealing. It was like, so you're telling me a cigarette's almost as good as taking a bite of food? Yeah, you give me those.
Yeah, Kyle's an ex-smoker mostly, and he had a couple cigarettes, but it was Chiz who was surrounded by like 20 or 30 butts.
I think I smoked 2 during the trip, but he smoked all of his cigarettes. He had a few packs.
Honestly, appetite suppressants, that would have been really desirable.
They should be in
that
the battle
situation.
boxes.
Like if someone had a bunch of Adderall, be like, "Fuck it, I got nothing to do but sit around and not burn energy. Give me one of those." Like, not going to be hungry forever. But yeah, that
you can
what
get
a real
really
shit situation.
I've gone all day without eating on Adderall, but then like that night you can have a really bad crash if you don't actually get some food. So I don't know, because you like go crazy, you burn all your energy, and then it's like nothing's left in the tank. But
You'd
yeah,
be like tidying up the edges of your campsite for no reason.
out there,
weird,
out there
compulsive
hacking the grass, with
digging
chicks.
graves, right?
Yeah, digging graves. Yeah.
Just in case someone dies, you know.
There were. I'm glad that thing's over. I guess I'm glad we did it, because I haven't looked at, I've just seen the videos that we've all watched together tonight. I'm going to sit down and watch them all, because I think they're going to be pretty funny, especially like the moments that I remember specifically. And then again, the moments that I don't have any recollection of, the ones I wasn't present for. So I'm looking forward to seeing them all, but I don't want to do that shit again, even a little bit. I think the next thing we should do should be fun.
Go-kart racing with fans.
Go-kart do that. Like
you have food.
Yeah, I want to be eating a
Amsterdam trip
while I do the adventure. Like
I want to eat the banana and throw the peel. Let you spin out.
Or if I'm able to go on one, and we do a survival, I want it to be somewhere that one person in the group is a complete expert. Like we'll do it like right on the beach, and then Woody will be so eager to show off his merman status out there catching things
with a spear in his hand.
Patrick, over here. We got like 6 hours of you, Woody. I'm just gonna film them for a bit. No, I got it. And then it could just basically be a vacation where me, Kyle, and Chiz enjoy some, beachside beers, and you bring us lobster, fish, what have you.
That I would do on a beach. Like I like to go to the beach at nighttime when there's a big blanket to stand on, so I don't get all sandy, and there's food and alcohol and women. Like that's what I like about the beach. None of that sun, sand, or salt though. Like all of that's bullshit. I really do feel that way 100%. I hate the ocean so much.
We could catch all the crabs that run around. Can you even eat those nasty little things? I'm sure you could.
Yeah,
they're easy
like
to
Khal
catch.
Drogo. That's like poison water that my horses can't drink. I don't want any part.
Carl Drogo. I love that you pronounce it that way too.
I said Khal Drogo.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry. I thought you literally you called him Carl for my benefit.
That was one of the funniest little slips of the tongue you've ever made, though. The idea of Khal Drogo, and then I saw someone on the subreddit like made a Khal Drogo like image, and then like Khal Drogo's like this fat slob with a mustache, but he's dressed as a Dothraki.
You married Khal Drogo? No, I married Carl Drogo. He's in accounting.
You know Khal Drogo? No. Khal Drogo, the plumber. Like, I love that. That was good.
Chief shit manager.
So Jordy, I'm looking at your channel here. You are killing it on YouTube.
I did. I had a few very good months. Yes.
Thank you. Like you're averaging like 250,000 views. Maybe that's low. Maybe you're averaging like 300,000 views a video.
That's I'd say 250 is the minimum.
Yeah.
But on average, it's way above, of course. No, like in the past few months, especially because of the summer holidays and stuff, it went really, really good. And I think I found like what I wanted to do, of course, because that's really hard with YouTube. You're always like looking for like, what do you want to do? Do you want to do this game? Do you want to do that game?
A lot of your videos are over 10 minutes, which for people out of the know, at 10 minutes you get better YouTube ads.
I have a note here on
lucrative.
my desk, and it says, I don't know, you can't see it. It says 10 minutes. So every time I look at it, I'm like, oh fuck, I gotta make a video that's 10 minutes long.
Yeah, that's when you get the more lucrative ads.
Yeah,
So,
true. Yep. It doesn't only, because people are like, yeah, you make a 10-minute long video, you get more money, but it doesn't really work that way. With YouTube comes like loads of theories, right? Like how do you do it the best and things like that. And one of my theories is if I get more money, it means YouTube gets more money, which means they'll probably promote the video more, and that's why really long videos like streams or most streams used to get promoted a lot, because it would hold a lot of money for YouTube too, mainly because of the high percentage they get.
You know, I think the streams, the thing about that with the promotion was the chat interaction. So like, as you know, ratings is an interaction, and a comment would be an interaction. And like I remember I assembled a PC on a stream. Now, the video wasn't 9 hours long because it went up and down. There were so many tech issues. I was getting DDoSed a lot. But it was basically for 9 hours, people giving me advice and tips on how to put this damn thing together. I don't know how many comments. There might have been over 100,000 comments on that stream. And it was like the #1 thing on mobile. It was promoted on the YouTube page a lot and stuff because it had so much interaction. I think they've taken that away. You know?
Yeah, because right now interaction doesn't do anything. Like
Nothing?
likes, comments, so like people that subscribe, it does interact. I think they now rank it on how many new people interact with you. So let's say you make a mistake in the video, and a lot of new people go like, "Oh, you said something wrong over there." Then the video can get boosted really high up in the.
Do you do that purposely?
Well, like it's sometimes people make mistakes. Okay,
That wasn't the question.
I'm like editing the video. I'm like, at this one video, let me see how many views it has. 630,000 views. And I said Lamborghini Gallardo instead of Lamborghini Aventador. And it was like, the video's uploaded. It's going up in 3 days. I could easily cut it out and put like, change it right. I was like, I'll just leave it and see like how many people actually going to post a comment. And the video did great. Like I'm not complaining. But I have purposely made mistakes in the past. Yes, just to stir up some conversation. You know, I'm like, well, maybe if I throw in this word or that, you know, people are going to go.
A lot of YouTubers aren't as upfront about this. I remember, I won't name them, but
no, like I'm really open. Like you can ask me anything.
I was hanging out with a YouTuber at a I think it was a Titanfall event, or it might have been the last COD or something like that, last COD event. And anyway, he was talking to me about search engine optimization and descriptions and stuff, and he's like, if your title's not 255 characters long, you're not trying. He would just put like keywords in the titles and just keep going. And I don't know that he actually hit that many.
Do that too, but YouTube keeps changing their algorithms, and at one point it worked, and then it didn't work, and then all of a sudden it's in terms of servers you're not allowed to do it. So I'm like, okay, like I don't mind optimizing my channel as long as I stay in the rules. My channel got terminated once, which was a mistake, at 800,000 subs.
Oh my!
I was like freaking out. Right, it was a really scary day.
Did you get it back?
Yeah, I got it back.
Have to rebuild.
Like
right?
I went to bed and I woke up and they gave it back to me. But all the videos were gone from the searches. You need to build up the whole channel basically again, but you still have the videos. But people were like, yeah, it's because of description tags and you use the tag spam. But I was like I let my channel check with the YouTube guys. Like I have a lot of friends that work at Google or YouTube, and I'm like, if there's anything wrong about my channel, please tell me. Like I don't want to break any rules. And
did you find out what was the cause or what the cause was?
It was a YouTube bug. It was just a bug, like the shittiest bug in the world. Because they were all like, "Oh, yeah, like you got one." I got one video terminated, 0 strikes on my channel. Got one video strike down, taken down for everybody who doesn't know what that is. It basically means you broke a rule, a YouTube guideline rule, and they take your video offline, and you get a strike, and at 3 strikes, your channel should be terminated. But I got 1 strike, and my whole channel was gone, which was really messed up. I woke up at like 2 in the morning. My mom woke me up. She's like, "Yeah, your friend texted me. Your channel's gone." I was like, "Oh, fuck off! Like, just let me go it again." And then I went and checked out, and it was like fucked up, right? Like shaking and stuff. And I told myself, like, stay calm, no need to freak out. But yeah, I got it back the next day, so that was great.
I remember. So back in the day, when I was doing COD Hard, everyone used to re-upload the trailers. Like, COD would release the trailer, and like everyone would sort of re-upload that, and it was like a competition to be the one that went viral, right? Oftentimes,
the first one too, right? Or no?
What's
Be the
that?
first to upload it.
Yeah,
so
well,
that-
being first helped a lot, but for some reason, Team Art always won. Team Art would always do a thing, and I remember I was talking to White Boy about it, and he's like, "I don't know what he's doing." He's like, I load up my description with tags. I load up my tags with tags. I have the title, right? I get more likes than him, and he was still the one that went viral. He was doing something better than everybody else was, and after a while, like putting tags in the description became like standard practice in the community, and I forget who it was. So someone got in a lot of trouble for it. Like it might have been around the time of, is it Kyle? Who was the guy that lost his channel? He had millions of subs. And it was a big deal. I think he used to call prostitutes.
Difficult?
I think that's who I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I don't know if it was for tags though, but he got his channel terminated. He was one of the first big guys.
Yeah.
Subs, I think.
I don't know if it was for tags either, but people theorized it was. And I spent all night. Like I heard about it at like 1 a.m. So I worked on it from like 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. just removing all the tags from my entire history, because there's a lot of people who hate me too. So
Same here.
oh, same for you? Well, lucky you.
It's like the bigger you get, the more haters you get.
There you
like
go.
The percentage would stay the same, but
Yeah. Like you're bigger than I ever was, but I think I was pretty significant in my day. Like back when I had a million subs was a bigger deal than it is today. You have 2 million subs, so congratulations. But there's just a lot of people who would, and I was like, man, someone's going to watch this, hate me to death, and find a reason to create this problem. So I just stayed up all night removing every tag from every description. It was kind of weird because, like I said, it was standard practice at the time.
Yeah.
And then it became against terms of service, and now I had this library out there of junk.
You can mass edit all the descriptions. I learned that. I was like 1,100 videos, click, and we're done.
I knew about that, but I don't know. Like some of the descriptions were particular for the video, and like I didn't want to.
Yeah, of course. Like I had to go back and change all of them, which was stupid. But then like there was also stuff. People with tags. They're like, "Well, you didn't put a gun in your video, so this video isn't about guns. So I'm flagging your video for misleading tags." So I changed all my tags too. And then they were like, "Well, you have GTA in the title twice, which is against terms of service. It's spam too." So I changed that too. And I'm like, okay.
It sucks that you have to be as defensive as that. But so, like, what are you doing with your YouTube money? Are you living at home?
Like,
I can't tell.
No. I have a really big house in Amsterdam. Okay, that's nothing compared to your houses over there. But I live together with another YouTuber who's like I'm the biggest YouTuber in the country. Second biggest YouTuber in the country is like below me. But we have a 5-story house.
Wow.
Apartment. It's pretty small. Like I can show you. So this is the width of the house. There we go.
And it's vertically oriented. So you own a tube.
Basically, yes. So right next to me, there's stairs. They're like stairs going up and down like that. And there's a really big green wall. And then on the other side, there's another room. So over here, it's the bathroom. Below me is the floor for the other YouTuber who has his office over there in his bed. And then upstairs is a balcony and where we do the laundry. Then below the floor of the YouTuber is my bedroom and the living room. And below that is the kitchen. So I live like on my own, like it's my place, and the other guy rents 2 rooms there. But I still ride my bike, so I don't have a car. Like for everybody who doesn't know that in Amsterdam, it's really normal to ride a bike to like the grocery store, to town, I live in town. Like it's 5 minutes away to go to the weed stores or prostitutes or whatever, or museums. But
Oh, you throw that in.
yeah, no, like
The regular 3.
I got a feeling your frequent museum goer card isn't punched
I
nearly
am.
as time as your.
I actually have a discount code, so if you ever go to the prostitutes in Amsterdam, make sure to use the discount code. Cops.
Okay, yeah, we'll use your code. Yeah, Joe's Whores and More.
They'll be like, oh, you're one of Jordy's people, and they also give you the special treatment. But
Cop sent me.
yeah, and they're like, oh my god, yeah, you're accepted. Or you get your job application. But what I do with my YouTube money is like at the moment I'm saving up. I have a really like just do the math. You know, like you can calculate how much money a
I
YouTuber
could estimate
has.
it. You're doing fantastic.
But like I don't have a car. And my monthly expenses are really low. I have a really good accountant, so he does loads of money, not laundering, but it's basically. I give him money.
You're not laundering your money. You're doing it wrong. You need to talk to Woody. He can help you launder.
I have a meth lab in the basement, you know. So no, but he does a really good job with the money, and he also coaches me as my financial advisor. Plus, like you know, I think I watched your video on the investment in the S&P 500. So I was like, back when you made that, I was like, okay, like I have enough money now. I should probably get some stocks going. So I started investing in some stock thingies, buying some stocks or funds or one of the things. And then it went really good. You know, it was a great learning experience. And then my mom all of a sudden goes, yeah, did you hear about this stuff in Greece? I was like, what stuff in Greece? She's like, yeah, stock markets are collapsing. And I was like, nah, you're crazy, lady. And I was like, I don't know if I should get rid of like pull out all of my money. So I had a decent amount of money in there. And I was like, fuck it, I'll just withdraw everything, and then the day after it dropped with like 12% or something.
Oh, you got out in advance.
Yes. So like literally the day before. So I was pretty proud of that. But I'm planning, like the plan right now is I told myself I can buy a nice car whenever I have 3 houses because I want to go into real estate. I do have a few side projects though going with the money. But I'm planning to buy a few houses that are being built or apartments that are being built fairly close to me, because the Amsterdam market is like the house market is always growing, and if I can buy something very cheap, I'll probably buy like 3 houses, 4 houses, depending on how much money I'll have then, plus the mortgage I could get, because I'd get a mortgage with myself, and then on top of that I would also get a mortgage on top of that, so I'd get 2 of them, which is like saves a lot of money. But I'd buy like 3 or 4 houses, maybe keep 1 for myself, maybe keep 2 for myself, and then rent out the rest, so I have a stable income for basically the rest of my life, and then
that's awesome.
Buy a nice car.
So I mean, I have no idea how the specifics of your investments will work out, but I can get the vibe that you're thinking ahead, and that's all I ever want. Like there are a lot of YouTubers.
I know a ton.
They kill it, and they
just go like that.
They experience wealth, but
Yeah.
they don't end their trip wealthy, right? Like X-Jaws is a really neat example.
Yep.
He says he made $800,000 while he was on YouTube. That's a lot of money, right? But he doesn't have any of it now. That amazing car. Remember when he said he bought that car? Does anyone know what he drove? Was it a Mercedes?
Have any of his YouTube money left?
Oh, he's
I
completely
think it was
broke.
a Mercedes, yeah.
Yeah, that was leased.
Remember.
He leased that for a couple of years, and it's gone now. I don't know. I feel like I'm talking trash on him, but I'm really trying to give out a cautionary tale. He just completely had no money. He discovered drugs and women. That's not. That's a rough combo. And it's over. And so you can get into real estate. You can get into stocks. You can do something really conservative.
I want to do both.
I know. I don't think this is bad to say. White Boy, for example, he has most of his money in cash, and he's very if he's ever earned $1, he probably still has 85 cents of it. He doesn't blow his money, and he's not multiplying it. But dude, you could do a lot worse. He drives a used Jeep. I think he still has that thing, and so. I don't want to take shots at him. He's not getting as many views as you are, for example, anymore. But I bet he's really happy that he didn't go wild when he could have.
Yeah, no, I think you mentioned it once where like the big baseball guys, like in the PKA a while back, where the big baseball guys, they earn a lot of money and they just go out and spend like 1/3 or 1/30th of that money.
Right.
And it's like, why would you do that? And even with the YouTubers that go out and party, and then like when you're 40, 50 years old, you already have a lot of money built up. You could spend some money, right? Like, why not? But if you're 20 and you're like booming and you're like, fuck it, I'll spend 10K in an evening, like in a night. That's, in my opinion, just stupid. Like, you can basically buy a car out of that or
How old
put
are
it
you?
in some stocks. I'm 20 years old.
So if you do this right, like 12 months of your life saving it can literally make the next, I'm going to say you live another 60, can make the next 60 years easy on you. You
Yep.
know, like you're trying to build enough real estate that you've got a passive income. That's pretty neat. I'm sorry, Kyle. He's telling me that there's an ad read coming. If you just, right. You spend 12 months sort of packing it away, and then the next, whatever 60 times 12 is months, they go easy on you, and that's pretty awesome. But speaking of money, Dollar Shave Club time.
Yeah, I always love these. I never know if Chiz writes them or if that the CEO is writing this. So I used to shave with a razor that was so old it ate dinner at 4:30. No, that's not funny. That's not funny. Let's try another one. I used to shave with a razor that was so old it had a plastic cover on its couch. No, that's not funny either. I used to shave with a razor that was so old it was moving to Florida. No, all right, we'll just move along. Why did I torture myself with a gross old blade for weeks and weeks? Because I didn't have to shell out $20 a pack for new ones. That's why. DollarShaveClub.com changed all of that. They totally revolutionized the way I shave. Now I shave with a fresh blade whenever I want. Dollar Shave Club delivers a whole sleeve of amazing razors for just a few bucks. I pop a fresh blade whenever I want. Shaving with a fresh blade feels fantastic. And you just get a better shave when you're starting with a fresh blade. So, DollarShaveClub.com razors are so good, millions of people have signed up already. And the billion-dollar razor corporations are totally freaking out. You see them trying to come up with their own knockoffs of what they're doing over here. So, but instead of lowering their bloated prices, they're trying to fool us into milking the same blade for an entire month, and that's just gross. You don't want that nasty blade with all kinds of skin cells in there digging into the wounds that you're inevitably creating with their cheap, dull razors. It's not good for you. They price gouge us for so long, it's long enough. I'll never go back to squeezing weeks and weeks of shaves out of a disgusting old blade. Upgrade to shaving with a fresh blade whenever you want. It's such a luxury, and it's 1/3 of the price. Join me, everyone at Painkiller already, and millions of others who have figured out the smarter way to shave. Join Dollar Shave Club right now by going to DollarShaveClub.com/PKA today. That's DollarShaveClub.com/PKA.
Awesome. Yeah.
Good job.
The deal with old razors, if you don't know, is that you have to work harder to get them to cut. And that's what, like, rips your skin apart.
You want to know the
And
secret?
It gets the thick. I don't know how thick your facial hair is, how coarse it is. Mine is very coarse. If
Powerful.
you take a
I'm with
pass
you.
at it, and then you try and rinse it off, especially if it has more than one blade. Even if you rinse it really well and try and like rub down with your finger, with your thumb to try and get it out, you're not going to get rid of all of it. And then you have little sprigs of your own coarse facial hair digging into you before the blade even gets a chance to make contact. It's shit. You should feel like shit if you do it. Dollar Shave Club.
It's not just shaving. Like, like if you're doing, like, I don't know, woodworking on furniture and your chisel's are weak, you have to work 3 times harder with your dull chisel to get it to cut, and that's how you hurt yourself. If the thing slices like a hot knife through butter, then it's safer. It might be counterintuitive, but it is. You got to replace your old razors. The same thing is true with your face. Dollar Shave Club. Keep your razors fresh and tight, and you'll have a better shave, and you won't hurt yourself. You won't have little Japanese flags everywhere.
Yep. You look great. Little Japanese flags. Did you come up with that? That's too clever.
I stole it from Kyle.
Oh.
Really?
I think I stole it from Kyle.
I'll take it.
All right.
So is Kwebbelkop a word in
Yes, it Dutch.
Dutch? No, I think I know. I buy them at the corner store all the time.
It's Kwebbel means talking or chattering, and kop means head. So if you would put the words together, you'd have talking head or chattering head. But the word for that, the definition is also chatterbox. So basically, Kwebbelkop means chatterbox, and all the Dutch people will know I'm Dutch because of the name. But all the English people are like, Kwebbelkop, oh, what does it mean? And I think it sounds pretty cool, right? Kwebbelkop or Kwebbelkop, Kwebbelkop,
Yeah.
whatever.
It is.
I'm on board.
But I call my subs cops, as in police officers, cops, but with a K. So people always assume that I call them cops because they're like police officers or something. But I call them cops because it means heads or something like that. But I thought that was a pretty original thing to do instead of Queblets or Quibbles or prostitutes.
No, it's good. See, I knew it was foreign because of the K's.
Mm-hmm.
You guys always have a lot of very creative K placements.
We have K's and G's, and we say which is
it's a pleasant sound.
which is scary. Yeah.
Do it again for us. I like that.
So we go. A canal would be a gracht.
Ah, yeah, of course.
Any dirty talk with that sound?
I don't know. It's no dirty talk with the but we do. If you see a nice ass, you say lekker kontje.
Did you guys
Lekker
see the Weatherman?
Yes.
Who pronounced the long city?
Yes, that was beautiful.
Can we watch it together?
Sure.
Apparently, this guy pronounces this city name. I can't,
What's the city name again?
Today we had a big contrast in temperature across the UK.
Taylor, it's you, Taylor.
That was me.
It's
Yeah, the
something
city
like
name?
Lillen Fair, Gawkin, Loggle, Sagan, Dobbin, Williams,
Look at this
Lily,
guy's
Go-Go,
facial
Gawk.
hair.
We should all try to pronounce it before we watch him pronounce it.
Okay, I took my turn. Taylor.
Nah, I
Your
don't want
mic's
to part
muted.
this.
Oh, your mic is off now. Kyle, can you pronounce this?
Lawn fair.
Okay, Taylor.
That's what we call it for short.
Niggly, goggle, rish, goggle, gosh.
I'm more
This
impressed
isn't
with his
a town, this
facial
is made
hair.
up.
Look at this guy's beard. Like he's using DollarShaveClub. Look at that line he's got there.
He's
That's
a
impressive.
beast.
True.
See,
Looks like he
that's
borrowed the
why
suit from his older brother, though.
That's why I thought a black barber would be for me. I thought they had the most talent in the game. Not the case. Anyway, apparently the backstory to this is it just so happened that this town had the highest temperature and some other town had the lowest, and they were near each other, and he needed to point out the variance. And there is I think they shortened the town to like Lillen Fair or something, but he manned up and pronounced the whole thing. Ready, set, play.
Now today we had a big contrast in temperature across the UK, just 12 degrees over coastal parts of eastern England.
Look at
with
it.
Cloudy skies,
Haunting
but in
us.
the sunshine in northwest Wales at RAF Mona. Just up the road from Llanfair Pwllgwyn, Gellgogera Quindrobol, Llantysilio Go. The temperature got to 21 Celsius, that's 70 in
He
Fahrenheit.
killed it! I'm gonna watch it
Wales
again.
At RAF Mona, just up the road from Llanfair Pwllgwyn,
Link-
Gellgogera
Gog.
Quindrobol, Llantysilio Go. The temperature got to
He did it. And that's everyone's amazed. They're like, "Oh my god, he didn't take the easy way out." Yeah.
You could see in his eyes like he was looking forward to doing this. He's been practicing that.
Yeah, he must have.
He's like, wait till I lay this shit on him.
and I as I watch it, I see that word on there and I'm like, "Oh my god, like it's haunting us. It's coming."
Yeah.
He's got this
I thought it was fake at the start. I thought someone just slammed his head against the keyboard. It was like, oh, here, try to pronounce that, yeah. And then you did it.
Do you have any interest in playing that game we played in the woods with the animals and the last letter?
I would
I was
do
saying
that.
urchin at my screen the whole time when I was
Oh wait,
watching.
that was filmed? I didn't
Yeah.
realize that was in.
I only watched part of it, but I knew that's what Kyle had in his back pocket.
I'll play it.
Yeah.
All right.
What was it?
Jordy, are you familiar with this? All right, I'll say an animal name. It'll go me, Kyle, Jordy, Taylor, which on the thing is a rotation. Me, Kyle, Jordy, Taylor. And I'll say an animal name. I'll kick it off. And the last letter of my animal needs to be the first letter of your animal.
And we can't repeat the animals.
That's right. Animal
No,
gets
it's a very boring game.
gets used up.
I'm terrible with word games. I'm dyslexic, so.
Me,
Also only in English.
me, Kyle, Jordy, Taylor.
No Dutch words? Ugh.
No Dutch. Can't trust you.
Lion.
Okay.
So it's an N.
I'm already getting nervous. I'm shaking, guys.
N, huh? Nightingale.
Oh, that one kept being mine.
Does that end with
no
an
cheating?
E?
No cheating.
E.
Let's
Eagle.
also. ends
Ooh,
with an
another E. Taylor.
So I have to do 2 E's.
It begins with an E. That's all that matters.
Oh, emu.
Ends with a U. Urchin.
Ends with an N.
Oh, Kyle has a second N.
No one could have seen this coming. Up next on Animal Guessing.
Newt.
Jordy.
Ends with the E.
T.
Ends with
T.
T. No dinosaurs.
Nope.
Hey, I say go for it.
No.
T. I bet everybody's yelling like.
I have one in my head.
Um,
Only one though.
T's a very good letter. A lot of options.
Really?
is.
I have one.
a lot of options.
Lots
Yep.
of them. I could probably give you 5 off the top of my head.
5. Jesus, I can't even come up with one.
I'll count down for you. 10,
Oh,
9,
You got it.
8,
Go for it.
7, 6, 5, 4,
Kyle, how'd you do lighting the
3,
fire in the woods?
2,
I mean fire.
1. You're out.
Oh.
You didn't get tiger out of that?
I heard a toucan one night, and it frightened me. But there were some tree frogs
All right.
ribbiting, and those made me feel good. I wish I'd had some turkey to eat. Though.
It goes.
I
me.
told you guys, I'm terrible with word games or puns.
So
terrible.
now it's Taylor, then me, then Kyle.
Okay.
Taylor, a T word?
Any of those we just listed.
So no dinosaurs. I can't fuck you over with Tyrannosaurus Rex.
That's what I would have done.
Oh,
And
the
then no one-
xylophone monkey.
Dude, I did it with movies, right? And they're like S. I'm like, Superman 3. Come up with something that starts with 3.
3 ways to die or something.
Oh,
I don't know.
nice.
I don't think we've done R yet, so I'll do tiger.
We should do movies.
Movies would be hard.
We did music.
Kyle.
Groups. That was fun.
R. Robin.
So it's N again?
Yes, it is. It wasn't planned, but I'm very happy about it.
10. 9.
Really? It starts
Yeah.
now? Do dog breeds count?
No horse shit.
Did they really not count?
I don't know, dude. I don't care.
I feel like dog breeds should
I
count.
feel like they should count too.
All right, well, we looked up that giant dog for you, the Newfoundland.
Ooh, nice. D
Yeah.
to Taylor.
Dog.
Oh, giraffe. E.
E?
Isn't it? Am I wrong? Just giraffe end with F?
Giraffe ends with an E.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Eagle. Yeah.
We
I
did
already
eagle.
said eagle. So I
Oh.
don't know.
Oh, I
Wah,
didn't
wah,
realize
wah.
that.
Is he out or
It's called
does he get another one?
No, you can,
Eel.
Eel. Oh.
ooh, you can say one and they'll kill Woody. Or not.
Lemur.
Does that end with R?
Yes,
Yeah.
it does.
Rhinoceros.
So that's an S.
Yes.
Let me try to think of a hard one here. I need to make it end in a letter that's hard.
Sphinx.
No, you should have said lynx.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Like
Now
that.
you got
Yeah.
all the ideas.
Yeah, right? Suddenly he's an animal expert.
Mr. T.
No, like, just get a brain fart. It's a brain fart.
No, it's all right. You speak multiple languages.
It's the struggle of doing Dutch and English. French and Spanish and German.
Wow.
I can't think of any that end in like V or anything. Like,
What's your
We should
letter?
start counting down.
it's an S. I'm coming up with an S word. I'll say sea lion.
N for Taylor.
Oh. N. God, we've already done quite a few N's, haven't we?
Kyle has.
You said
I think
nightingale. That was your N, right?
One of them.
I said Nightingale and Newt and Newfoundland. Why do I get stuck with these? I've got one more.
Wow.
I got one more. But that's all I got. After that, there's no more that I can even.
What's your other one?
I'd rather not say it
It's
out
for
loud. That seems
science.
like
You
it
can
would ruin
just-
it. If Taylor
Narwhal.
doesn't come up with it, I'll say it.
Narwhal.
The narwhal.
All right, L.
Yep.
Lynx.
Wait.
Ooh.
Does narwhal end in? It's not narwhal. It's narwhal.
Narwhal. Ends with an L.
Okay.
Lynx. X.
Is that an X?
There's
Yeah,
one
links.
thing which starts with the X.
That's just lame, man.
You should know this.
I should know this.
Stop helping him.
Um. X. An X. A
10, 9,
X-ray.
8,
Yes,
7,
yes.
6,
Keep going.
5,
What?
You got half,
What do you mean
you
keep
got
going?
half of the
3,
thing.
2.
Legit
If
starts with
One.
X.
X-ray is an animal, then the
Out.
X-ray
No,
animal. I picked that one.
Yeah, count it down. Taylor.
It was X-ray tetra.
What's that?
That's
What is
a
that?
little fish. It's a
Oh,
little
well,
fish.
of course what it is an animal that starts with X. So I choose the X-ray tetra.
No, it was already taken.
Oh, so am I still in the game?
No, it was taken.
No.
If it was
All
taken,
right,
then
all
I'm in
right.
the
I'll
game.
do. All right. So with A, aardvark. Okay.
Kangaroo.
Oh, orangutan.
Another N. You bastard. Oh.
Don't help him, Jordy.
I won't.
Don't Google anything for me
just
and
pay
whisper
me
it,
some money, you know.
Shorty.
I still got one more.
Let me
I
see
had
your
that.
hands. I don't want to see you googling.
Oh, for those of you on the way to work, I'm trying to think of an animal that starts with N.
I don't have any either.
Nightingale is a really good one. Newfoundland is dubious at best.
Nightingale was mine from the camping trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, narwhal was mine from the camping trip.
That's true too. 10, 9, 8, 7. Hands up. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Does a northern
1.
wolf count?
What do you got?
Nurse shark.
Nurse shark is a great one.
Is a northern
That's
wolf
all.
a thing? We're going to the internet for
Yes,
this.
I'm happy
Northern
that I
Rocky
won.
Mountain wolf. It's
I
an animal.
I got one win in the woods,
I
and
feel
I
like
think everyone
X-
else got 2.
I feel like he gets half of your win though. He gave you that Lynx one, and that was just a real knockout blow. He gave you a garbage with that. There's no way to follow that. The X-ray tetra, is that what you said? Like I was just joking. with that.
That's the backup.
I
Well, now you know.
I think you're right. I got lucky in that I was the first guy to hit the L.
What other fun car games can we play? Let's list all the states so that we knock Jordy out first again.
I know a few states. But
Yeah. All we have to do is take up.
Let's name all the European countries. How about
No,
that?
we're talking
I have
about
a
things
I
that
have
matter.
a ask Reddit question.
I also have a question or a topic, but
Oh yeah, let's see.
Wait,
What you got,
you can
Jordy.
go first.
yeah. So you guys always talk about the auto blow and stuff, and how good it is, and you know how revolutionary it is. But I don't know. Does any one of you guys have an Oculus Rift?
Doesn't
No,
feel
you-
as good. The auto blow actually moves up and down your penis.
Try to fuck that
No.
scar mask. It hurts.
I don't
Now-
see where your
It's a glass
penis goes
screen,
on that
right?
thing.
They have Oculus Rift like porn, you know. So it's not just the regular thing where you go to the website and you see like one camera angle of the guy pounding the girl, right? But it's
Right.
literally thing on your head, look around, look down, and then like these girls there, you know. So I was like, you know, it like auto blow plus Oculus Rift, you know.
Yeah, it seems like it's a piece of the puzzle.
Like
I've seen that. You
let's
haven't
just
seen
say-
the whole
say I
thing?
have an Oculus Rift here.
You guys don't know about
I've
this.
done
So-
some research with it. Okay, so
Have you really?
yeah. I was drunk with some friends, and they're like, "Oh, let's go on a roller coaster." So we went on a roller coaster with it. It was really cool, by the way, really cool. And then they're like, "So you got porn on that?" I was like, "Maybe." So we checked it out because I was like, I didn't check it out yet, and it's fucking amazing. It's the closest, like, it's almost a real deal. and literally, like I wasn't wanking to it or anything because my friends were there.
No, why would you?
Yeah, it's like just look away. Oh yeah, but it literally feels at one point because at one point your brain thinks you're really in the simulation, and like my friends were like titty grabbing and stuff. When the girl was there, they're like, "Let me get these titties," and it's
That's what they said. They said that, "Let me get these titties." They were saying that out loud.
You can see them go like that, and or trying to grab it. But like you said, Taylor, like it's still not really optimized, but at one point it will, and
then we're done with those bitches.
Yeah,
They're
and then
done.
the auto blow,
They're done.
the auto
Won't
blow
even
gets
be able to
better
survive.
too, right? The auto blow, like this is auto blow 2, I think. Imagine auto blow 9 or 10, right? Where it's like almost a real girl doing the thing, and then you put on the Oculus Rift, and you're like, okay, let's go. You never have to leave the house again. Like Woody said, it fits together, and it's a big step towards like. I think Her, is that the movie name or She? It's this movie where the guy has a relationship with the computer.
Yeah, it's really uncomfortable and awful. I hate that
but
movie.
it's like that shit's gonna happen at one point. People are gonna sit here, put on the Oculus Rift, interact with their virtual girlfriend, put on the auto blow, and start fucking her or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
and
back to that.
People are going to get so tired of like the blandness of it, of the perfection of just fucking and then her going on her own way. They're going to like build the like real simulator where it's like, oh, I'm going to turn nagging on. We're going to see where that'll go. Do the dishes.
That's hardcore mode.
Damn it, honey. Yeah, hardcore
And then
mode.
after that, you fuck her, right? You have to try to fuck her. So it's like
you-
extra difficulty. Like
You get
try
points.
To fuck her. Try to just,
Yeah, right.
10 points.
Headache. Fuck.
You play
Sorry,
on
it's double
veteran
XP
mode.
weekend with my girlfriend. Gotta get home.
You play on veteran mode and you're married, so you have to like fucking do the dishes so that she's in a good mood before you make your move. What was I gonna say? This is a great topic. I lost it.
Yes, it's a great reality.
Yeah. Oh! Did you guys see that video? Humans Need Not Apply, where they talk about how human jobs are going to be replaced by robots.
Yeah.
I never really thought of it, but this is totally attacking like the prostitute line of work.
Not only prostitute, but also porn, because it like you can get VR porn, but at one point, animated porn will start taking over, and it'll look just like the real deal.
That's just going to bring those prostitution numbers right down to where we want them.
Yeah.
It's not a problem for me.
The prices will drop, so that's good.
Yeah. Like why would I pay?
Let's go.
That's
why would I
right.
pay $150 for half and half in the back seat of my car in some deserted alley when I could go home, hook up my $1,500 fuck machine that is just good all day, every day, and looks like my favorite woman in the world.
It's funny.
Whoever that may be that night.
You mentioned animated, and I instantly went to like Jessica Rabbit or something. But no, this is realistic looking CGI porn.
You make it the person you want to fuck. You could pick someone from your real life. That's what I want to do. There's an episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine like that. I don't know.
I know it. Yeah.
The alien wants to fuck Colonel Kira, and so like Quark is following her around with the holo imager, trying to like get her image so that like he can create a holographic version of her for this guy to fuck. And like that's totally the next step. It's like, are you that guy who's been friend zoned forever? Well, for $500, I'll make a porno of this girl. Just send me a picture of her measurements, a few distinguishing features you'd like matched. We'll make
bigger
her.
boobs,
You fuck her.
bigger
Yeah,
ass.
whatever.
That's not
Yes
even
wants
the.
to
There was
hate
another
fuck
one.
that longhorn waitress. Make her a little more presentable. Bring me my fucking salad.
Do you know that Barkley, he was like a sort of a nerdy, shy, introverted science like engineer on. It wasn't Deep Space Nine. I think it was Next Gen. Anyway, they went on the holodeck and like I guess interrupted him, and Counselor Troy like was totally into Barkley, and you just knew he was fucking her. Like that was a thing. Like he was doing Counselor Troy on the holodeck in virtual reality.
Yeah, Barkley didn't last long. He had all kinds of mishaps, and he was all unstable. Remember, he had that thing with the
He got incredibly intelligent. Yeah.
If you can simulate like beating the shit out of someone too, or killing someone, murder, rape, all violent crime, it's gonna plummet because you can just download them into it and be like, "You should have let me through security faster, you fucking asshole! You think you're in charge because you have a blue uniform on?" Like just yelling at someone, and then you get it out.
That's Grand Theft Auto 8. Get ready. It's gonna be fun.
I played the GTA 5 with the Oculus Rift, but it's terrible. Like it's not really
need a real
optimized
gun.
and stuff.
It's
I need a real gun.
You
And
need to
oh,
feel-
put that away! It's
need to
not
be like-
allowed here. It's not allowed.
You need to be
I have a pen. If someone comes in, you know, I did some fighting back in the day. I could take him out with a
That
pen.
looks like a marker. Are you sure that's gonna do the trick? It looks like
Well,
it's
they
a
only allow
felt tip.
felt tip in Netherlands.
Oh,
yeah, but
no.
if they
Right
smell
in
it
his
for too
eyes.
long, they'll
It's
get a
deadly.
nasty headache.
No, these are deadly, you know. So no,
I'm sure they
I've been
are.
practicing too much with the Oculus Rift. But no, I really think like if you ever get an Oculus Rift, I'm just saying, hit me up. I'll link you some good websites. It's the real deal, okay? Like it's insane.
Are they
It's-
for sale yet? Oculus Rift?
Yeah, you can get one. You can order one. It'll be here next week. Not with Amazon Prime though, but it'll be something else.
Isn't there a competitor that makes supposedly better VR thing?
Yeah, I tried a few ones. You have the Valve one and the HTC Vive. It's called. That's probably the best one right now, but it's not on the market yet. And you get two little joysticks with it, and you can actually interact. So you know when the girl's there, you can hit her or slap her ass, right?
And
or
when you hit her, does she cry
you can
in
cook.
pain?
Well,
I feel
When
like
you hit her, does she cry in pain?
yeah, of course. It's like realism, like realistic stuff.
I
Will
feel
she
like
beg for mercy?
If you want her
Wouldn't be a game without
to.
it.
so. I've got a question. In the in the tech world, a lot of times like it's not necessarily the best one, but the one that everybody goes to is the one that you want to be on. Like it's the popular platform. Are these things all like cross-platform, or is it Oculus Rift porn and Oculus Rift?
No.
games?
So they have they have this this website with a video, and you can download it for your smartphone, for your Oculus Rift, for all the other things, right? But I think the Oculus Rift has like the highest resolution right now, but not the highest frame rate. And then you want to go to something else, and some people are like, it's not comfortable. I think it's pretty comfortable. But it's developing really quickly, and I think in the next 5 years we're going to see a really big improvement in this type of technology.
Oculus Rift seems like it's not developing quickly to me. Like I feel like we got excited about the Oculus Rift in 2012, and here it is in 2015, late 2015, and it's like no one's playing with it. Like you're the first guy to have mentioned it to me in a long time.
No, like I'll be the first one. I'll be that trendsetter. But you're talking about 3 years, which is you know, like compared to cars, it's still a really small skill of the whole thing. But it went from, it's still not released, by the way. But I think as it started with the Oculus Rift, and now other bigger companies are starting to notice it. Facebook bought Oculus, but I definitely think in the next few years it's going to be like a lot more relevant, especially with the HoloLens. I don't know if you guys have seen that.
The
Yeah,
Microsoft
that'd be
thing.
cool.
Yeah. You put it on your face, and you can see stuff in the room.
I'm interested. I just don't feel like I want to be on the ground floor of that thing. I feel like I want the third generation one when it actually starts. I've heard people compare it to just having like a cell phone like right in your face, and that's not appealing to me.
Two cell phones. It's like two screens. You got one there, one there, and it's if you have it too long or the settings are wrong, you get a headache, and it's just.
I don't remember which one they were describing, but I was reading that it was that. It may be the one you described with the better frame rate but lower resolution. But I'm really interested in that. Of course, growing up watching Star Trek, the idea of the holodeck and somehow coming up with that. I've seen the 360-degree like treadmill things where you've kind of got a bumper around your torso and the panel moves omnidirectionally, I guess would be the way to put it. And the idea of being on that, having some sort of an avatar like gun where like, it's a real gun here. There aren't any real bullets, but I've got extra magazines, and every time I do a reload, like it's legit, and it happens in the game. If I could do that, like a simulator, oh man, that would be incredible fun.
Yeah,
The
no,
only
definitely.
downside to that is let's pretend we're of equal skill level, and you're playing with a bumper and a treadmill and a real gun, and I have a controller. I think I crush you.
Oh yeah, it's a bloodbath every time.
How so?
put extreme conditioning on your character, but you actually get winded by the time you get the B flag. Woody's just holding the joystick.
I'm gonna be
down
1,000 times, but I'm gonna be so much more accurate. Like it takes me so long to lock onto a target in Call of Duty when like it would literally be bang, bang, bang. Like it's so fast in real life.
I don't think he'll, and it also, I guess, like auto aim comes into, not auto aim, but aim assist, whatever it is. That how it gets sticky onto the player. That
I would welcome giving that up. I feel like real me isn't like standing there like, hello, bad guy. It's real me is like coming out and like peeking out and coming around a corner and doing stuff that your character just can't even do. I feel like I've got so much more control over like I can make my elbow do whatever I want. I'll tuck that fucker in. I'll get in a stance that's I'll change from Weaver to isosceles as needed. And I'll be moving, strafing. Like I just feel like I can do things that you can't make your video game character do.
I don't know. I can make my character Superman belly flop jump into a drop shot all day long.
I can shoot a quarter out of the air. Like it's not gonna matter. I just feel like it would. I think that would be the ultimate in like a first-person shooter experience to get to do it for real. For like your gun to be in your actual hands.
Leave a comment, people. Who do you think plays better? A good real life shooter or a hardcore player with a controller?
I think Carl would win in the 1v1 Rust. So
you think
easy.
so?
Quick scopes and no scope.
Oh, no, Shipyard is what he wants.
Oh, Shipyard, yeah, there we go. COD 4.
Shipment, we're talking about.
Or Shipment. There you go. Yeah.
I wouldn't want Shipment. I'd want a big map so I could sound whore you real good.
Yeah, because you really get into it, like when you're playing with the controller, it's like someone's sitting over there and someone's talking over there, or you got distractions from the outside world, plus reflexes. When someone shoots at you, you're not gonna go with your thumb like straight to the right. But if you're aiming, you're in the world, in the virtual reality. Someone shoots at you, you're just gonna dodge away or whatever.
In my head, I'm like, good luck sound whoring while you're in real life running and panting on a treadmill.
Yeah.
And I think a controller or a mouse and keyboard, if that's your cup of tea. Leave a comment. Let me know, people, what you think watching the video. Who's better?
You're talking about controlling. Well, think about what you're talking about doing. You're saying that you can operate controls and puppeteer a person doing something better than a person can just do the thing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Not at first. I mean, when I first started playing Left 4 Dead, I would literally get lost. I'm like, I don't understand. What am I I'm looking at the ceiling. Like, I get it now. Lower the thing. But after, days of playing time, I don't know how many days of playing time.
You can't beat a real human. There's no way.
I think I will smash a real human.
Isn't going to match the weird little contorted things you're doing to try and get a good shot.
It would in the scenario.
No, because but in that scenario, then you have no choice but to say you'd win because you have a literal ability in the game that they don't have by
That's
virtue
what I'm
of using
describing.
a controller. But they wouldn't do that. They would just give you autonomy over the actual aiming and shooting and running and things like that. But they would stabilize because they know not everyone can afford a $4,000 setup with an omnidirectional treadmill.
Well, that's the game I'm playing. We're all on our omnidirectional treadmills except for Woody for some reason.
Yeah, pretending that Kyle's world, pretending that Kyle's world comes into reality. I still think the controller is just a really good way to rock the avatar.
I still, you got to think again though, like which is better, controlling a puppet and making it raise its arms and look like a human being, or just raising your arms and looking like a human being. I feel like you have like your brain is a better controller for a body than a controller is. It's just different. If you mocapped me perfectly, then I can just move in ways that are so complicated, like you can't even program it into a controller. Like you can put lean into a game, but you can't change like where my elbow is, or like the difference in the stances, or like where my head might be in certain situations, or how I might just like interact with an environment. I feel like it'd be a massive advantage.
But think about it, like your brain is communicating messages to your body. For you, it's communicating gross motor skill functions. So you whipping around, even if you're an expert, that's not as fast as someone who doesn't have to move their legs, doesn't have to move their whole upper body. It's just a twitch of a thumb.
But his character does.
They're gonna beat you every time.
It's a twitch of a thumb that I've practiced a million times. Out of practice today, but
But,
hypothetically the
it-
best version of me.
And
So there's
calling
a
it a
quarter
puppet
second-
isn't truly fair because you're not controlling every little bit. Like you don't have one thumbstick controlling it's not QWOP with your
I
character
understand.
who's also shooting.
QWOP is
So much
awful.
of it is made, like pre-made for you. You're just moving it as an archetype that can also do these other things way faster than a human could.
I think that I've got like, I feel like there's less lag in there. I felt you're operating something to do a thing that I'm just doing, and so like I don't know how to put it any better than that. You're telling something, you're adding an extra step that I don't even have. It's just I'm just doing the thing.
Yeah,
and
but
you're having
that
to tell
step-
something else to do the thing.
That step that we're adding is facilitating the quicker movement. Why go get in your car and then drive to the store when you can just walk to the store? I don't even have to get in my car. That's an extra step.
Well, there would be certain circumstances where it could be faster. Like if we were both like running into each other and we were both looking the same degrees away from off center and we both noticed each other at the same time. Maybe, yeah, your sensitivity is quick enough to flip over and shoot at me, but I don't have to change my whole body's directionality to shoot at you. I could be looking this way and I see you over there and I'll just go bang. like I just think that there's so much more open to me as a human being rather than a video game avatar.
But
Like,
could you
maybe-
more quickly turn and aim, or even just a real quick flip like that with your actual body, or could you more quickly just tap your 7 sensitivity immediately there?
And this, I think I'm just so accurate inside of a room, at 6-7 yards that I just don't need that. I'm just faster. I just honestly think, I think you would be too. Like,
You
I
could
think
be right. I'm just having trouble thinking.
imagine you've got your semi-automatic shotgun and you're fucking pumped and you're walking through a house wide-eyed, wired as fuck, not caring if you're shooting movement. You're not playing. Like, you know what I mean? It's a video game. You're shooting movement. There's no reason to worry about dogs or civilians because it's a video game. You're shooting on movement, and you're going through pumped as fuck. And there's some other guy out there on an Xbox with a controller and lag and all that. I just feel you've got lag as well, of course, because you're operating this thing from home. But I just feel like you're going to be like, boom! And that other, and he'll never be as fast as you. And you'll be able to go, boom, 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 boom. Like your follow-up, your control of recoil is all going to be superior to anything the video game's going to offer to an avatar.
That's interesting how they would implement recoil, because you're obviously not firing.
You're in control.
A real gun.
The recoil is less for me than it is for most people.
No, they would make it so you had to actively aim down as you shot.
I wouldn't
because
like.
otherwise, that would be
I
horseshit
want-
of just
I
no
want it to be
recoil for
attached to
anyone
the
with an
gun.
Oculus Rift.
He
I
wants a
want-
gun that's reactive, like
Yeah.
it would be in
Oh,
Like
real
a
life.
recoil gun.
There's a sensor on this gun, and it knows how well I controlled that recoil every time. It knows if it popped up this much or this much. If I'm loosey goosey and being an asshole, like I see people coming all the way back here, but if you watch my videos when I'm shooting a 45 caliber handgun, it does this. Like I'm locking my wrists, I'm extending my forearms, and I can hold it right there, and I can dump the whole magazine into the chest of a target at 7 yards. But you can't do that in the video game because it's not fair. They can't. There's no way to balance that out in a video game. They just give you random recoil. But I don't have random recoil, and I've got like instant. I don't have superhuman reflexes or anything. But like, if there's movement there and it's a video game, then I'm of course gonna go bang 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 bang, bang and shoot 15 times right there in 2 seconds.
Reloading would be hard from the perspective you're talking
Oh,
about.
I'd love that. I'd love to do. I could do the reload by feel. Like if you've got mags here, like, and you're just popping them in and out. Like I feel like you could just do that, and I feel like it adds so much to the game because in the game he just does it. I don't know if you've ever tried to reload fast, but it's a bitch. You're like oh god. Like now and then add in like you need some sort of punishment, some sort of negative reinforcement for getting shot. I would love it if you got
Shocks
a little jolt, like nothing that's gonna be awful, but give them a little zap. Put some fear involved. Like you shouldn't run around that corner like it doesn't matter. That'd be a cool game to play. I'm hoping
People would
that's
be
the
in
future.
great shape.
I'd play it. I'd buy it.
There you go. Like I bet
You
Wings
sold
would be
me.
in great
Sold me.
shape.
Get it. Get the sponsorship. Get it.
You make that Call of Duty 27, and Wings of Redemption will be like an Iron Man. You'll see. He'll have one of those oxygen deprivation masks. Just
Wings of Redemption. Do you remember when he played Modern Warfare 2? He might have been the first legit 10th Prestige in the world on PlayStation. And then he made 10th Prestige on the Xbox too. And this was all within by
first
February
20 days.
or something. Yeah.
No, it was earlier than that. It was there's 20 days of real world time, and he put in like 15 days of game time. Shit, you do nothing but play and sleep, and that's it. He was bandaging his fingers. Yeah, I think if Wings of Redemption got hooked on a game that required him to like physically interact with it, like, and he put the kind of Modern Warfare 2 effort that he put in back in the day, yeah, he'd be an Iron Man. He'd end up as a soldier of fortune somewhere, like fucking shooting brown people somewhere, like he always wanted.
Didn't he have a term for brown people?
I don't
He
remember.
had a term for anyone who wasn't white that I don't want to repeat.
I once played with Wings back in the day. Like I was a still small YouTuber, and we like he invited me because like I was a fan. I was like, oh, he tweeted it out, so I wanted to play with him, and we played a game, and it was with 6 people, and of course we lost the game, and he got really mad at everybody. And he was like, yeah, you guys are shit. And why do you guys don't have like these, we had to take out the turrets and we didn't have like perks to take it out or something. And I was like, well, like I thought we were just going to play a game. I thought this was for fun. And he's like, sorry, I have to block you for, I block you because I never want to play with you anymore. So I was like, okay, fair enough. And that was that. I literally played one game. That was it. Got blocked. It's pretty funny. Been waiting so long to tell this story on the show, by the way. That was like 2 years. I was like, one day I'll get on and I'll tell that story. I'll get payback on that guy someday.
I've played many games with Wings. I always enjoyed playing with Wings because I knew that he was going to take it super seriously, so I didn't have to worry about that, right? Like there was going to be someone who was going to be like, you know, if things start going bad, he was going to make the group be accountable for it. He never yelled at me, to either his credit or my own, however you want to look at it. But he never once yelled at me. But I've seen him yell at so many people, both on our team and on the other team, and I always loved it.
Yeah, I was one of those.
He would talk. I remember him talking smack in Battlefield to these guys, and just like reeling off all his stats and talking about battle.net or whatever their website is. Where you can check the stats and talking about score per minute and like, call you scrubby dubby motherfucker, don't you know who I am? And just being like, yeah, they should know who you are, and they do. It was always funny when they were like, yeah, we know who you are, you motherfucker. Like, I always liked playing with Wings.
He yelled at me the first couple times I played with him. It was with you guys too. It was like 3 or 4 years, probably like 4 years ago now. First times we were playing together. I know I did deserve it. I ruined the spawn, and Wings berated me. I will not forget that. I felt like such an asshole.
I probably gave you a hard time too. That was not something that I put up with.
Hey, if you mess up the spawns, like you can get out. You know, no mercy.
Yeah. Only one rule: just don't go into their spawn.
Was it Black Ops 1 then, or?
No, it was Modern Warfare 2.
Oh, okay. They're like
on that rooftop map.
Yeah.
Yep.
High
and
just high rise
there with your R21.
Yeah, everyone is right outside the building, right where the spawn line is, just punishing these people. And Taylor runs in there and lets them out of the building.
Oh, look at me! I'm gonna impress these guys.
I'm gonna get 4 knife kills in a row.
God damn it, Murka Durka.
Wings yelled at me once or twice too, but I don't know what you guys did when you got yelled at, but I'd put it right back. I'd be like,
he was my hero back then, so I was like, sorry,
it was always unwarranted. I remember, I think I've told this story before, but like there was one time about capturing flags, and he's like, you fuckers aren't capturing flags. We were having a hard time. It was domination, and I forget if it was 7 or 9 flag caps at the time, and he had 2, and he's yelling at me for not capping flags. And I'm like, check the scoreboard. Check the fucking scoreboard. See who's capping flags. And then somehow my 7 flag caps weren't like good ones or something. Like, oh, I saw your flag caps. What? Did you? All 7? I don't know what. And I would, I don't want to repeat it all, but I'd push it back hard. Like, I don't need you, motherfucker. I don't know who you think you are, but you're not getting away talking to me like that. It was like, yeah.
I'm an adult. I have children.
Yeah, it's like I'm not some fan that you can
You're
bully.
not my dad. You're not my whatever.
Basically, it was you can't bully me. Like, I'm not some fan who you just replace with somebody else. You want to play with me, you be respectful. That was the core of the message.
It was fun overall playing with them because we almost always won.
Yes. Yeah, you
Always.
typically. And that was true with all the YouTube groups. Like,
any party, most of the time, like if you just get 5 good guys.
Yeah. I used to play with T Martin Onslaught, and I forget who else. But, we did pick another guy. And we'd just go and beat people all the time. I liked it. I was probably the worst in my group. But, I wasn't the worst trash talker.
Everyone left every time.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It was all. And of course, everyone's heard this, but my big line would be, "Don't leave. Don't leave." They'd be talking shit. You stay here. I want to talk to you after the game. I want to talk to you when this is all over. And
normally we used to have the same clan tag, like we'd have Hoppet or whatever.
Nice.
I met like a ton of friends on the website. But then at one point we were like, okay, so we joined the lobby. We got 6 guys over there with the same clan tag, and they would just all leave. The other guys would just straight away be like, full party, fuck it, leave. So what we end up doing is like some people, like two people don't have a clan tag, then the other 4 have like different ones, and then some have like the same one, so that if we join the lobby, it looks like we're like a random group of people. But actually, we're just like there on the mics in the party, be like, okay, get them in that Nuketown spawn trap, and it was great.
We do the
take
same
turns
thing
with the kill streaks too.
If we had a matching clan tag, then it didn't work out at all. And then so sometimes we do themes like wine, cheese, beer, etc. Like everyone had a food.
Song.
Yeah, or song. But then we just started switching them up entirely. But they got to a point where we got recognized in lobbies enough that people would want to play against us. You know, like, oh, you know, I love Team Art and Woody and whatever, and they'd stick around. You guys, are you ready for a new topic?
Yeah, I also have another topic, but I think we should.
What do you got, man?
This one is kind of an add-on to the last one. I heard Mr. Russian here say that, not in the last PKA, but the one before that the casting couch wasn't real, I think. I think one of you guys mentioned that. So I found this article, I'll link it, and it's an article of
I thought for sure he's going to be like, that couch is real.
No, not that couch.
The one
but
behind
a different
you.
one, and it's real. Okay, so this is kind of not safe for work, but not really. Well, I wouldn't classify this as not safe for work, but it's about this Czech school teacher who is in a porno.
Oh, she's hot.
Yeah, she's hot. Yeah, she was in a porno, and then it turns out that the kids watching were pupils of hers, and they discovered that she was in a porno. But you know, so like the surprise came to me when I was like, you know, I watch these videos on probably a regular basis, right? Like I've seen all of them. But I'm always like, this is like, they're trying to make it real, but it's fake, right? And then all of a sudden an article comes out. I'm like, wait, all of this shit could potentially be real? Because it was like, she normally doesn't do it. Like I haven't read the whole article, not this one. But it turns out some of the casting couches are real. Maybe not that famous black one, but this white one is like a legit thing. So next time
you're it would be so illegal.
Right?
I don't know, but they still like.
Nah, this is. I don't think so. This chick got paid for this.
Of course.
They call it. I feel like the porn casting video is just another genre of porn. Like, don't think of it as like, oh, she's not really a porn star. She's somehow like a normal girl that we're getting to see do porn star stuff. It totally is like a kind of porn. Like, I would imagine that a lot of the girls we see in casting couch porn have done other porn prior to it. Like, oh yeah, I did a gangbang yesterday, and I did Anal Monsters 3 on Friday, and today I'm doing a casting couch video and pretending like this is my first time ever. I think that's
definitely what it is. They're not just going to like Chipotle, spending 3 minutes there and like bagged another one. Like that's just not how life works.
That's always such bullshit.
There was a genre where a guy would just pay random girls on the street, like, "Hey, I'll give you $50 if I can see your boobies."
Yeah,
guilty. And then,
I've seen those.
You seen that? And then
research purposes, he would, like was making video on it.
He would up it some more, and they do something else, and eventually they're like sucking his dick, and he's like, "Hey, I'll give you the rest of this," and they have full on sex, and it's like I don't think you can walk up to random hot girls and.
No,
exchange sex for money.
In Amsterdam, you can go to the prostitutes. It's like $50, and you get fucky, sucky. They say. So, yeah.
I like the ones where they don't even try and make it kind of real, where it's like they're walking by and they're like walking by a bubble tea.
Nice.
Like, hey, see you like sucking on coconut shakes. You
want to earn some money?
Like, and it's just.
I've got a question. So there's a genre where women misbehave in a big way at male strip clubs, right? You've seen this.
Yeah.
Misbehave.
Yeah, like
You know,
they'll
they
suck
jerk
his
the guys
dick,
off and
jerk
suck
the
his dick and
guys
stuff.
off. So, yeah.
That's real. That happens. That's a true thing. I read this whole like Reddit post from like guys who have worked in that industry and do those parties. That's legit.
Oh, it's the lady strip clubs, you mean? Like with the guy dancing.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they say the women are much more vulgar and awful than like any of the male like strip club goers. They're much more likely to like grab the guy or do something inappropriate because women. You know how women are. Imagine drunk women. They're like, I'll do what I want.
Well,
Like,
they know they're not
like,
going to
totally
get
awful
kneecapped
and
in the back
grabby.
office for it.
Yeah. If you put women in a group, sometimes they can get very
A little rowdy.
Rowdy. That's actually a
Rambunctious.
perfect word. Yeah, they can get a little rowdy compared to guys in a group who might even be less rowdy than alone. I don't know, but yeah, I've often wondered like, what do these women do at strip clubs? Like are there no limits? Like with guys, like these girls pretty much don't want to have sex with them. Like the female dancers, that's not a thing that they're down for typically, I think. But if you switch it around, maybe guys like, they want to do that. They want to put this thing in their mouth, then knock yourself out. No? Yes?
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I don't think so. They described it as like, well, they can't come, obviously, or that ruins the whole night, and you stop making money, and you have to leave. Like, so you just kind of got to but you've got to keep it hard all night to entertain the ladies, and it sounded awful to hear these guys describe like what it was like being a male stripper around these
Really?
awful, gross
No,
women.
that's a hardcore humble brag. That sounds like the most humblest of brag posters. It's like, oh, well, they're trying their best to just get on top of me, but you know me, I gotta stay shredded, flex my six-pack, and keep an erection, and I can't even come. Now, don't let me wrong, I'm great. I've done this so many times, didn't even need to worry about it, but every once in a while, if I hadn't had sex in 4 or 5 hours, it starts to build up again. And then it's like,
4 or 5
it's like
hours.
no, you're a humble bragging piece of shit, and you know what you're doing. Everybody's just lapping it up like a kitten with a saucer of milk. I hate posts like that. It's aggravating. It's not real.
You are very good at them, though. You need a new stripper account for sure.
Yeah. But
Wait.
yeah, those are definitely real.
Obviously, you know so much about this business, stripper.
It's true. See, I'm telling you how it is. But Kyle, you really think those are real?
Which ones?
Not the videos necessarily. I think he's saying the experience is real.
Yeah, I think that stuff actually goes down. Some of the videos I'm sure are real, but it's hard to pick and choose and find the ones that are. I think I'm pretty good at that. Every now and then I've found a little bit of everything that I've determined myself that like, yeah, that's legit, that's real. But yeah, for the most part, all of it's fake because it's a lot cheaper to do it that way. As we all know, like when you're trying to catch something spontaneously interesting on camera, that can be very hard, but it's really easy to act. It's really easy to set something up and pay performers.
Just suck that dick one more time, right?
Yeah.
The interesting thing is, like, there's this whole amateur genre, right? And I feel like that's gotten bigger in the last, so many years. But amateurs is a dicey thing. Like Selena, a fan of the show, right? Some would call her amateur, but I think of her more as semi-pro at this point. Sure, she's not working for a production company or anything, but she's hoping to get so many million views a month or tens
She's
of
fucking.
millions.
I definitely differentiate her. She's fucking her boyfriend only for one thing.
Right.
She's not like being paid to like fuck this guy and then that guy. She's the one deciding what she does. She does it all at home. I definitely
It's not the same thing as a pro. I agree.
Not at all.
And certainly the fact that she only has sex with her boyfriend is a huge differentiator in my mind personally. But it's also not like a one-time thing, right? Like she has kind of a quota.
No, she does it for a living.
Yeah, she does it for a living. And I also feel like some of the things she's doing for the camera, right? Like it's not, she does it for a living and she...
You don't think she was enjoying the panel?
Exactly. Yeah, I bet she wasn't. And she seemed... Not that I've ever seen such a video, but I've been told that...
Such a brutal word.
She would like vomit after trying
she
to...
likes that. They like
Likes
that.
vomit?
Like, yeah, she's just gagging on the dick and like throwing up and
She
stuff.
throws
Yeah.
up a lot when she gives head.
Yeah, I like that. I like a lot
Like
of vomit.
actual food?
Well, no, not like chunks of stew or anything, but she'll throw up some like foamy spit or whatever.
It looks like she's had some Fanta recently.
Whatever.
Orange
It's more
soda.
of like a newborn baby spit up than like
Yeah,
you said
yeah.
throw up. I was picturing like your post Longhorn meal, just chunks and
No, not. It's
gagging,
like you said.
mostly.
The contents is like newborn baby, but it sounds like she's retching.
Yeah.
Ew, that's an unpleasant sound.
I like that sound. I always like when on Stern when they play that noise of the porn stars like really like getting like throat fucked and it's like and it's like not even a human noise anymore. That's always great. I got no problem with that.
yeah.
I feel like sure she plays it up for the camera like anybody who makes entertaining videos.
She's doing things that she wouldn't do if the camera wasn't rolling. I think I can't. tell
Yeah,
for
sure, totally.
And or she's like, all right, this is a film session, so we're gonna go all out and whatever. I was gonna say ass to mouth. I don't know if she's ever done that, but we're gonna go all out and do like the extreme stuff because that's
lots
what
of
gets
facials
the views.
and choking, a lot of pee stuff,
facials
some
not
public
extreme.
stuff, always good stuff. Yeah, a lot of pee stuff. Yeah. She's like, oh yeah, for you guys who like the pee, here I go, and she'll just like piss. She'll just like piss like in the bathtub or something. Like here I am peeing, and yeah, enjoy.
That's it.
Well, I don't know. I don't watch all. I only watched like one or two of the pee ones, but she blew her boyfriend in some public park or something like that. That was interesting. She'll have like facial montages where it's like load after load. It's good stuff. Good stuff.
Her facial
Call of Duty
montage,
montages.
it's like vomit after vomit. Like here's a time where I couldn't handle his length. Here's another time where I couldn't handle the length. It's just like, oh my gosh, you poor girl. Find a smaller penis. But
well, I need to watch some of her videos now.
yes, Selena 22.
research.
Yeah, big fan
Selena
of the show.
22. She's doing quite well over there, from what I understand.
Good for her.
I think of
good
her
money.
as the top amateur on Pornhub, the number one or semi-pro, if you want to go by that, not full pro.
She's definitely top tier over there. Like they
like-
feature her on the homepage and stuff. She's got millions of views.
Like if you look at like the amateur like spot on that site, she's the thumbnail. Like she's the
I'm not.
What
I'm
an
still
honor.
I'm still not entirely sure that it's not like her boyfriend who's like actually in contact with us. Because she wouldn't want to come on the show because she was shy. And I just watched you piss. Like you're not shy. Like you have 8 loads of cum like rapid firing onto your face, and you're like smiling and being really cute about it. Like come on. So I'm not entirely sure it's not her boyfriend that like actually interacts and runs her social media and stuff. Could be. It's always hard to tell. And I've talked to her about this before. I bet she's been like, no, it's not. And this is like, all right, then, sure, I believe you. But I'm 50-50 on that one. In any case, she seems to be doing really well over there.
Well, good for her. There's no victims in what she's doing. Knock yourself out.
Kyle, what's that?
I don't know. I couldn't think of any.
Yeah.
I guess not.
He's a little scarred by the P video.
I didn't mind the P video.
There you go.
Is that one of your cups of tea? Cups
Not
of pee,
really.
rather?
No, I think it's funny. I'm not turned off by it, but I'm just not turned on by it in any way. Like I don't want you to pee on me. I don't want to pee on you. I guess I'll watch you pee because sure, what's going? Oh, all right. But like that's also not a turn on, I guess. But like whatever. If you wanted to pee, that'd be okay. But I prefer you like did it in the bathtub or in the bathroom at least.
On the tile floor.
yeah, that would work. You pee on the tile floor, but just don't piss on the carpet or anything.
Exactly. Nobody wants a middle of the living room pee where you have to rub their face in it afterward.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't
or
need
maybe
to
you're
see
into that.
pee
I'll do that
videos.
too.
I just feel like once or twice in your life, you want to see a girl pee just so you fully understand the anatomy, where that thing comes from, and then you're like, all right, now that I've passed my self-imposed gynecological exam, I'm done with this.
I changed my my 9th grade English teacher's homepage on her Mac. It was those. What were they called? Those big computers that were all different colors.
The iMacs.
The iMac? Is that what it was? Okay.
I think it was
I
the
should have known
original
that.
iMac, yeah.
So I changed her homepage to love2p.com. It's love, the number 2, and then p.com. I don't even know if it's still a website, but at the time it was like all these pictures of chicks pissing their pants and their panties and stuff like that. Just like real piss fest, right? And I changed her homepage to that, and then like changed to a new website. So as soon as she got there, she clicks reload, love2p.com. It was great. It's great. Good
It's
times.
a nice little Little gag you got there.
Thanks. Yeah, she was mortified. It was real funny because like I don't know. I'm sure she had never even considered that pee was something sexual anywhere, much less on her internet that's connected to the computer on her computer. So.
You could have cost a career.
I suppose so, but it was kind of like the computer that we all used. So that was funny. I remember there were a few websites you could get to back in the day that the porn filters wouldn't stop. Whitehouse.com, it seemed like for a long time, was a porn site, and we could get to it from our middle school computers.
Now, like you'd think that they'd get that sorted out.
Wait, whitehouse.com?
Yeah. So whitehouse.gov. I'm sorry, whitehouse.gov is the one that you're expecting. Whitehouse.com now is just kind of a blank page. It looks. Is it a search engine of some sort? No.
Probably a redirect or something.
It's not working on mine. It's just a picture of the White House and then something underneath it that I can't quite figure out. But nothing interesting.
Oh. Well, now we know.
Do you have any more topics, Jordy?
No, not really.
No, I have one, but I wanted.
These were the best ones. Like the rest is just.
I wanted Kyle to be here for my next topic.
Well, Kyle didn't even put a
Oh,
BRB in his comments.
Taylor.
One more thing.
Oh, go ahead, Jordy.
No, like so in Amsterdam, prostitution is allowed to a certain extent. It's legal here, but we don't only have female prostitutes. We also have something which is called not the red light district, but the blue light district, and it's with transvestites. So the other
Kyle's
day,
not here.
Yeah, so yeah, too bad he's not here. But maybe something for you, Woody. But they're very cheap, very like beautiful jawline.
Are they at least 70% male?
Well, you can pick. Like literally, you walk through the street and you got the blue lights, like with windows, and you can go, I want that one, and I want that one together, or I just want that one, or I want to go with this one. But it's like it's funny to walk past there and to see it, but I would never use that. Totally.
Are those districts like really close to each other, where like you could accidentally stumble from one into the other?
There should be a purple light district, right, where you find like women transvestites or something.
Oh, stop!
Just like they got happy trails and good jaw lines. The purple
you'd be
light,
all about that purple district.
But you have a district. So like when you go into town, if you take the wrong alley, you're in the middle of the red light district, right? So you got windows with girls behind it. Like knocking on the window, going like, "Oh, come here, I like you."
But are there a ton of tourists just walking it like it's the boardwalk, just like enjoying the atmosphere?
It's like, they're just looking around. They're like, "Oh, nice architecture, nice titties over there, right?" But I was walking like through it the other day because I had a friend over who's almost never in Amsterdam, and he's like, "Yeah, like I really want to see the red light district." So as a tour guide here in Amsterdam, like
you're obligated,
right? So I go there. Plus it's fine to walk through there because it's actually a shortcut to go to the closest store and stuff, from a certain point. But I was walking through there, and my friend, he's like, fuck it. So he walks up to a prostitute, and she's like, "Oh, get here, 50 euros." And he goes, my friend, his name's Jordy. He's really shy, and I'm just walking there. I'm like, what is this guy doing, right? Turn around and look at the prostitute, and she leans out. She opens the door. She leans out of the kind of window, and she goes and just screams, "Oh, fuck me, Jordy! Fuck me, Jordy!" Like 20 people like walking around me and just started staring at me. I was like, oh my god, if a fan would see this, this would be like the worst thing to explain.
Fuck that! Get some street cred. You don't have to ask me twice.
She was really
right there.
Pretty, she was really pretty, but I actually met a few
hold up
over there. I don't know.
Why aren't we going to Amsterdam? Taylor, will you come on a PK adventure to Amsterdam? For the museums and shit, right?
I'll see you guys around.
Well, for the museums.
Yeah, Selena 22 just direct messaged me. It's such a weird coincidence. She says, addicted to the survival videos. I know you hated it, but do you think that this could happen again? Maybe with Wings. Wings would not have survived this trip. I just don't think it would have happened. I don't.
No, he would have survived.
I don't know if he would have made it to our campsite. It was a hike, and we went through some rough shit.
You purposely picked it kind of far away to toy with Chiz, didn't you?
No, I really didn't. I really didn't. I picked the location because it was unique, I felt like, with those beaver dams on that creek. Everywhere else, the creek was literally like this wide. Like, that creek would get this wide and like this deep. Like, there's nothing to even... You can't even get water out of that without some trouble. So, like, when I found those beaver dams and that they were pools of water that looked significant, and then I saw the fish, I was like, oh, this is the spot. Like, it's not that far from the road. It's not, water, and there's got to be food. And I saw the fish. I assumed there'd be more fish, medium-sized ones, and yeah, it could have gone a lot better, but whatever. I'm so glad it's over. I really am. I keep like looking at the people that I'm in a room with and being like, at least I'm not in this fucking woods. At least I'm not there. Like nothing could be that bad.
I didn't mind it so much. I have a video I want to watch together. I got it from the PKA subreddit, but it was after we mentioned Grindr on the on the.
You guys on Grindr too, boys? No. Oh.
Check this out. I thought it was a great prank, and I think it's real. Are you guys queued up at 0?
Yeah.
Oh, let me change the big screen. Sometimes I forget. All right, ready, set, play.
We're here at spring break, and there's plenty of guys to mess with, so we're gonna go find out some of their info, pass it along to Kevin, and he's gonna prank them using the man-on-man dating app Grindr.
The guy in blue tank top, his name's Chris. He goes to Baylor. He's in finance, and he plays fullback football.
Chris! Chris! Hey, what's up? Chris from Baylor, right? You're Chris from Baylor, the finance major?
Wow.
We've been talking on Grindr, the gay app.
The gay app.
You played football. I've always wanted to sleep with a football player. Shane?
Check out this guy.
Yes. Hey, from Grindr. I'm Gabriel from Grindr.
Gabriel.
The gay app for the iPhone. What's going on? It's so good to finally meet you. Come here.
Look at the girl.
Get out of that pit, silly. Are you serious right now? Are you serious?
Look at the guy. He's totally cool.
I've been talking to you for over 2 months. You're telling me all about your senior year at Monmouth College and how you're a big football star there. And you're so interested in going into marketing and God knows what else, blah, blah, blah. And then we make plans to spend spring break together in Panama City, and then you're just pretending like we never met. What is your problem? Justin. Justin from Purdue. Oh my God, this is so awesome. So
Right
nice
on.
to meet you. What's happening?
Not much.
So, well, come on. I feel like you're being all distant now. We've been talking for months online through my Grindr app.
Yeah, bro. I don't know who you are.
We talked about how you're a hunter and that you wanted me to shoot some hot loads with your gun, and I'm pretty sure you weren't talking about your 308, honey.
Right on.
I want you to shoot it down my throat. Don't walk away.
Oh no.
A mouth when the lights are off. Oh, you send me nudes of you. I can't believe this. We watched Top Gun on Skype together, and we had laughs, and we cried, and you told me about your parents and, their problems and all this stuff. Tonight at like 3 a.m., don't try drunk texting me and saying, I'm sorry, but you ambushed me in front of your friends. I don't want to hear it, because guess what? I'm going to delete you from my phone book, and I will never talk to you ever again. This is bullshit. Ugh. So infuriating. God damn it. I'm here with Ashley.
All right. You guys didn't like it as much as me.
That was great. I've already seen it though.
I thought it was one of the best prank videos on YouTube.
There's a part 2 if you haven't seen that.
I think it's enough, but
we were all joking. Your potential boyfriend or friend actually isn't living a double life behind your back. See ya. It's all just like, oh, let him handle it. And then just run away.
I don't know what happens, afterwards.
If they come back and ask for permission to use their likeness
Faces.
on YouTube is what
Yeah,
they do.
their faces and stuff. Yeah.
And then the person signs a release, and
if
it's
they're
all-
professional enough, I guess they do. It's just YouTube.
Only
What?
4.5 million people saw that and now think they're gay. So I don't know.
Well, I think that everyone who saw it knows it's a joke. It's the people who were there.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, if anything, putting it on YouTube is the out. That's how everybody knows that it was fake.
Oh, that's a good way to look at it. You're right.
All right, new topic?
Sure.
I don't know if I asked this before, but what misconceptions did you have about sex before you lost your virginity?
I thought the vagina was higher.
Higher.
Me too. Oh,
Same
yeah.
here.
That was the one I had.
I was like, where is it? Where is it?
Yeah, even lower.
Yeah.
Lower.
Oh, that's your asshole, right?
Move up 1/8 of an inch. Oh, there we are. Like.
Yeah, I think I've told this story before. I was watching. You can't even call it porn. It was like outline drawings on a monochrome green monitor, and but it was two people having sex, and you could see the penis going into like the bottom of the vagina is pretty much like at the bottom of where your legs meet, and my friend and I were both like, "Huh, that thing's too low," and his sister was like, "That's pretty much where it is," because she like was in the room. And I wanted to like correct her. In my head, I'm like, no, it's not that low. But she's a girl, right? And it seems like this would be one of her areas of expertise. And I didn't outwardly correct her, but I still doubted her in my heart of hearts that she might that I knew where the vagina was better than she did.
What does she know?
Yeah,
she's never seen it.
She doesn't have one. Right?
Yeah.
No,
yeah, that's the main one. I think that's really, really common for a lot of guys because I've heard that before too.
Yeah, given that 100% of this show was surprised by that.
Yeah, other ones I'm trying to think.
I think some of the smaller ones, right? Like, you assume sex will be like in the pornos and stuff, right? But it totally isn't. And you expect every girl to be able to climax, right? Which also, is not going to happen, and they're not going to scream and things like that. Those were my biggest
You
concerns.
thought you should scream?
No, the girls. For me, they all scream, of course.
Naturally.
Totally. But, yeah, I was like, am I doing something wrong? And it's just if you watch too many movies, it's a lot different in real life. But I think I got the places and stuff correct. Like I knew where to go in and where it was. Mainly because and mainly because I've done so much research, and before that. Plus, I don't know how old you guys were, but I was well prepared, I guess. So I remember this is I won't disclose too much about this story, but I was with this girl, first time, and I told her I had a present for her. And we were just making out, and I told her, get the present. It's in the drawer, because it was like her birthday or something. And she opens up the drawer, and it's a whole empty drawer, and there's just one condom. That was it. That's how I lost my virginity.
Really?
The story's out.
That's your virginity. That's a smooth move.
I was really, really smooth. I don't know how I did it. The girl was probably, if I have to rate her right now, at least a 7, maybe an 8 out of 10. She was really nice back then. Now, she's weird. She hit me up a while back. She's like, so I see you do YouTube. I was like, yeah, okay, bye. She's
nice.
like,
Tell you
she's
got
like
another present. A 3-pack of presents.
Man, present in my fucking. No. But she was a bit weird. But, yeah.
That's another little one I can think of when you mentioned the condom thing. It doesn't have to directly do with sex, but when you heard before you had ever had sex, I always use a condom, and then you'd hear from people it just ruins it, makes it awful. You just you can't even fathom the thought of how could it make that bad? How could it ruin that? And then you
put a plastic bag over your head and try to kiss someone.
Exactly.
That's what it
then
feels
you
like.
You do it without and with for the first time, and you're like, oh my god, I get it. Everybody kind of had a point here. You seriously underestimate.
But you do get babies and STDs.
And
STDs.
The pros and cons. So everyone talks about the lack of feeling with a condom. This is young me, really. To me, it was like a pros and cons. With the condom on, you don't feel as much, in particular, like the warmth of it. You know, it wasn't to me that, like, I don't know, the sensation was just fine, but there was a certain warmth that's barricaded by the condom. On the other hand, I lasted longer with a condom on. I felt like I could really choose when this thing ended, as opposed to a timer just popping, you know, like a meat thermometer, like pooh. This is
eloquent
not
imagery.
This is not a, you know, like without the condom. Sometimes it was like, you're out of time. But with the condom, I got to say, like, all right, time's up. Now I'm ready, and it was always like, oh, you know what? I kind of like the condom because I gained that superpower.
Kyle, care to weigh in?
Excuse me?
Yeah,
Said
Kyle,
care to weigh in.
Join the conversation.
Haven't you lost your virginity yet?
We've talked about this so many times. This is like the 8th time we've talked about losing our virginity. I was like 15 in the back seat of her car trying to.
This is not even the topic, but carry on.
We're talking about condoms now. I hate condoms.
Misconceptions.
I was trying to get out of here. Nobody likes it.
Nobody likes condoms. No, I don't like condoms even a little bit. They feel terrible. The kind of lube that I use, the wet platinum, is like silicone based, and that dissolves some condoms. So that's always a thing. Like, without, it sounds like a humble brag, but if you're gonna like if you're gonna have intercourse for like 30-45 minutes, it'll melt the condom in that amount of time. Like,
are you sure that's silicone? I thought that was like oil or something.
Petroleum, I thought, was what did it. I'm not sure though.
I thought silicone was safe.
I can't say. I'm just telling you my experiences with my condoms melting in the past, using that, and it certainly wasn't my dick melting them. I wasn't fucking that hard.
It was the friction. It was the friction. It was going so fast.
It melts like.
That's how you start a fire, boys.
No, I mean condoms.
That's how you guys did it in the woods. I know now. You and Woody going there with the lube and the condoms, right? Easy way to start a fire.
Yeah, Chiz was the fire starter.
Chiz should have. We should have filmed that. We should have had Chiz try to start a fire. But no, I don't know. I've always used condoms when I thought it was a good idea, and and then other times I haven't used condoms, and I guess that's probably not the advice that I would give to people, but it's kind of what I've done. Like, if I'm with a girl that I know really well, I've been with her before, and like I know her situation, like I don't, and I just pull out. But yeah, condoms are definitely the way to go if you don't want to end up with some early pregnancy. You never know when she's not going to be pro-choice.
Yeah.
I got contracts with girls, so I'm like, you know, you don't want kids, sign here, you know.
Yeah, nothing sets the mood.
Yeah. She's like, are you ready? You know, we're all ready. And then I just pull out the contract, like, but first, sign this, please.
You go hogging and you come back with a non-disclosure agreement.
Tell anyone you had sex with me. Yeah.
I don't like with condoms the way that they have like a pretend, like there'll be like 7 different kinds, and they have like erotic names to them, where it's like, oh, the Rocky Mountain Ridge or whatever, and it's like it has little bumps on it or whatever, and they all try and pretend that they're doing something distinctly different. They all feel the same. Terrible.
Yeah. I actually like the ones with the little the studs or little dots on them. I think those are cool. I like the flavored ones because I figure like if at some point you're gonna put your mouth on that thing for whatever reason, it might as well taste like a banana or something. That's always funny. Like, I'm trying to think what else I want in a condom.
My observation is the ribbed ones are pretty much equivalent to the not ribbed ones. I've never tried the stud ones, so I can't weigh in on that.
And flavored condoms, like getting head while you have a condom on. That's like eating a well done filet mignon. What is the fucking point?
I know, right? Like that's not where I would be going with it. That's only happened once, and it was literally a prostitute. So I think that's a kind of a prostitute.
Literally a prostitute.
Yeah, if a woman is sucking your dick and you're wearing a condom, you probably are paying for that. That's a really common trait, apparently, if you're getting head from a whore, is that they'll make you wear a rubber when they blow you. And who wants that? Like, she's like, is it gonna get hard? And I'm just like, I don't think so. Like, I have to like use like my Superman cock mind skills to like imagine something.
Your wank
pleasurable.
bank.
Yeah,
I'm trying to ignore the banana smell permeating the room right now.
well, if I can get that stink out of my head. No, but seriously, that like I literally I was like, well, let me focus on something that does feel good, because what you're doing certainly doesn't, and we'll move to step step B. But yeah, getting blown with a condom on is definitely just the worst thing ever. I would much rather masturbate or an auto blow or really anything in between. Don't want to
VR plus auto blow. Right.
The only thing worse would maybe be a hand job while you're wearing a condom. Like, what's the point? She doesn't even want to get her
How
hands
sad
dirty.
is that?
Like fuck you. Like you can't even touch it. Like who's this? I feel sorry for those guys. I hear about the comedian Louis C.K. is like talking about his wife giving him a hand job all begrudgingly, and how she's just like, I'm just like, I wouldn't put up with that shit. Like, there's no way. Like, I don't care if we got 3 kids. Like we're co-signed on a double mortgage. I don't care if we own a business together. Like, if I'm so disgusting to you, or you've lost so much passion in our love life that like you're begrudgingly giving me a hand job, like your ass is done. Like I don't want you in my life, and clearly you don't want me in yours. I hate Louis C.K.'s comedy so much. I try to get into it like everybody else. Oh, he's the best, right? No. I've seen all those specials. I barely crack a smile.
The new ones are pretty
Shit,
bad.
the new ones
The new ones are not good at all.
They get better as you go back. And when I got all the way back to 2006, I was like, I laughed twice, maybe 3 times.
There was a time, I don't know if it was 2 or 3 specials ago, when I thought he was on top of the game, when he was the best guy there was at the moment. But
yeah, as far as popularity, but he's never made me like crack up the way like any Bill Burr special does.
Bill Burr's last one wasn't my favorite. It's definitely my least favorite of his, but he has like 3 good ones that I have like listened to or watched each of them like multiple times, and they're just gold. When he's talking about the dog and the girlfriend and hitting women, and he gets all exasperated and does, and he really brings you along for the ride. He gets you on his side, and he brings up all that taboo sort of pop culture nonsense.
Can you jiggle your mic cord where I hear you, but only halfway?
How about now?
Perfect.
Better.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I love Bill Burr. I before him, I don't know, Chappelle really cracked me up. I really always liked Chris Rock's whole thing, like that original HBO special, the one where he's talking about the difference between black people and niggers or
I've
whatever.
heard he regrets that routine. Too many people have used it as license to be racist or something.
I'm sure they have. Like there's on The Office, you got Michael Scott trying to like do it word for word, like dropping N-bombs and stuff. It's like, whoa, you can't retell Chris Rock's routine. What are you doing? Like, you're not allowed to do. But yeah, I thought that was hilarious. Even like guys like Dana Carvey and I liked the guy who's always, he's a clean comic, and he talks about food a lot. Like he talks about Jim Gaffigan. He talks about the juice at Subway that's left over from the chicken salad. It's like a little chicken salad gazpacho. Yeah. Have it like a cold soup. And he's talking about like how gross Subway is, and he talks about like the Pizza Hut pizza that's got like the hamburgers attached and how retarded all that is. I really enjoy him, but like Louis C.K., I feel like he's doing this. I feel like his routine has probably been done a bunch of times before. He's just all depressed and neurotic and like 40s dad who's like really the antithesis of a 40s dad. He's like overweight, and he's lost his hair and his sex appeal, and his wife doesn't want to fuck him, and his kids are a disappointment and a stressor, and he's not happy with anything. It's just like, all right, I'm over it. I've seen I remember George Costanza. Like stop ripping George Costanza off, Louis. Like I don't care anymore. It's not funny. I don't your impressions in your last thing, I thought they were very poor. He's not an impressionist. He's not good at that, and he shouldn't try to be.
A lot of his bits make me sad, not in like oh man, this is a realization I'm having about a state of the world. Just like, I feel bad for you right now. This is sad. Of like, because it doesn't seem like he's joking as much as he's just relaying the disappointments in his life to you on stage. Like
Christopher Titus talks about him being abused as a child, and his alcoholic, awful father who like never would show him love or compassion. But it's hilarious. You don't feel sorry for him. You see that he was molded by the horror of his childhood and the awful like upbringing he had. He's been molded by it, brought up by it, literally made a better person, and he makes you laugh the whole way.
Comedians I'm not in love with, Joe Rogan. I think Joe Rogan is the most amazing play-by-play, and not just UFC, and not just MMA. Like, I think he's better than everybody else in every sport. I really like the work that he does. I think he does a good podcast. I think that's pretty cool. I think his comedy career is probably the one that's most important to him, if I gauge that right. But it's the one that I'm least interested in. His comedy's just not my cup of tea.
I agree with you there.
I really like his whole bit about, how we've got this monkey brain stuff still in us, and that's why we climb these mountains and do this stupid shit. And he goes into the whole thing about killing the bug, and how he's like, I got a can of something with your face on it that I'll spray until it's light. And he's talking about. I liked it. I like his comedy.
We have to.
I've only heard his
video
one
button.
special. But I liked it. Okay, I laughed at it. I'm trying to think who I've watched lately.
You know who's really good, but he's dead now, is Patrice O'Neill.
Is it
You didn't like it?
working?
It's
Yeah,
dark though.
It's coming back. It's dark. It takes like a couple minutes.
I saw him do a lot of those Comedy Central roasts. He was quick and smart and funny. Yeah, I guess he was okay.
Did you watch his special, Elephant in the Room? It's
he, that sounds
recorded it,
familiar.
like right
yeah.
before he died. Yeah, he's good. That guy, he's like newer. He's an SNL writer, John Mulaney. He has one on Netflix. That's really funny.
Other comedians seem to like Patrice O'Neill more than I did.
Well, he's dead.
He was on the Opie and Anthony show a ton, and I thought he was hilarious on there. So that's when I found out about him and started watching his stand up.
Who's that black guy who was going after Bill Cosby in his stand up routine long
Hannibal
before?
Burress.
Hannibal Burress is very good.
He is.
He's
really
got
funny.
he's got a really interesting delivery, and he talks real slow and but it's funny. I really like his delivery. I like when they sound a little different. I like getting something different from the comedian that kind of grabs my attention. And
Bill
and
Burr
Like Mitch Hedberg.
is the different that I like so much. The Mitch Hedberg, and before him was it Stephen Wright?
Yep, Steve.
Yeah, like that stuff's okay, but it's not really. I get
I
bored
love
of it
Deadpan.
quickly.
I love it. It's different though. Now
I like
I
it for
would
2
compare
minutes.
Mitch Hedberg to Hannibal Burress, because Mitch does that thing where it's lots of one-liner type things and set up and punchline. Like there's a lot of
Stephen Wright
rapid
did
fire.
that too.
Yeah. Well, Hannibal Burress is more of a traditional comedian. He tells stories
I know.
and he expresses opinions. Okay, well,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be know-it-all, but I thought you were talking to me specifically about. I think I've seen his special.
okay. I just don't think it's a good comparison to make between the two of them, because one's a deadpan delivery and the other's just sort of I don't know, monotonous sort of thing that he always does, where he doesn't get too excited or raise his voice.
Yeah, my preference is for the opposite. Like, I think Bill Burr captivates me, and a lot of times
You want him having really high highs and getting animated and excited.
Yeah, that energy that he brings is amazing. I think when I see Bill Burr getting interviewed by Jimmy Fallon or something, I'm like, he's gonna say something cool, right? There's gonna be sometimes. If I tell a Bill Burr joke, it won't be nearly as funny because Bill Burr delivers it amazingly, and that's a cool thing.
Yeah. There's no faster way to get yourself in trouble than trying to reiterate to your girlfriend why it was so funny about when Bill Burr was talking about Tiger Woods and all of his girlfriends. She'll never let that one go.
Bill Burr, man, like he's anti-woman a lot, and
never let that shit go.
No, he's just pro reality. Like, he's not anti-woman. Yeah, I don't think he is at all. He just kind of hits the side of reality that nobody ever wants to touch.
I see where you're
because
coming
someone will
from.
cry foul. What?
That's true. It did seem though, especially right before he got married, there was a long string of material that came from the like it being okay to hit women. I can't remember it all. That was
but that's because it's a comedy act. Like he's
I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
He's putting on a show, right? I'm not
Yeah.
saying I know who he is personally.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, Bill Cosby was talking about Jell-O and pudding pops, and he was the one really fucking women
Right.
over for all those
Bill
years.
Cosby
Over
was
50.
he called. I feel like at the time he was calling Eddie Murphy, saying your stuff is too foul. Like
He
you've
literally
got to
did it.
stop. Yeah. You've got to stop using bad language. And Eddie Murphy's like, have a pudding pop and shut the fuck up or something like that, right? And now you realize, he was berating Eddie Murphy for using bad words. At the same time, He's getting women with Quaaludes to fuck him while they're drugged.
Yeah. And like, and I don't know, I heard this lady describing like her sexual assault on the Stern show the other day, and like him like face fucking her in a room after he like locks the door behind him and stuff. And like, I can't wait for the civil suit. The first civil suit's going to be going through by the end of the year, I think. They're going to take all of his fucking money. They're going to run his name through the dirt. By the time it's over, he'll have nothing, and I'm so excited for him to lose that pudding pop money to these 50 women that he's apparently
I feel like
raped.
it's too late for him to lose at life, right? Bill Cosby's going to die in a few years. He's 70-something,
Yeah, he's
right?
so old.
And
I hope this kills him.
He's 70-something and he's black. And that sounds racist, but the statistics are they don't live as long. It's true. So, go on.
When they're worth a few million, maybe that helps. I'm sure he's been having regular checkups.
Healthcare.
I wouldn't know. Yeah, I just know that their stats are bad. So, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm sure rich people live longer, so he's
Morgan
got that
Freeman's
to compensate.
sticking in there.
Yeah.
He's very old too.
So, yeah, maybe it's not a black thing. Maybe it's a wealth thing. But I read it as a black thing. I thought it was it had something to do with diet and culture and stuff. Anyway, he's not going to live that much longer. It reminds me of the guy in Game of Thrones. Who's the guy who has like 19 sons and he's like 70-some years old? He's outlasted all these other people. He owned the bridge that they needed to get by. Walter Frey. Walter Frey, yeah. I feel like you could kill Walter Frey today, and he's still been king for like 70 years. He's had an amazing life. He fucks everything he wants to. He's got his 19 sons. It's like you can't hurt him anymore. He dies today. He still lived a better life than whoever killed him.
You can't hurt him as a person, Bill Cosby, but his entire legacy of being that like hoopty-doopty-doo kind of guy. Like now people are like, oh wow, who thought about this guy actually being a gigantic
Take all that
piece
away.
of shit?
I want his
decades.
legacy to be ruined. I want his family to be shamed. I want his bank accounts
Not
to
his
be
family.
empty.
What did
his
his family do?
His wife should be shamed too for standing by him through this bullshit when she has to have known. You don't rape 50 women that have come forward. 50 have come forward without her knowing that you're a woman raper. Like I have a heart. It'd be hard enough to fuck 50 women that wanted you to fuck them and not have your wife know about it. Think about it. Now you got to go out and like get drugs and be coercing and like spending these nights away doing your rape shit. She knew,
you're right.
So
She
fuck
had
her
to have
too.
known.
Yeah, she at least knew that.
I never
he's
thought
shady.
of Bill Cosby as the Dexter of rape, right?
The Dexter of rape, absolutely. Absolutely, he was. So fuck him and his pudding pop eating ass. They're gonna do what I just described. There's gonna be civil suits where they take his money. There may be criminal suits where they put him in jail, and I hope both happens. I hope he dies penniless and in jail.
They're not gonna
He's
put him in jail,
78.
dude.
He's 78. He's got at least another 10 years in him, I'd say. With absolutely.
Not with this going down. He's gonna have a heart attack in like.
That's the hope, right? They
8
get him like
months.
Joe Paterno, right? You know, they put him in that awful, stressful situation, take away everything he loves, and then he just falls apart and dies.
Yeah, his life is basically over, and his legacy is tarnished, which probably hurts him more thinking about even than
I hope
knowing
so.
he's gonna die soon. Knowing that no one will watch the Cosby Show anymore and be like, hey, look at this happy-go-lucky family. It's like, hey, look at this family and that miserable rapist that no one will find about for another 3 decades.
I really don't like that. I never liked Bill Cosby to begin with, so like he's an easy target. When I hear this, I'm like, yeah, good, fuck him, because like he's never been funny. His shit wasn't funny. His stand-up comedy wasn't all that funny. His show was lame. Maybe it was like a new thing at the time, but like. It's so lame. I watched that show growing up. I didn't think it was funny. I certainly didn't think it was realistic. I guess it's a great. It was a shining example for African Americans. I feel like, but that's what I hope. I hope some like African American leader comes to him and says that you've brought shame to your race and your people, and like all the good you've done and tried to do throughout your life is being taken away now. I want that for Bill Cosby for all those awful things he did.
No, because then people would just apply what he did and connect it to him being black instead of just being like what he is, like, oh, this piece of shit person. You wouldn't go say, have a famous comedian go up and be like, we rob you of your comedic medallions and shame on our name, like, because he doesn't apply to anything but the fact that he's a rapist.
Bill Cosby.
Don't drag other groups into it.
There was a time when Bill Cosby was all about improving his community, and no one knew he was a rapist. And at that time, I did like Bill Cosby. I liked the message that he gave. It's not true anymore, but say like 10, 15 years ago in the black community, Chris Rock used to do a routine where he was like, people just love not knowing shit, right? I don't know that. I don't know that. Like that was at a time, like I felt like when I was in high school, that was true. Like that struck a chord with me. It was like, yeah, I know a lot of people who are really proud of their ignorance. And Bill Cosby was like, no, that's not okay. You know, you need to be proud of your education. You need to be proud of your accomplishments. You need to do this. You need to do that. Bill Cosby would speak out about dads not sticking around in the black community. And he's like, you know, we need to change this culture. Like if you're a dad that just leaves your baby mama, then it shouldn't just be like, yeah, that's what you do. Like that guy should be ostracized. People should be like, you are not the person that I wouldn't expect you to be. And that's I don't know. Bill Cosby did a lot of preaching for good. It turns out he's not such a good guy, but
a hypocrite. That's good to know. I think a lot of these preachers who these televangelists who rob people blind do that sort of thing too.
Yes.
I got no way of knowing that like all of his bullshit wasn't just another end for him to like make sure that his name was so high and mighty that no one would believe in these rapes. Like maybe if I do a little more good, I could rape a few more white bitches. Like I feel like he was just all about that rape game. He'd been raping people for decades.
But was he doing it when he was 60 something? I feel like that's
yeah. He's been doing it since he was a fucking Huxtable. I love when they play that clip of the Cosby Show and it's like him talking about his rib sauce, his barbecue sauce or whatever. He's like, he's telling his wife, he's like, hadn't you noticed when people try my sauce, they always get along a little better and then they all want to go home and get to bed. Yeah, I got a special ingredient in my sauce. Matter of fact, I got a whole jar upstairs in the bedroom. Me and you, it's just like he's totally talking about some like drugged barbecue sauce that he's got that makes people like want to go to bed with each other. This is an episode of
the Cosby Show. Like this really happened.
Yeah, it happened. Like they've played it a bunch on Reddit. Like and they like slow it down when he's like, "Haven't you ever noticed people like my barbecue sauce?" Yeah. And it's just like evil Cosby. And yeah, like you look and everybody's like enjoying his sauce a lot. And it's like, yeah, he's got Quaaludes in there. He's going to get you fucked up and come on your face. I'm glad that all came out. And Hannibal Burress had been calling him out for that shit for like years and years. And everybody always wanted to be like, nah, that's not true. Don't believe those crazy women. It's Bill Cosby.
That's a weird thing. Hannibal Burress had been calling him out for years. And then suddenly it got traction. Whatever it was, like 18 months ago, all of a sudden everyone was like, hey, what's Hannibal trying to tell us about Bill?
A lot of stuff came out, I think all of a sudden you started having these women pop up and say, yeah, he did this to me, he did that to me, and more and more and more, and then it was a domino effect where you had women that you're like, that one's lying, but those other 30 are probably telling the truth, you know, like the whole thing's been interesting to watch from the outside. Howard Stern played that game on the air the other day where you had to guess which number was higher, which one of these groups is higher. The number of Cosby accusers or countries in Africa. Which are there more of? And like they played that game for a while. It was pretty funny. There are 49 Cosby accusers in like 54 countries in Africa, I think maybe.
I wasn't really sure.
Yeah, I would have gone for the Cosby.
Right? You'd have been wrong.
You should get 5 more or 6.
50 people accuse you of something, and they're like firsthand, like, yeah, he did this to me. Not like, yeah, he did that. Well, did you see it? No, but I heard he did. No, it's 50 people saying, yeah, he did this thing to me. I believe them. Like at 10, maybe I still stand behind Bill. At 20, I'm like, it's it looking good. But when you get to 50, I'm like, yeah, Bill, you're a rapist. You're a rapist.
I have a question for Jordy, totally different topic. Have you found that since you're a YouTube superstar, celebrity guy, that a lot of people try to leverage your success and become their own fake friends?
Yeah. I noticed like the pretty funny one is with my mom. She's still my mom, of course. I don't see my dad.
That free riding bitch.
But like my mom, she took care of me and stuff. But still, like she's always like, can't you take me to this premiere, you know, of this movie and things like that. So it starts with those little small things, of course. It doesn't get worse with my mom. She's sometimes like, well, you might want to pay me because I did some stuff for your business, right? I'm like, well, okay. So, because Dutch people are really greedy, and it's culture. It's culture. Like that's why I'm so cautious with my money. Like you were
Now,
saying.
am I allowed to say that now, or is that somehow like
Yeah, no.
nationalist or something
Dutch
like
people
that?
are greedy.
So
That's
the Dutch
that's
are
a
a greedy
fact.
bunch.
Yeah. So when we go out for dinner and I pay for dinner, for example, everybody's like, "What the fuck are you doing? We're supposed to pay for ourselves. We're supposed to be greedy." But I've had a lot of people approach me, and like people from high school, and the funniest experience was one of the funniest ones was when I was on like a talk show, the biggest talk show in the country, late night talk show, and the next day all of a sudden I have like 6 or 7 different girls I used to know who all of a sudden started a conversation. Shit list.
Dutch people for being
Dutch
greedy.
people.
I have a
Perfect.
list of people and what they did.
What did you do to Strike Down? I see you've already crossed him out.
Being greedy. Oh, nice.
Strike Down betrayed me in survival games and then paid me $10 and got off the list. I didn't even know that was for sale, and then it starts popping up. Like I've got this big audio clip when I live stream. He's like, "I'm so sorry. Here's $10. I didn't know that was bad." And I'm like, "I didn't even know you could
Extorting
buy
the
your way
players.
off this list, but you already gave me $10, so I'll cross that out for you."
So you have a shit list. Is that?
I have a
Yeah,
shit
what does
list.
it do? Why am I on the shit list? What does
Just
it mean?
Dutch
Your
people
mother
in
is, I
general
think.
are on Dutch people are on the shit list for being
Oh,
greedy.
okay.
Being greedy. Okay, but that's like a fact, like,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
you can say Dutch people are greedy, nobody will get mad. They'll be like, yeah, fair enough. But about the question you asked, like I had like 6 or 7 girls message me on Facebook, and they're like, all of a sudden they want to be my friends. And as a 19, 18-year-old kid, I'm like, fuck yeah, gonna get some free pussy. But it doesn't work that way, right? Like they just want to hang out with you. They just want to ride on the wave of like you going
You're
to
doing this
cool
wrong, then.
parties and things. No, don't worry. Like I'm 20
You
now.
figured
I
it
gotta-
out. You got
yeah,
it.
of course. It took me a few
Good.
attempts. But not
Kyle's
only
like,
girls.
"Let me take you under my wing, young man. I'll teach you the
Teach
ways
me
of
some
getting
advice."
It's
laid."
the worst when they just want to hang out, because it's like I'm not trying to be an asshole, but like I just showed up to my hotel room at night with like a big bottle of liquor and some mixer and like and
When
you're
are we
like
gonna
boop-
fuck, you know?
and your boobs are hanging out. Like you
Mhm.
really didn't want to fuck? Like
Yeah,
you just-
yeah. Just to make clear, these aren't fans. These are girls like I've met before, and we might have had some interaction. But it starts with those type of girls, for example. But then you also have friends, right? Then all of a sudden, like they come up to you and they're like, "Yeah, so I also started a YouTube channel. How about we do a collab? I got 20 subscribers now, right?" Or my
See, I never had an issue
nephews
with
and
that.
stuff.
Like Onslaught, for example, didn't have a YouTube channel, and then when he made one, it was like, yeah, knock yourself out. The thing that I never liked though was when they're like, yeah, I want to do this thing. I've made one video. I made 4 videos. It's like, no, dude, if you want to do this, you've got to actually put the work in.
Yeah, of course. So what I tend to tell people is do one video every single day for the next 2 months. That's when we'll talk again. Like that's when we'll see if you're really into it. That's what I used to say back in the day. Now it's more like you're just surrounded by loads of other people and you can work with them. But I still mainly think it's more about fun, right? Like I was invited for this show. I do it for the fun, just to have a laugh. Now I can save 4 hours in the next week because I don't have to watch the show myself, right? Because I've participated in it. But it's not like, oh, I'm going in here because I want to get those few hundred extra subs.
Yeah, you're going viral every video, it seems.
Yeah.
Semi-viral.
Like it's more of a fun experience, and that's like how the same way I feel if I work together with someone. If I work together with a girl in a video, I don't want to promote her Instagram or something. I want to do it because I feel like I can make a fun video out of it, and it goes both ways. If I'm doing a video with a friend of mine, it's because we can make something fun out of it, not to promote his YouTube channel. Like as the main goal of the video, it's like a fair collab, you could say.
Yeah. I remember Hutch a long time ago talked about how people would like, I don't know, cozy up to him in game, and
Mhm.
then, you know, by the next game they're asking for collabs, and he said, like, and then I just instantly write those people off, like, you know, he didn't like them, and in my heart I was like, oh, why would you do such a thing, you know, like, you have Zeus's lightning bolt, you can do any, you know, make all these people famous, and you don't choose to. But now that I'm a grizzled veteran like he was at the time, and still is, it's like, oh, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I had the exact same thing. I was like, why isn't PewDiePie giving me a shout out, you know? And then I realized I have to work, and then, you know, someday I'll make a video with him.
Maybe.
But, well, I already did. So.
Oh, did
know,
you?
That's,
Well, good
that's
for
off the
you.
bucket list. Do you want me to hook you up with a collab too? No.
No.
I'm joking.
I do,
But,
although this is not about you. I think I'm gonna make videos again. This, you know.
Yeah, I heard the Call of Duty, the new one. Like, I played Black Ops 3, but I played it, and after like an hour of playing at Gamescom, this was the gaming convention, I was like, I just don't want to play Call of Duty
Not your
anymore.
cup of
I played
tea.
it a lot, and I'll go and play zombies though. Like, zombies is my thing now.
Yeah, I don't know. I've got a bit of an itch to make videos. That's what it is for me. So and again, I don't know. It's not my major form of income, which is kind of a neat place to be. I will make the videos that I feel like making. Oh,
Yeah, that's-
I want to do a quick thing. I'm doing a day in the life today, and I feel like this is part of it. So, real quick. All right, it is now about 1 a.m. and these are the guys. I'm making Painkiller already. This is my OBS, and it just feels like it wouldn't be a complete day in the life. Thank you, Jordy. If I didn't include the fact that we were recording this thing, we're almost wrapping up. But yeah, this is probably the last stage of my day in the life for Thursday. Been a big day. All right, I wanted that footage.
Also, I wanted to address one more thing. Like, I think in two PKAs back, you said it's like really easy for YouTubers that do Let's Plays.
Go
where you
ahead.
But like, I wasn't sure if you meant like the guys that really press play and then play a game for an hour and then upload that full hour to YouTube in like 3 parts, or do you mean like someone who would press play, like what I do, then record half an hour, edit it into 10 minutes or 5 minutes, and then use that?
So I guess I was really talking about that first group. Like, there are some people who do a Let's Play who, like, you know, I don't know, let's say a game takes 10 hours to beat. In 10 hours, they get, like, I'm making up a number, 100 videos or something like that. And that, compared to what I did, like, it would take me, roughly, I'd get a gameplay an hour that I thought was good enough for YouTube. And then I would spend hours just sort of like being current on things to talk about, you know, why I think Google's doing what they're doing as being an ISP, what I think about this topic or that topic, or I don't know. I just trying to add the Mail Monday, you know, going through all. I would spend 2 hours just going through hundreds of letters, trying to pick ones that were. I looked for a couple things. I usually tried to get one that helped a lot of people. I'd usually try to get one that would help the title. You know, like there was one guy who had bloody ejaculate. And while I don't think
Perfect, beautiful title.
Yeah, I
Great
don't think it's a.
thumbnail. Yep,
I don't think it's a common problem. I was like, that one will suck you in on the title, and then, you know, like, so, and maybe one that was entertaining or something, and lump them together. I felt like that process was a lot more work per video than maybe someone who just played it from like
yeah,
play,
of course.
like Lollipop Chainsaw. Do I have the name right of that game, or whatever, Walking Dead, and they just do like a walkthrough. That's easy. What you're doing, I don't know how that compares to what I did. You know, like I see people, they take a lot and they edit it together into something that's good. One thing about what you do is I feel like it's just not a job for everybody. Like, if I were to try to carry your kind of videos by myself, I don't think my energy and vibe is right. You know,
it's really hard to scream for like half an hour or like an hour. And you know, you need to stay in your role, because like, compared the PKA to my videos, I'm not going to be really energetic the whole time. You have to pace it out. But in the videos, it's constantly screaming, yelling, shouting, you know, not really overreacting, but expressing your feelings a bit more than you would usually do.
Yeah,
but it's not for everybody. No, totally.
The
not.
vibe I get from you is that your videos might be you times 2. Whereas if I were to do that same thing, it'd be me times 10, and that comes off as insincere and fake. And,
Yep, of course.
That's why when I do Let's Plays or stuff like that, it helps me a lot to have other people in the room, someone to play off of. But
do one video like that just to see how many people would hate it.
Play a horror game.
Yeah.
I played Slender Man once. This is a long time ago, and the thinking behind it was that I was going to show people how a man played. I wasn't going to do fake reactions and all that nonsense that I saw so many times. And the truth is, it actually scared me. There were like moments in that, like, I didn't know that the audio would be that effective. I wasn't crying or anything, but I was like genuinely, like, there were jumps and there was trouble for me. And at one time, I know I've talked about this before, the cable on my headset like just brushed I was playing in boxers. It just brushed my thigh in like a really spooky way, and it's like, what the fuck? You know, like it got the best of me. And in the end, it was like, all right. So the guys crying and wondering how they got into this horrible place in their life are clearly fakers. It is a scary game.
I played a horror game with the Oculus Rift, which is really scary because you can't look away, because when you look away, you're still in it, right? So normally when you play a horror game, you can close your eyes or look away. But here, you close your eyes, you open your eyes, you're still in the fucking horror game. Or you're like, oh, no, I can't look, and you look to the left and there's still a guy over there. But it legit freaked me out, and like I was like, it can't be that scary, you know. I might throw in one or two little fake, like maybe I'll jump and, you know, see what happens. But I was legit scared. I came out of the thing. It felt like I had to puke, and I just went to bed because it was terrible. But it was with the Oculus.
No, you're really
Rift on.
selling it.
No,
Yeah. So
you know.
$2,000, right? That'll get me started.
$2,000 for a trip to Amsterdam. I'll give you a free Oculus Rift and a prostitute transvestite for Woody to.
I don't know if you can beat that.
On a similar vein, I had Colin play Slender Man, and I actually filmed it, and but then we live streamed the end of it, and I felt like it was kind of redundant given that I already live streamed part of it. But just him being genuine, like I thought that was funny, like because he really got scared, and you know, like he died once. He'd be like, "You want to play? You want to play?" And I'm like, "No, you keep going. You can do this." But they clearly, what he's really saying was, "I'm scared. Rescue me." Wasn't interested. Call it a show?
I think so.
Sure.
That was fun.
Yes.
Yeah, that was fun.
Thank you so much for coming on.
4 more hours.
Check out Dollar Shave Club and our friend Jordy. Links in the descriptions.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, thanks
for
man.
having me.
And check out those survival videos.
Yes. They're actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check out Selena 22.
Hard to compete with that.